What's up, guys? Welcome back to. No, that's not quite right. I'm a little late today because I was called into the office of YouTube Daddy, and I think we have a few things to talk about before we do the intro to the video. I have missed you all so much. Is it working, Allie? Or are you just saying uh-oh about my trouble? Let me know if you can hear me okay. I Good. Okay. I see you all here. I'm so glad that you've clocked in for your shifts today. Um, yeah, so like I said, YouTube Daddy, like literally, just before we started, he called me over. Um, I've been gone for a couple days. It's been what I would call a forced vacation from work. You know when you like have a job and they're like, you really need to take those days off that you have. And you're like, no, I'm good. But then they make you do it. That is what's happened. But in reality, what we have going forward is that this channel will be the same as the lives have always been, and we're going to build it back up again. I honestly can't win with YouTube Daddy, and so the other channel will just be for a little while, and we will be here for a little while. I see all my gamblers are back. I worried about your withdrawals, and I have set up a primitive gambling system as well as a primitive Streamlabs system. You have to give me a little bit of time to get that going again. I am obviously not monetized, so we don't have memberships, which makes me very sad. But I'm working on a couple different things, so that's where we're at with that. Um, the hundred, the I literally, it's been 5 days, and you think that I would be okay with this? Oh, intro. So, um, I don't really have a new intro. I'll tell you guys. Okay, so basically what happened was the channel was flagged for reused content, and I submitted an appeal. However, I don't know if y'all know this or not, but I'm not a video editor. I'm more of like an on-screen persona. And so my YouTube was, let's just say, less than impressed with my editing transformation skills for my videos. And so um that's sort of where we're at with that. I don't really care because I don't want to make videos right now. I just want to hang out with you guys. So we're going to get there. I have to wait at least 30 days until we can get memberships on this channel if we hustle. But I think I have to wait 30 days. So reality wise, the OnlyFans will be launching later this week because um, it'll be very fun, only court cases. But I'll put the details for that later. Right now, let's just have some fun and watch some court. What we have for today is some hearings from a couple days ago that I listened to halfway, and so I don't know exactly what is in it, although I remember it being juicy. So that's a good sign. Can you guys, first of all, I just need to vent a little bit about YouTube Daddy. Okay? I just need to vent a little bit about him because um when I introduced Larry motherfucking Beaver to them, nothing. They didn't even get it. And yet again, like I'm like you don't think I regard. No, we're not even going to do that. This is not a good way to start the video. The first video on the channel. Um Well, also, Streamlabs is supposed to be fucking named Reverse Karen right now, and I worked really hard on that today. I also spent a really long time perfecting the super chat emoji, not remembering that that's not going to happen. So let's go ahead and watch some court here. What did you guys have for dinner? I haven't eaten yet. It's really early, but I had to start this early. Nerak, Nerak. Nerk. Lawrence, I know. I literally talked to them about it. I spent over an hour and a half on a chat call with creator support, like a typing call, and I'm gonna tell you, it's actually something I want to like read out as an audio sort of story because it's hilarious. Yeah, they don't know what they're doing. But they forget that I've had every job in the world. So I've worked at a fucking call center and I know how it works. So I'm exceptionally nice to the person I'm talking to while explaining to them that I know they have absolutely no power. However, I'm absolutely positive there's an internal process for escalation that I need them to initiate for me. And yeah, that's how you do that. But it doesn't work. I mean, it's not like I got the channel back, but I did get clarity on the fact that starting this channel fresh is not a violation nor a circumvention of any bans. So I got that in writing. Um, Streamlabs, I yeah, the betting ratios are a little wonky tonight. Um, I did make what I thought was a compelling appeal video about um the channel and like how important y'all were to me. I did not set that one to Green Day, although I thought about it, and yet still, no, that was a denied appeal. So, um, I'm okay with that though, because in a funny kind of way, this allows me to craft this channel a lot better. If anybody wants to know, when you start uploading videos to YouTube, they check every single video you upload, whether or not you make it public or not, or unlisted or not. I didn't know that at the start, and I was uploading a lot of videos that I was never planning on putting up. So that channel has like 800 videos on it that I can't sort out. This one has this video on it. So this is how we're going to work with that. I am hoping that we get back up there. And the reality is I'm going to set up the OnlyFans so that YouTube Daddy gets a little bit fucked because I was giving him his 30%, just like we talked about. And then all of a sudden, oh, no, no, not okay. And I'm taking all your money that you made in July, which is a bit of a slap. And you guys know I love a good slap, but not like that. Okay, so court, let's get going on it. I see you all in the chat, by the way. I am trying to, yeah, people in court. It was quite compelling. Um, well, I'm not going to talk about it. It's behind us now. What's OnlyFans, Courtney? It is a place for fans to support creators. That's what it is. Okay, hold on. What? Let me just try this transition. Oh, I do want to point something out. While that I saw Jonathan's comment here about that being my money. When you read the fine print on that, that's not actually my money yet. However, it is your money. And I was a little bit upset about that, a sort of bait and switch. And so I do want to assure you all that membership purchases that were made are paused at the moment and they will be refunded to you if monetization is not brought back to the channel in 120 days. So that money is separate and will be refunded to you, I assume. And I would absolutely urge you, we will actually do a stream about it in 120 days. Somebody make a note of that. In 120 days, we're fucking checking. Okay. Everybody, I will check all the refunds. We're all getting refunds. Because here's what happened. When they denied them, they don't pay attention. They denied monetization or they took away monetization. I appealed the appeal. They denied the appeal, and the email they sent me said, sorry, you really don't change videos that much. Doesn't seem like you work very hard at adding to your videos at all. You can apply in 30 days though for monetization. And I was like, okay, 30 days, we could work with that. But then when I talked with the creator support, she was like, yeah, that should have said 90 days. And I was like, but it didn't. It says 30, as I've screenshotted here. She's like, yeah, I appreciate you understanding that mistake. And I was like, oh, I don't at all understand that mistake. Not even a tiny little bit. So we're going to need to go into that one. And that took about 40 minutes. And so it's 90 days. They're sticking with that. There's nothing, Trish. There's nothing really that we can do. Except for what we are going to do. We're going to... we got to have a new name for YouTube Daddy. What are we going to call him so that he doesn't know that we're talking about him? Something else. Anyways, what we're going to game his system a little bit since I know how it works now. So we'll have a homework assignment at the end that I really, really, really would appreciate your help with. My PayPal is my email from the last account, adhdandi@gmail.com, but it's spelled funny. Courtney, do you really? Because I'm not joking you, there's a lot of crazy niche content on OnlyFans that is like quite valuable. So, oh, Allie, I'm not worried about the content of the videos. That's the funniest part about this is that they had no issue with anything we've done thus far. I have spent hours streaming, swearing, fucking yelling, all that kind of shit. And it's not that they have a problem with. This is just it's a weird way of getting it. And again, I was like, while I felt quite proud of myself for the last whatever earnings, they're not really that big on a grand scale of things if YouTube was trying to like save money. So it can't be like a monetary thing. I really don't get the push regardless. I already got my OnlyFans account set up. It's only court cases. So, where was I going? We're gonna watch court. That's what we're gonna do. And I'm supposed to have this fucking... It is funny to me that... Also, I just want you guys to know something. I purchased another copy of this program just so that I could leave all of your loyalty points established while I figure out how to transfer them over. So I literally bought a whole new version of this just so that I could not have to fuck that up. So, because I know your points are important and we'll have to figure out a way to recognize them. Okay. Yeah. And everything's labeled differently, and there's nothing like Larry Beaver and chat. Yeah, there is. Okay. What else? Oh, also, I want you all to know that I've been like very thankful of your comments and your support lately. It is quite jarring because I look at this as a job, and so it was like being called into the office and fired via text for no reason. And then, like, if you want to talk to HR, you had to like go to Twitter. So it was an odd experience, but oh, look at that. The fucking chat thing works, but you can barely see it. We're gonna have to make that bigger. Oh my god, though. Look at that. Shit balls. Oh, people in court. Yeah, see, the thing is, I'm like, fuck, I was immediately like, am I going to circumvent the rules if I just start fresh? And the lady was like, I can't tell you if your new channel will be monetized. I was like, I don't want to know if it will be monetized, bitch. I want to know if you're going to get mad at me that I started it. I didn't call her bitch. I said, thank you so much, Riley. I really appreciate your help. Could you actually clarify that?
Can you share the calendar?
I can. Give me one moment though. I have to pull it up and get it on the screen, all that. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, well, hurry the fuck up. It's hard to run an online thing, isn't it? Fuck's sakes, a kid in court and Larry's not here today. What the hell?
Please
Oh my
keep
god,
your
okay.
cameras on as we speak. You are not here unless your camera is on. All right, folks. I need a couple other folks to turn their cameras on for me. Sean, Convavius, Jen Phillips, Tyson Edwards, C. Lewis. It's imperative that I know that you are paying attention and know what is going on, because this type of matter is not only just affecting you, just as far as just you coming in this evening, it could very well also affect you if you're actually a defendant or even an applicant, whether or not you could face jail time. All right. So it's imperative that you turn your camera on and pay attention.
Thank you for the reminder, Judge. You guys, these are uh civil warrant application hearings. They come to us from the state, the great state, I will say, the great state of Georgia, where they give us great court. I'm just fiddling with a few fucking things here. Yes. Okay. Um, so if you're confused, a civil warrant application is actually a pretty rare type of criminal here, or I guess it's quasi criminal, quasi civil, because it is a civil application brought forth to then get a criminal arrest warrant. And Georgia is unique because you can, as a civilian, go to the court and petition them without getting the police or anybody else involved for this arrest warrant. So that is why it is quite unique. And we hear the pettiest shit ever. So it's like TPOs, but these people aren't even that bad. So it's great. You guys are going to love it.
In addition to, my clerk is going to put down in the clerk's and in the chat box rather the information regarding the clerk's office number. Obviously, we're on Zoom. That means people have different connectivity. In the event that you lose connection, it is your responsibility to contact the court to let us know that you've lost connection so that we can either wait for you or have your matter rescheduled, okay? And lastly, if you are driving, if you are like, doing anything that you know that you can't do while, I don't know, holding a phone or being live, please don't do it. Why? Because it's dangerous and you're endangering other people while also being on a criminal hearing. It's just not a good look overall for everyone, all right? So please don't do that if you are, all right? Bear with me and I'll come on shortly. All right, well, there we go again. Good evening, everybody. I'm Judge J.G. Davis. This is the DeKalb County Magistrate Court. This is the July 24th, 2023, criminal application warrant hearings. I want to let everyone know as well that this matter is being live streamed over the court's YouTube channel, and that's for the purposes of open courtrooms and public accessibility. Under normal circumstances, pre-COVID, folks would be coming downtown Decatur to have these matters. But we have found not only it is more convenient, but I will make sure that it's clear, it's more safe for folks to be having this virtually, okay? So keep that in consideration. With that being said, I want to remind everybody, again, that you are being live streamed. You are effectively having countless others watch what you do. Please, please do not be a distraction.
It's us. He's talking about us. Also, yes, med check, folks. You guys, I don't have all of the fucking things set up yet. I need a list, basically. Is this what you were going to show people in court? If that's the case, then, I'm sorry. I don't know how much I'm going to show of it, so whatever. Karen, thank you so much for being here. Take care. Also, did the judges, audio get better? I changed a little something, but that's as best as I can do at this point. So med check and Karen, I'll never be good. You know that. Mayor needs a smoke. Could somebody get Mayor a smoke, please? He's having a hard time not being blue. Nobody's blue, if you notice, and I don't want anybody to feel bad about that. There will be an Olympiad that we will be having to determine our blue chat people going forward. It's not that I don't love you, it's that I love all of you.
In your own little box, because not only I, but others very well may be trying to hear the evidence that has been presented. And if you are becoming a distraction, we may have to remove you so that we can very well proceed as need be. All right. So keep that in mind as well. In addition to, as my screen clearly indicates, unauthorized recording is strictly prohibited. You may want to make a record for your personal files. You may think that you may need a record for a future criminal proceeding, but I'm going to let you know, without my authority or one of my colleagues' authority, recording of this matter is strictly prohibited. So if you're recording, whether watching on YouTube or participating, I'd ask that you stop recording now. All right, so let's start here, because for many of you, this is your first time. And for many of you, this is unfamiliar because you may come from a state where they don't allow this. But Georgia is a part of a handful of states that allow private persons to take out effectively applications for the criminal arrest of another individual based upon a misdemeanor crime. All right. And I know that was a mouthful, but effectively what happens is, if there's a misdemeanor alleged crime that someone has committed against you, and either for some reason, the officers came out and at the time they didn't have sufficient evidence to make an arrest because either you didn't have the information or witnesses had left, or it was just a situation where it requires some type of magistrate court direction or aid, this is where you would come. The subsequent result from this particular hearing is going to really be one or two things. We're going to dismiss the application, which means that the person who wants the other person arrested, they're not going to get what they want. The person is not going to be arrested. On the other hand, if after hearing all of the facts and evidence that have been presented this evening, I find that there was sufficient probable cause, which is not, let me be very clear, not beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, this is probable cause, meaning that all I'm finding is whether or not there was an alleged crime committed that has been made by the applicant, or rather that has been committed by the respondent, and that has been correctly identified by the applicant. Okay, and so what would happen then if that was identified? Well, I would very well identify the fact that that person has committed that crime and would have to turn themselves in. And they would end up subsequently turning themselves into the DeKalb County Jail. And I would then provide them various bond provisions. But in most cases, we would be giving what is called a UJR. That means that person would be released without having to get up any financial bond. But they may have other conditions to them being released, okay? But that's what we're here about. I find that in doing these matters, many times folks come to me looking for some type of aid to force someone to do something, some type of specific performance. Let me remind you, this is a criminal courtroom. This is not a civil courtroom. We are not here to make A give back B so-and-so. even in situations where there is a child involved and we have interference with a family or custody. I will let you know, even if that is found, the court cannot make that child appear in your arms. Okay, there are limitations that what we can do this evening, and I just want to be clear about that as well. But again, as we proceed, I'm going to get the calendar, and then after I get the calendar, I'm going to identify who is here. And then I'm going to go ahead and identify each case and how we're going to take on them this evening. Now, let me be clear. There are 8 different cases on this evening. Often we end around 9 o'clock. Sometimes we go a little bit over. All right. I'm going to try my best to get to everybody. But let me be clear as well. Some folks really aren't interested in the other person going to jail. They're rather interested in the either specific performance or some type of other act that doesn't necessarily require my involvement. And what that means is when I call the calendar, I'm going to give folks an opportunity to go to a private breakout room. Now, I understand you may have some type of ill will with the other person, but I want to be clear that in the event that you guys can have a discussion, a civil discussion, I will allow you guys to go into a private breakout room to discuss the matter to see if you can come to a resolution without me. And if that's the case, I will allow those folks to do that. All right. If you don't believe you could very well talk to the other individual without maybe threats or other crimes being committed, I would say then that it's not necessary and it's not worth the risk, and we will just deal with your case in turn. All right. So let me talk a little bit more about what I will be doing this evening. I will be listening to facts, and it'll go a little bit of something like this. If both parties are here, meaning the applicant, the person who made the alleged allegation that a crime was committed, and the respondent, the person who's alleged to committing that crime, I'm going to let them give a little bit of information and background about what the alleged crime is and how it came about. Okay, I'll already identify exactly what the alleged crime the applicant claims that the respondent committed. All right. And then I'll allow them about 3 minutes or so to give a little bit of an opening statement. And then I'll allow them to introduce any evidence that they have. Let me be clear, as I'm going through this particular introduction, I'm going to have my clerk put down the particular email address for evidence to be sent. All right. If you haven't already sent evidence, this is going to be your final opportunity to do so. What the court will not have is that we get into the meat of your case and you're saying, aha, I've got one more piece. And we have to wait 15 or so minutes for you to try to get that to us. We will not tolerate that. We will have you do.
Yeah, he says that, but he does not mean that. He will tolerate that. They do every time. And even though he's acknowledging this issue, he's trying to fix it in the wrong way. Warning people that you aren't going to accept their evidence when you damn well are going to accept their evidence isn't going to do it. What you need to do is change the court admin processes so that they can submit evidence easier.
Do it now or forever hold your peace. All right. And so we'll put that email down in the chat box for you.
Oh, also search for Spock. I saw your comment. If you know, I personally have been timed out in many chats. I am a spam inciter. I personally like to look at myself more as a hype person and a champion for creators, but spam inciter is fine too. And thank you, Courtney. This is a dress. I wish I'm in a different room. I wish I could show you this properly, but this is a really cute dress. And we are going to forever. Oh, also, can I just get tiny kudos for that one last video I made for the other channel with the F in the chat and the logo thing? I was just so mad. It's like, you know what? No one's gonna know. No one's gonna know.
You send stuff over if you have yet to do it. Okay. All right.
Your Honor.
Hold up. Just give us a second. Let me finish. I might talk about it before we address your specific question. In addition to, what we'll do then is hear any witnesses that folks have brought along. Now, I've found in my time that folks sometimes will bring multiple witnesses that will effectively say the same thing. The court has provided me the power to be able to limit the evidence that you provide. Why? So we can keep our resources, right? Because we don't want to spend all our time on hearing people to say the same thing that Johnny hit, Susie. We can pretty much surmise that with one or two people if need be, all right? In addition to any evidence that you produce here, very well, will be also shared on the screen, so keep that in mind as well. And then at the conclusion of any evidence, I'll allow the folks to cross-examine any parties that have been provided. I'll make sure to clarify with folks what are considered to be cross-examination questions, opening, and as well as direct exam.
Judge, you need to stop. I'm still sorting this shit out, as you can see right now, guys. It's like flashing up and down at the bottom, and I was trying to figure out if I was doing that somehow. I really don't think that's me. I believe that's the recording, so I'm sorry about that. Also, timing people out. And this is a great, like, special tip for those of you who are going to want to compete in the mod Olympiad. But in this room, modding is so different than in other places. In this room, I never want anybody to time anybody out. That's never the role of a mod. So you got to take that out of your tool belt and you got to show me what else you got, really. I've been timed out by mistake too, and I've been timed out on purpose, but more, I just prefer, anyways, we'll get into that later. Yeah, we'll see. I took out my dongle for the wireless mouse and keyboard, so we'll see how that does.
Examination questions so they can do it appropriately. We want this to be a little bit of a learning process as well, as for many of you, this is probably the most interaction you had individually with the court probably ever in your life without an attorney. All right. In addition to, after that, I'll let people provide their conclusions about they either don't want an arrest to happen or they do want an arrest to happen. And then I'll make a decision. Okay. That's how we're going to proceed today. A couple other things, though, if you are making an allegation of a crime against somebody that was an individual who was an employee of the state or acting as a state actor at that time, this wouldn't be the appropriate court. Or if it's a felony that you're alleging that someone has committed, this would also not be the appropriate process for that person to be arrested. You might want to contact that officer that you made the alleged complaint with. All right, so I'm going to call the calendar. When I call your name, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. I'm going to ask you, would you like an attorney? Because if you do, you have a right to counsel. If you're fine proceeding today, we'll proceed. I'm going to ask you whether or not you have any evidence, all right? And in addition to whether or not you have any witnesses. And then I'll get your mark down and then we'll move on. Folks, if there is a person who is supposed to respond and they don't show up today, the court may continue the case or we may proceed ex parte. That means outside the presence of the other party, the defendant, okay? So we'll have to see about each case and see whether or not service has been perfected for us to proceed that way. All right, I know that was a lot, but bear with me. We're going to call names now.
Bitch, hoe.
All right, position 1 on the 6 p.m., July 24, 2023 criminal application calendar is PP-055300. I'm looking for that respondent defendant, Quacos Brown. Quacos Brown.
You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. Quacos Brown, come on down. Oh man. Let's see here. This is hilarious to me. This judge is great. He's super sassy and I do love him. I'm trying to make this chat fucking more readable. But also I'm like, damn, I'm too small. I need to be bigger. So let's keep going. Melanie. I'm an entertainer. I love that. Can you email me again? I looked for your email and I couldn't find it. And so can you shoot me an email because I wanted to chat with you? I will put my email in the chat. You can all email me if you want. Okay, let's keep watching.
I might be mispronouncing your name. All right, Quacos, I'm going to call your name 3 times. Quacos Brown, if you need.
Yes, that's the PP email. That's the PP email. Thank you, Judge, for reminding me about the PP.
You need to unmute using the unmute button. It looks like a microphone, all right? Quacos Brown, that's going to be a no appearance at this juncture. How about a Tawanda Hanks as the applicant?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here, and I have my sons and um a neighborhood friend as witnesses on here.
No, you have 2 witnesses or 3?
It's 3.
Okay, and did you email any evidence?
Yes, sir. I emailed the weapon and pictures and
Okay.
stuff.
All right, and is this your first time?
She emailed the weapon, like a 3D printable version of it, or what? I don't understand. Also, yeah, Melanie, that's why I want to talk to you, babe.
I'm on the calendar.
Yes, sir.
All right, give me 1 second. Thank you. You can place yourself back on mute. Position 2 is PP-055290. The respondent defendant is Bruce Harris. Bruce Harris.
Yeah, I'm here.
I got you down, Mr. Harris. Do you have any witnesses?
Yes, sir. I have 2 witnesses.
Are they here with you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, did you email any evidence?
No, sir.
All right, no worries. Thank you. Hold tight. How about that applicant, Rhonda Harris?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, got you down, Ms. Harris. Do you have any witnesses?
Yes, I have 1 witness and I have emailed evidence.
All right. Would you guys like an opportunity to speak in a private breakout room to see if you can resolve this matter?
No, sir.
Okay, that's fine. All right, hold tight. We'll get to you. Position 3 is PP-055292. The defendant respondent is Patrick Hawkins. Patrick Hawkins.
Text you. Also, every time he says PP check. And people in court, you should just put my email back in there. That's the PP email.
Hawkins. Patrick Hawkins. All right, there's going to be a no appearance from Mr. Hawkins. How about London Williams? London Williams. London Williams. All right, no appearance for either party. That case.
I'm sorry. It wouldn't unmute, but I'm here.
Okay, hold tight. All right, I got you down. Tell me about your evidence. Do you have any witnesses with you?
Yes, I have my old neighbor, I have my spouse, and I have my mom that were present. And the evidence I emailed to the email.
All right. Hold tight. The respondent's not here. Is this your first time on the calendar?
Yes.
All right, hold tight. Position 4 is PP-055291. The defendant respondent is Beverly Lewis. Beverly.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
All right, Ms. Lewis. Do you have any witnesses or emailed evidence?
I have 1 witness, also has a lawyer.
You have a
Your
lawyer?
Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Charles Wall on behalf of the defendant. I would like to do a pre-trial with the petitioner if possible, and I'm trying to send over my entry of appearance right now.
Okay, I appreciate that. Well, let me first identify if they're here. Let's do, I believe this is Tasha M. Sparrow. Forget
Yes,
it.
Your Honor, I'm here.
All right, ma'am. Defense counsel would like to be able to speak to you in a private breakout room. Would you be amenable to that?
I also have my son here as a witness.
Yes, ma'am. Did you
Um,
email any evidence?
yes, I did. I emailed evidence.
All right. So would you mind speaking with defense counsel in a private breakout room addressing this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. That would be an opportunity for me to go over the evidence she has as well, Your Honor.
I understand, but
Yeah, okay.
No, Your Honor, I don't want to
all right.
speak in a private room.
Okay. Counsel, generally people are not provided the evidence beforehand, but we will get it to you. And if we can, you can send us your email. We can try to email the evidence over to you that we have, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, position 5 is going to be PP-055293. The respondent defendant is Akila Lloyd.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Ms. Lloyd, do you have any witnesses?
Yes, I have multiple witnesses. One is here on Zoom, and then I have old neighbors. but they said that they're willing to provide ring cameras, footages if I need to go forward.
Okay, so you have one witness with you. Did you email any evidence?
Yes, I provided everything. Hey, I provided everything.
Okay, all right, hold on. I got you down. How about Jada Fretwell?
I'm here.
All right, Miss Fretwell, tell me, do you have any witnesses?
Yes, my grandmother and my kid's father.
Okay, you got two witnesses in your emailed evidence?
Yes.
Okay, all right, got you down. All right, how about position 6, which is PP-055294. The respondent defendant is Jimmy Phillips. Jimmy Phillips. Jimmy Phillips, no appearance. All right. How about Ann Mintz?
Here, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Mintz, do you have any witnesses?
No, but I did email evidence.
All right, hold tight. Position 7, PP-055285. Respondent defendant William Rogers.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney David Schnipper for Mr. Rogers. We're sitting in my office. He is present right across from.
David Schnipper. Schnipper. I call this Judge Usher in my head, but that's not been democratically voted on yet.
Me. We are present. How you doing? We have forward evidence. I'd be willing to speak with Ms. Child if she's willing to in a breakout room. That's up to her, but we are ready to proceed if necessary.
Shit, Melanie. Like the real FBI, or like he's also on OnlyFans and he's trying to tell you that so that. But you both are on OnlyFans. Never mind. No, great job.
Necessary.
All right. How many witnesses do you have?
I don't have any witnesses, but for the respondent and the evidence that I did forward over yesterday.
Perfect. Got it down. How about Helen D. Child? I see you, Miss.
I'm here.
Miss Child, do you have any witnesses?
No, excuse me. No, I've emailed all my videos.
Okay. And Miss Child, would you mind speaking with Attorney Schnipper?
Good luck emailing all your videos. That means they were under 2 megabytes. Melanie, that's actually really cool and like the best cover story ever. Like, I'm sorry, I'm an agent. I need to get dealing with that. If he doesn't like it, well, then he needs to become more profitable than that. And then he can say something about it. Until then, go back to the FBI, boy.
Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your name, counsel.
So Schnipper is fine, Your Honor.
In a private breakout room regarding this matter?
Sure, I'll talk to him. Sure.
All right, so what's going to happen at some point here, my clerk is going to open a breakout room. It's going to have an icon that pops up on your screen that's going to say join breakout room. You'll click that, and then you'll be in the breakout room. If anyone appears immediately, be a little patient. Someone will appear shortly, okay?
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Your Honor.
Yep. All right, positions. Okay, there's 2 cases with that. A 285 as well as a 279 with a 7A. And then finally, position 8 PP-0.
Actually, though, Melanie, it's fucking awesome because the creeper level can be just immediately dealt with by that. So anyways, let's keep watching.
55284. I've got defendant respondent Michael Troutman. Michael Troutman. And finally, Michael Troutman. All right.
Houston is here, Rochelle Houston.
Yeah, I'm getting around to you, Ms. Houston.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries, no worries, no appearance. All right, and Ms. Houston, do you have any witnesses? I got you down now. Do you have any witnesses?
I'm not in front of me now, but I have sworn statements and evidence I have submitted, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so folks, this is what we're going to do. That was the call of the calendar. Obviously, I believe I have 4 cases where there have been no appearance by the defendant. I have 4 cases where both parties appear. This is what I'm going to do. Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Phillips is on screen. I think that he would be Mr. Jimmy Phillips.
Yes.
He was Seems like he was having.
First of all, MILF is subjective.
Having a few issues, so I kind of asked him to
appreciate
turn his
that.
video on and stuff, and he's here.
All right, give me 1 second. Mr. Phillips, do you have any witnesses with you?
I have no witnesses, no.
Did you email any evidence?
Me too, Melanie. Me too.
No.
Okay, give me 1 second. All right, well, with that said, I believe there's 3 cases. Let me just confirm here. Let's see, 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, there are 3 cases here where there have been no defendant that appears. I have quite a few cases where I do have both parties. I'm going to let you guys know that more than likely, I will end up resetting those cases where there is no defendant appearing. Let me tell you why. In these cases, service is only requiring that the last known address be sent to that person by regular mail to inform them about notice regarding this matter. That is what is considered to be a sufficient service. And then the court may very well proceed ex parte. What I'm telling you is that I think that's fine. However, with other matters that have both parties here and witnesses and resources already expended, it would be, I think, in the best interest to hear those matters first. In that situation, you would very well be put on the back of the calendar. In that event, you very well may not be heard this evening because of time constraints, because there are a lot of cases. And there very well may not, through all the evidence being heard, may not be able to get to you in time. We will not be here till midnight. I don't think you want to be here till midnight, but it is possible. All right, so what we're going to do first, though, is I'm going to try to take a look here quickly at the matters where there have been no appearance by the defendant to, one, make sure whether or not anything else needs to be done about the communication with this defendant so that we won't have any snags the next time the case is on the calendar. And then we will proceed in turn with each of those cases where they have both parties. And then I will get folks under oath, explain a little bit more how we're going to proceed, and then we'll get started. All right, so hold tight. All right, let me talk first to Ms. Hanks. Ms. Hanks, can you unmute for me?
I'm here.
All right, Ms. Hanks, bear with me here. You're going to be position 1.
Bear with me too. I'll be back. I'm trying to figure out my camera stuff.
I'm just looking at your application, man. Bear with me.
You should have more than one application because the detective sent you one as well.
I only have one on my calendar. I'm not sure if they sent me directly an application, but hold tight. Because I see on your application, you don't have a date of birth or anything of that nature.
So the detective actually reached out to the office directly to get him on there because, like, you saying that this man not going to be tried, but I mean, I'm going to be highly disappointed that me and my kids are in this type of danger at y'all hand like this.
Well, again, I haven't even heard the facts, and I'm not saying that when he may not be happy.
Okay, that's first of all a power statement. Hold on, big camera. Big camera. That's a power statement, is it not? I'm disappointed at the danger that my family's going to be in at your hands. Yeah. If that was the case, why didn't you call the cops? Like, that's the thing you have to remember about these hearings is that the normal remedy that people take is phoning the police, and the police arrive and say, oh, yes, that's a crime. And then they get the arrest warrant because they're sort of like trained for that. But like, this is the civil version of it, which I feel like is almost sort of like a all ages nightclub that's open midday. It's like, sure, that's a nightclub, but it's not a nightclub.
In danger, but first,
But you're saying what I don't have. I'm telling you,
ma'am,
detective.
I'm not telling you anything yet. I'm reviewing the actual application. Hold tight.
F in the chat for reviewing applications.
All right, they have an address for him on the police report. And I do see on the 700 Tree Mountain Parkway. So my concern is this, ma'am, and I just want to confirm this. They do have the address of a 7,000, which may be an apartment complex. You understand? If it's an apartment complex and it does not have a suite or an apartment number, he would never receive notice. We need to confirm what, I can't hear you, ma'am, you're on mute. I can't hear anything you're saying because you're on mute.
7,000 is a apartment number. I live at like 5400 building. That 5400.
Don't. Oh my fuck. I'm trying to fucking deal with something, lady, and you're about to dox yourself, and I just don't have time for it. So if you could just not do that. Earmuffs, guys.
Is an address. So 7,000 is an address.
No,
Even though it's
I understand. I'm not disputing what it could be an address. I mean, it could be a solid address or it could be a building. I'm not saying that it couldn't be. What I'm saying to you is that I've identified that, and I very well have seen that there was a letter sent out to that particular address. What I'm expressing to you is we very well may have your matter reset. I'm not saying that you're not going to be heard and the case is being dismissed. That is false. That's not the case. What I'm saying is, for the basis of where we are and the cases that we have on this calendar, you very well would be reset because we do not have a defendant here today. That's
but what does that have to do with me that he didn't show up? Like this happened in June 25th.
I understand, Ms. Hanks, and we have cases where they've been going on for over 2 years.
But that's what I'm saying. Like
Ms. Hanks,
County,
I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not. I'm really here to help people get justice. But I have to do that and help as many people as I can in the time that I have. And I'm not saying that you won't be helped, but I'm saying that we have 8 cases on our calendar. So what I'm suggesting to you and what I'm going to ask my clerk respectfully is to see when the next calendar is. Now you can wait. And
sir, I'm a real estate broker in 2 states. I don't have time with y'all like this, sir.
Man, I'm not trying to argue with you. Do I look like an argumentative person? Do you think I
me neither? Like this what I'm saying.
So we're not going to argue. Clerk, when's the next reset day?
Man, this some bullshit. Man, this is crazy. Like, oh my God, this man could have freaking killed us and they study doing this shit. This is crazy, man. This is real crazy. Well, look at here.
Clerk, can you tell me the next reset day?
I am verifying it right now.
Let me just remind you that you're on Zoom.
Oh my God. Again, if you ever wondered if I'm like faking it about what's coming up, I didn't know that was coming up. I would have already made a short about if I knew that was coming up. What the fuck? Holy shit, lady. You think that pissing him off is going to make him get you the warrant later? It's not. Wow. Okay. No, seriously, we got to listen to that. I'm a real estate broker in 2 states, sir. I don't know how to do paperwork or wait for processes to be completed. That would be sort of logical.
With the judge. Now I understand. Respectfully is to see when the next calendar is. Now you can wait. And
sir, I'm a real estate broker in 2 states. I don't have time with y'all like this, sir.
Man, I'm not trying to argue with you. Do I look like an argumentative person? Do you think I
me neither? Like this what I'm saying.
So we're not going to argue. Clerk, when's the next reset day?
Man, this some bullshit. Man, this is crazy. Like, oh my God, this man could have freaking killed us and they study doing this shit. This is crazy, man. This is real crazy. Well, look at here.
Clerk, can you tell me the next reset day?
I am verifying it right now.
Let me just remind you that you're on Zoom with the judge. Now I understand everybody's at home and everybody's
Judge, you don't understand my frustration. This man could have killed me and my kids. What would y'all have told my fucking parents if that man killed us?
I understand.
And you talking about resetting this? I'm angry. Man, look at him.
But I understand that you're in court right now.
People in court. Girl, you was sitting on this. You didn't make a short of this already? Holy fucking shit. She is so lucky. He is not an argumentative judge. Even Judge Dude would have fucking thrown her out. Any judge at this point would have. I'm blown away. And here's the point. If she's in danger, there are other remedies to deal with that. This is not the avenue for that. These are not those types of hearings. This process can take years. Wow. This is from 2 days ago, Jonathan. She's so professional. I mean, God, can you imagine? I bet she closes on houses like that. Uh, I'm, I'm, I'm a little baffled. Honestly, you don't usually see this, right? Like, yes, call 911 if you're in imminent danger. If somebody isn't listening to you properly, then call again. Like, this is a very different avenue towards this. While, like I said at the beginning, guys, this is both a criminal and a civil proceeding. And so it's just a weird juxtaposition to be in. We're going to listen to that again. I want to watch the judge's face. He is so calm. Like I said, she's lucky that this is her judge. And I understand that it's frustrating when justice doesn't move fast or when you have to deal with these kinds of things. But oh my God, also look at everybody else's face on the screen too. I just realized that. And you guys, okay, the top two Zoom boxes on the top right, is that the same guy? Is that the same guy? It is Honey P. That's a Honey P, the same guy.
What I'm
So,
saying, like,
so, so we're not going to argue. Clerk, when's the next reset day?
Man, this some bullshit. Man, this is crazy. Like, oh my God, this man could have freaking killed us, and they study doing this shit. This is crazy, man. This is real crazy. Boy, look at here.
Clerk, can you tell me the next reset day?
I am verifying it right now.
Let me just remind you that you're on Zoom with the judge. Now, I understand everybody's at home and everybody's
Judge,
home.
you don't understand my frustration. This man could have killed me and my kids. What would y'all have told my fucking parents if that man killed us?
I understand.
And you talking about resetting this? I'm angry.
I
man,
understand.
look at here.
But I understand that you're in court right now, and I understand that you're upset. But
court can't understand how upset I am because this man could have killed me and my children.
Clerk, can you
and
please
the fact that you talking about reset this again? Man,
can you
come
please
on.
mute this lady? Because apparently I can. Thank you. I'm calm. I'm patient. I want to give everybody an opportunity. I just want everybody to.
In fact, and this is actually a very good parenting technique, if you can manage to control your emotions when you're dealing with a child or somebody that's upset with you. You slow your tone down, you lower your voice, and you don't rise to the next level. He is showing an absolutely impressive level of self-control in front of all of these people. He has to keep control of the courtroom, and I think he's actually doing it in a pretty smart way. Freaking out at her would only escalate this. He is doing the way that she cannot sort of fight back on in some ways. I think that some judges would, just for the sort of to make the point, but I think he recognizes that his point will actually be further made without him freaking out about it. And I would say kudos. It is very difficult when you're in a position of power and somebody comes in and slaps you in the face basically with something that's not really your fault, and you're able to just allow that person to unload on you and then respond back in a calm and compassionate manner. That's a skill that a lot of people don't have. And it is probably the right thing to do in this situation. However, we all are like, contempt.
Be respectful. But if you can't be respectful, you're not going to get anything. Please.
I ain't getting that anyway.
And there she goes.
So Judge,
we'll come back to, do we have a date?
Yeah, I'm trying to, is the computer, it won't.
Don't worry, we'll get back to
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I know it's sometime in August, but I can't.
Give her reset date shortly. Don't worry. We're going to give everybody an opportunity to be heard. Don't worry. All right, the next case I just want to address that doesn't have anybody here is London Williams, which is position 3.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Ms. Williams, I do have this matter. I just wanted to check on your application. You do have the appropriate date of birth down. Let's see, this happened back in
May.
Yep, it's in June. All right. All right, so what we're gonna do in looking at the address that it was sent to, Chester Bridge Road, apartment 5202. That looks like it's right. It has the apartment number on there. So what we're gonna do, Miss Williams, is we can do one or two things. We can either have it reset, or we can have you just be patient and wait until the end of the calendar. If we have time, we will get to your matter. But again, I cannot promise, because if it runs around to 11 o'clock, we're going to not very well get to your matter. And so I'm just trying to be realistic with folks this evening. That's all.
When you say wait to the end of the calendar, what do you mean by that?
Meaning that I'm going to first address those cases that have both parties here with all witnesses.
Yeah, I'd rather wait because I've been waiting for a minute and this person just keep on.
No worries. Hold tight. We got you down. All right. And give me 1 second. And then the next case here that's going to be, there's nobody here, is Michelle Houston. Miss Houston. Can you unmute yourself, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
I see
Your
this.
Honor, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I see this offense happened back in January of 2022.
It's so much has happened, Your Honor, but the most recent
Well,
issue,
hold on.
violation-
I'm not taking any evidence at the moment, honestly, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful with you. I'm just trying to be
Okay.
honest with you. Give me a hot second.
Okay.
All right. So what we can do is the same thing. We can put it towards the back of the calendar. I just can't promise you with the time that we'll get to it. And that's what I'm trying to explain to folks. I'm going to address folks first that have all parties here because they have a bunch of witnesses here. And we don't want those witnesses to disappear because they've been sitting for 3 hours. The same is applicable for you, but we have multiple parties. It just makes the most sense, and that's what we're going to do. So folks, you can do 1 or 2 things in those 3 cases. You can wait, but I'm just saying if you don't want to have to wait this evening and potentially not be heard, we can have it reset. Otherwise, just be patient. We may get through them a lot faster than anticipated. All right?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No worries. And then finally, despite the fact that Miss
Judge, were you able to see my message?
Yeah, I saw the 2 dates. Listen, I don't know even where Miss Hanks went, but nonetheless, Miss Hanks, we can either have you reset or you can wait. Obviously, your behavior is, I understand your frustration, but you got to understand some respect. So, but you can be patient and wait, and we'll either get you this evening or you can be reset to August, dates in August that we have here, which is going to be, excuse me, August 14th or August 21st, but we'll get around to you in that regard. So what we're going to do then first is hear position 2. And those are going to be the parties of Bruce Harris and Rhonda Harris. Are they here? Are they still in the courtroom?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, yes,
all right,
sir.
so folks, let me tell you how we're going to proceed and how we're going to deal with it. Then that'll give people a lot more understanding of what I mean by time constraints, okay? In all honesty, as I said before, everybody has to have an opportunity to produce their evidence. I give folks about 3 minutes per person to be able to give a little bit of opening after I identify specifically what the allegations are being made, okay? And then those folks have an opportunity as well to have me look at any evidence that was emailed, all right? And then after I look at that evidence from both parties, which I can sometimes be a little longer than what we expect, I'll have folks introduce any witnesses that they have, and then they'll be able to cross-examine folks. And we try to limit that to that amount of time to about 5 to 10 minutes per person or per situation. And as you can see, if you start about 4 or 5 cases, that starts eating up a lot of time. It ends up being about 30 to 45 minutes per case. All right. That's for folks to really be able to tell the court what happened. All right. So with that being said, I'm not going to waste anybody else's time. Ms. Harris, Mr. Harris, please unmute, raise your right hand. We're going to get you under oath. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, under penalty and perjury of the law.
I do.
I do.
All right. Now, what I'm going to do as well, I'm going to sequester your witnesses. And what that means is that your witnesses that you have, right? So they're not prejudiced by hearing all the little evidence that you guys are going to say or introduce. We're going to have them put in a private breakout room or go to another room where they're not hearing the hearing. So, Ms. Harris, do you have any witnesses sitting there with you?
No, sir.
Do you have any witnesses on this screen?
No.
Okay. How about you, Mr. Harris?
No, sir.
I know you said you had one witness, Ms. Harris. Where is that witness?
My niece is in the kitchen.
Okay, just keep her in the kitchen for the time being.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes.
Stay in the damn kitchen. I'm here on Bruce Harris' behalf, and I'm Jessica Brinkley.
All right, clerk, if we can just put her in a private breakout room for the time being, and Ms. Harris, we'll get you back out when we need you. All right.
Thank you.
All right, hold tight. All right, now let me read the allegations, ladies and gentlemen, regarding this matter, and then I'll allow you to present 3 minutes regarding specifically this allegation. I know y'all might have a long history, but I don't want to hear about all that, right? We want to talk about exactly what you've alleged this person has committed, the crime that they've committed against you. And so effectively, we are here on the allegation of specific battery. And this is alleged to occurred back on June 4th of 2023 in DeKalb County. And so what I'm going to have you do, Ms. Harris, is today, it is 6:43. I'm going to say around 6:44 to about 6:47. I'm going to give you an opportunity to give me background about that event. Okay, this is going to be your opening statement regarding what happened, okay, to give us a court some understanding about what all is going on. After you give your opening statement, I'm then going to give Mr. Harris an opportunity to provide an opening statement himself regarding the same facts. Let me repeat, you may have a history. I don't want to hear about what happened in 19 such and such or 2020. We're going to talk about the specific date, okay, because we can sometimes get lost in other situations. And so now it is about 6:44. Ms. Harris, the floor is yours. Let me remind you, cursing is allowed, but only for the purposes of evidence. Let's just be respectful. If y'all forgot how to be respectful, we're going to learn today. All right. So Ms. Harris, the floor is yours.
Yes, Your Honor. On about the 4th of June, I had gone to church I went home. I came home and had did my mother's laundry to take back to my parents' home. And I had my 8-year-old niece with me. My mother, who is has dementia and also multiple myeloma, which I have been taking care of her in her case since she's been diagnosed with it, along with my father, who also has MITs on both sides of his brains. Okay, so they had appointed me as far as the general power of attorney in the home. And I have been taking care of all of their business. But anyways, my mother was getting ready to go through her second round of this terminal cancer. So I had spoken to my daddy, my father, about the fact that, the house had to be cleaned due to the fact that, her immune system was going to be all the way down. And he allowed for my brother, which is Bruce Harris Jr.'s father, and Bruce Harris Jr. to come back in. So my dad and I had already had some issues pertaining some things about just past allegations and all. But anyways, this went against me, like getting them out of a deficit and everything. So I came in with the clothes. My 8-year-old granddaughter sat at the dining room table along with my niece and her mother that was also there. So Bruce Harris Jr. had been outside when I pulled in. So I brought the clothes in, I took them in my mother's room, and I came back in, And I said to my dad, I had asked him because it was the previous night that we had already had some issues. So I said to my dad, would you please stop having conversations with people, concerning me about, what his issues were. Some things I had confronted sadly to say about my past, about molestation and some other things that I felt like he didn't stand up with, for. So anyway, so this little Bruce came out of the restroom. So I said to him at the time, I was like, what are you all going to do? I said, Mom is going through going through cancer, and you all can't just be here. It's a lot going on around here. It's been a lot of violence at the home. So anyways, and I said to him also, because back in October, like you said, not to take it all the way back, he came, because of the evidence that I sent, he came to me, he called, he sent these messages through a private phone number saying all these things to me about he's going to celebrate my death.
Ms. Harris, and I
Yes,
just
sir.
want to try to, because you about ran out of time. I want to see about
Okay.
the battery. When did this
Okay.
battery occur?
Okay,
Gave
so
me
what
a
he
lot
did,
of background.
okay, so he threw what happened was that I made mention to him about the messages that he sent. And he was telling me about calling me out of my name, bitch, this, and he told me to bring my ass out the house because he beat bitches' asses. So my brother, who is not here because he's working, he got, he was trying to get in between, but Bruce was, pushing me out of the house. He got me to the door, so he went on down the sidewalk and he continued proceeding, calling me, bitches. I beat bitches' asses. I beat bitches' asses. So he got the water from somewhere. I don't know where the water. It wasn't water. It had to been a solution because there was no water out. So
Ma'am, was there a solution out? That is the oddest way to say that. Couldn't have been water. Definitely a solution. I'm now listening because this lady's making a lot of crazy statements. I'm I'm just trying to do too many things at once, but what is she talking about? Also, I wish we had Cash App or Venmo or Zelle or whatever all these weird money things you all have in the States, but we don't. We have Interac. We've had that for the longest time. And buy me a coffee if anybody is inclined. This old one still works. My PayPal is I put it in the chat before. It's ADHD and I spelled weird just to make it harder. But honestly, well, that's what I was going to remind you. Your US dollars are very much appreciated in Canada because when you send, I think it's like 25 US or 25 Canadian dollars is like 18 um 18 US or something like that. So, value for money. But honestly, guys, you don't have to worry that much about it. We got the OnlyFans starting this week, and that'll tide us over, and we'll get it going. All you perverts will pay for it.
he came back in the house after my brother put him out and threw the solution on myself and my niece. It threw it in my face.
All right. All right. All right. Thank you. All right. Let me hear from Mr. Bruce Harris. Mr. Harris, at 6:48, I'm going to give you to about 6:51 to give an opening regarding those, well, not necessarily those particular allegations, but regarding the circumstances of this event. Okay.
Okay. So yes, true enough, on June the 4th, my auntie came over. I was outside working on my motorcycle. And as I was outside, I heard a lot of commotion in the house, a lot of hollering and stuff going on. So I came in to wash my hands. And as I washed my hands, as I came out the bathroom, I came into the kitchen and fixed me a glass of water. And as I was in the kitchen fixing my glass of water, she came into the kitchen.
Hold on. If they start talking about flicking water in each other's faces and that's what this is about, I'm going to die. That's so petty. Like, is that really what we're talking about here? He came out of the bathroom and flicked water at her? Wow. Also, y'all know I'm a pervert already. My issue is gonna be like, well, I have a very extensive personal archive that I'm gonna be using for the OnlyFans. It's not like, um, it's not all gonna be live content or anything like that. A lot of it's just gonna be my own personal collection. And so, yeah. Hi, looking at legal stuff. Thank you for coming. I'm so glad you're here. We are watching this. I literally started the stream at the beginning, I think, and then we've just kept going. I'm a freak and a perv, search for Spock, and I don't care. I own it all. Hold on, let me do my little transition. Hi, looking at legal stuff. I hope you're doing well. This docket call has been insane so far. And seriously, do you guys think it's going to be a water flicking incident? Because I don't know what else it would be at this point. What was I going to say? Oh, legal stuff. Do you like the overlay? It's looking pretty good, right? Thanks for coming. And thank you so much for all your help. You and people in court too. You guys have been great helping me through my my daddy issues, my YouTube daddy issues.
And she got real belligerent with me. She was like, "Oh yeah, and you need to do this and this and that, and I'm tired of this and that, and why did you do this and that?" And I'm like, "Hold on, what are you talking about? I don't even know what are you talking about. Why are you talking to me like that?" And it went from that. So I did not throw water on her intentionally. I had a glass of water in my hand, Your Honor, and as we was talking, the water came out of my hand. I never threw water intentionally on her or at her. I had a open glass of water, and it happened before I went outside.
Okay. You have anything else?
No, sir.
All right, no worries. All right, so just hold tight. Now, Miss Harris, do you have, I saw here you emailed some evidence. Is that the case?
Yes, sir.
All right, hold tight. Let me make sure I got it. Clerk, did you email me all the evidence? There we goes.
I emailed what I saw. I did.
I got it. All right, Ms. Harris, give me 1 second.
The emails are in 17 parts because we limit them to 2
Ms.
megabytes.
Harris, specifically, what am I looking for to introduce based on the email evidence that you sent?
Now, the first of the emails starting from November the 7th is from the previous incident that led up to this part that I'm feeling, because it came from my ex-sister-in-law that he keeps talking about, and it's all about some he say, she say stuff. This is actually like a witch hunt. My family has come against me with some things, with allegations, because of the fact that I had the general power of attorney. But he's saying to me about he's going to celebrate my death, and and piss on my grave, and and all of this other stuff, which is just totally ridiculous. I'm barely around him, and the fact he lied when he said that
So, Ms. Harris, and I've just taken a look here at the evidence that you provided, which are several text messages, and I just want to say respectfully, from reviewing them, none of them seem to be reflecting anything that happened from this date of incident. And so what I don't want to do is get this particularly lumped in as evidence that is relevant for this incident. So do you have anything that supports that he, and I guess your battery that you're alleging here is that he threw water on you? You have anybody to confirm that that's what he did? Because that's what you're telling me, the court, that he did, and that's why you're seeking an arrest warrant. Is that correct?
That is correct. I do have my niece here. As I said, my brother's not here at this time. Now, I don't understand why my daughter, Jessica Brinkley, she was not there. It was.
And listen, I've read the police report, and I'll be honest with you. It doesn't say.
Just before you're honest, see, I gotta move the mic over because I have to go over here to unmute it, and actually I'm gonna make myself this full side of the screen. I just gotta work on that. But Okay, so they definitely said they were going to piss on the grave, which is a little odd because is that a threat? Because you're not saying like I'm going to kill you and then piss on your grave. You're just like when you die, I will take a trip to a cemetery. I mean, what it sounds like to me is commitment. It's a commitment as opposed to a threat. Um, this poor judge, he must have, I always think of that song from Sound of Music, like, uh, perhaps I had a wicked childhood, perhaps I had a miserable youth. Mayor, you've missed not much, but also maybe stuff. I'm not even sure. We're just, tonight we're gonna work out all of our kinks.
That you're the victim, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you weren't a victim. So what I'm asking then is that if you have any other evidence other than those text messages you provided that don't seem to be at all really related to this incident, do you have outside of the niece? Let me ask you, was your niece there?
Yes, I can pass the phone.
Okay, can you bring your niece? I'm gonna get you. How old is your niece?
Brittany, how old are you? 37.
Okay, she's not a baby niece. Let's bring.
My grandbaby was 8. She's 8.
Okay. Yeah, are we talking about the 8-year-old? Or...
Hello.
Hi, Hayden.
What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Brittany Harris Holloway.
All right, Miss Harris Holloway. I'm gonna get you under oath so you can make some statements, okay?
Okay.
All right. Raise your right hand. Swear, affirm, and tell the truth, the whole truth, and the penalty and perjury of the law.
I do.
All right. So, Miss Harris, what I'm going to do, Miss Rhonda Harris, this is the thing. Was Miss Harris gone? Did she leave?
No, she's in the house.
Can you got to be with her. She got to know what's going on. This isn't an independent conversation. It's all right.
She go.
That's okay. Folks, you understand this is why it takes time here. We got to get everything together. If we can get Miss Rhonda Harris back in so I can then, because Miss Harris, this is the thing. This is your witness. This isn't my witness. Yes. I don't know what I want her to say because I don't want her to say anything but the truth. So I need you to ask her some questions that are open-ended, meaning that what did you see? What did you know? I'm doing this because this is what people have to do to elicit testimony from people. You understand? And so
yes, sir.
Some questions that are relevant to say to prove whatever you want to prove.
Okay. Brittany, did you witness Bruce throwing water on me and you?
Yes, it wasn't in a glass, it was in a water bottle.
Right. Okay. Did Bruce throw water at us before he walked out the door or once he went out the door and came back in the house?
When he came back in the house.
Right. And how many times did Bruce Harris attempt to come back into the house?
A couple.
Okay. How did Bruce Harris leave?
I don't know how he left.
Okay, but he was gone. Okay.
He left after.
Credence and Mikey, thank you so much for being here. You're sitting in the back of what did you say, the back row? You got an FTA today because of your failure to appear for court earlier when scheduled. I'm just joking. I hope you had a good FTA means failure to appear, Sashina. Lols. In my head, I call you something else. Legal stuff. I am so glad you're making the video of it because I love your videos and the way you put them together. But I have to say, sometimes I just love watching these for the first time with everybody because this shit's shocking me. Anyways, let's keep going. I'm trying to sort out my camera and make it a little bit bigger, but thank you guys for being here. Please clock in for your shift. It actually does matter and help a lot by hitting that like button. There's not much else we can do at this point. So that's it.
Everybody try to be.
Sorry, Allie, what was your question? Can anyone pronounce the name? Third row down, second square from the left, next to Jim. Third row down, second square next to Jim. Kiviasia. Kiviasia. Kiviasia? Is Kiviasia here?
Escalate what was going on.
Okay. Did he cause Italy, the 8-year-old, did she witness this whole incident?
She did. She was the one that said she was gonna call for help.
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else?
Brittany, did you witness my father, Leroy Harris, sitting there and didn't say anything?
Yeah, he ain't say nothing.
Right. Okay.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
There are more questions?
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay. So where's Mr. Bruce Harris?
I'm right here, sir.
All right, Mr. Harris, now this is your opportunity to cross-examine the witness. Now you can ask her direct questions like, isn't it true? You did such and such, didn't you? You guys have watched, I'm sure, plenty of those shows. So please, if you can, if you want to, you can cross-examine Mrs. Harris' witness.
Excuse me, for the record, could you state your name again for me, Ms. Harris?
Not Rhonda, but the niece.
Yeah, could you state your name again for me?
My name Brittany Harris Holloway, until I changed my information to McCoy. I did get married in May.
Okay, because on this piece of paper I have, it says Brittany McCoy as far as the case incident. But as well, so did I throw water on you?
When you came back in the house, well, when you attempted to come back in the house, you had that water bottle, and that's where the water came in the house at.
So I attempted to throw water on you when I run.
I don't know who you threw the water on, but the water got.
But was my actions? Did I attempt to throw water in my actions?
You did. You did throw that water out, that water bottle.
Old Squishy Gardner, thank you for being here. I am still laughing at your hilarious comment from last week, which apparently was quite prophetic, considering how my week went after that. But seriously, I'm so glad you're here. You obviously know Mikey, one of the worst influences all of us can have. No, I'm just joking. But seriously, you guys, like I always like to say, this is sort of a hangout for court nerds because we watch court and I'm a nerd. But also, oh, and looking at legal stuff. Sorry, I was like, there's another person here. And people in court. Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm so sorry. I love all of you.
Okay. And that's it. That's all I have to ask, Your Honor, because she is lying, so I don't have any more questions.
We don't need to do all of that. We don't need to say that line. This is a show me kind of situation.
Okay.
But okay. Give me 1 second. Ms. Harris, do you have any redirect, any questions for your witness now that Mr. Harris has asked his questions?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, could you repeat that?
Do you have any other questions for your witness now that Bruce Harris has asked questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Well then, Miss McCoy Harris, you are free to go. Enjoy your evening. All right. Now, do you have any other evidence, Miss Rhonda Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to let that be your case in chief. Mr. Bruce Harris, do you have any witnesses or evidence that you'd like me to see before I let you guys give closing remarks?
Yes, sir. I have a witness. I also have evidence of a previous incident that my Aunt Rhonda and Brittany McCoy made against my father as far as the same accusations, claiming that we threw water.
I'm not so sure that did you introduce that? Did you email that to the court?
Yes, I tried before court, before you said what you said. Yes, I tried. So I don't know if my phone was acting funny. So I don't know if it came through or not.
Yeah, I didn't see anything, but you're telling me that there is an allegation that this happened to your dad, but not you.
No, I'm saying prior to this incident, my auntie filed
Thanks for your honest questions, Search for Spock. There's nothing on my OnlyFans yet, but there will be adult content on the OnlyFans. So that's all I'll say. And I won't clickbait you. Let's just say I'm worried about going too far as opposed to like not having an not posting. Anyways, yes, it'll be nude.
report against my father, making the same accusations that he did that she's saying I did.
Throwing water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, that's one thing, but do you have any witnesses?
Oh, yes, sir.
Where are they? And who are they?
My grandfather, he's in the kitchen, and my father as well.
Were any of these people there when this event occurred?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, well, go ahead, and if whoever you need, let's bring them, because we're going to try to be done with you guys here shortly. Okay, we're going to hear another matter. I can see we're coming to the end for your case.
Okay, first I'm going to call my father up.
All right, we'll get him under oath.
How you doing, sir?
How you doing, sir? Can I get you to raise your right hand for me? Let me get you under oath.
There you go.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and a penalty and perjury of the law?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Now, Mr. Harris, Bruce Harris, you get to ask your father some questions. You get to ask you some open-ended questions regarding this matter. And let's not make it long. If to avoid unnecessary delay here, ask him about this event, okay?
Okay, so Mr. Harris, on what date did Ms. Rhonda Harris and Brittany McCoy say that you threw water on them and you refused to feed Ms. Rhonda Harris?
Sir, I had got served with a warrant from with Ronnie and Brittany's name on it, stating that this was a legal document with the the number on it, where they both signed their names saying and confirmed, just like you said, they swore and took out a warrant on saying that I was the one that threw water on them. And that case got thrown out. And so after that, they came back forth and said, I wasn't at the time that this happened, but I'm just saying that they did the same thing to me. They have come down and terrorized this house. Neither one of them lives here where we're at. And they come down and they terrorize and start things, and then hoping that they can get somebody in trouble from what they start. And I'm a witness to that because they've done it several times. We have with another witness, which will be my father, and we also have her on videotape with Ronnie coming down.
Well, hold on.
Even though she's the smallest one in the family, she's the one that starts most of all the things.
I got it. Let Mr. Other Harris ask you another question.
Okay. Right. I'm sorry.
How does Rhonda Harris act when she comes around?
She is very aggressive. She tells all the men in this family that we ain't, excuse my language, she tells every Harris man that they ain't shit. And this is something that she constantly does. She comes down on the with a caravan, which might be Brittany, her children, and her son one time who came down and
Okay, I'm gonna have to assume he is not speaking of the caravan in the sense of like a gypsy caravan, which is not meant offensively at all. It's meant in the sense of like the TLC show about gypsy weddings. Also the Troyalty Podcast, another creator. Welcome and thank you so much for being here. This is ridiculous. I know Georgia has this type of hearing in place, but they're talking about throwing water at each other and that there's been multiple hearings and multiple things about that. I'm a little taken aback at the wastefulness of it. Like you'd have to assume that there would be somebody to check these out first, but yeah, this court is always great, Mikey. Okay, bye people in court. Thank you so much again. You've been great as usual. Plus you are always up late like me. Melanie, you're going to Florida? Girl, I'm making it happen too. We're gonna hang out.
called me all kind of names, gay, a faggot, and a sissy.
What about how is her treatment towards her mother and father? She says she's take care of her mother and father.
And folks, hold on. Let me just stop. We're getting into areas that are not relevant to the incident we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
So let's limit here to this incident in June, and then we'll go forward and let's see what other evidence comes out. If there's nothing else, we can move forward from this witness and I'll allow him to be cross-examined. Anything else?
That's it, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
All right, Ms. Rhonda Harris, do you have any questions for Mr. Bruce here?
Your Honor, first off,
Nope, that's not a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Cross-examination question for Bruce Harris.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Bruce Harris. The allegations were not towards you. It's undoubtedly it was.
You're not asking a question.
Not Bruce Harris. Okay. Bruce Harris. So Bruce Harris, okay, so you're saying that I'm always coming over there in an aggressive manner.
I said most of the time, yeah.
That's really not a question. That's a statement that you want him to respond to, but that's not really a question. Ask him a question about this event, and if you can't ask him a question.
Okay, Your Honor. Okay, Bruce Harris, was you there when your son threw water on me?
I was not here at the time, and that's why I was wondering why did y'all file a complaint saying, and you also swore out an affidavit saying that I'm the one who threw water on you.
All right, so
you signed a confession.
Hold on, Mr. Harris. Let's not get lost. Let's not get lost in what's going on.
Yes,
so I think respectfully, as Mr. Harris has identified, you weren't there that day, so you have no knowledge of the event, and so therefore, at least for the innocent situation of what happened, you wouldn't know what happened.
But I knew what they had done as far as filing these paperworks against. That's what I'm here to say. They have done this to other people.
And I grasp that. All right.
Yes,
so if there's nothing else, Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
Bruce, do you have any other witnesses that have any knowledge about this particular incident?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll get that last witness and then we'll go ahead and move into the closing arguments, okay?
And somebody's in the waiting room as well as one of their witnesses, so I just didn't want anybody to forget about them.
For Mr. Bruce Harris or for Miss Rhonda?
Yeah.
I think she said she was here for Miss Harris.
I think it was Rhonda.
It was one of them. I think she said Mr. Harris, but
maybe it was
the waiting room.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bruce Harris, who do you have now, and was this person there during this incident?
Yes, sir. This is my grandfather. Yes, he was here during the incident.
Okay. And what's your grandfather? Sir, what's your name?
State your name for him, bro.
Mr. Harris, can you place yourself under oath? Can I get you under oath?
Can you place yourself under oath?
Can I get you under oath? Can you raise your right hand? Oh, can you raise your right hand? Okay. You swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, under penalty and perjury of the law?
He said, do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth on the perjury of law?
Yeah.
Oh, Melanie. I can go for days too, girl. We're gonna have so much fun.
You have any questions, Mr. Bruce Harris, for your grandfather?
Yes. So on the day of the incident with me and Aunt Ronnie, did I put my hands on Aunt Ronnie?
No.
Did I throw water intentionally at Aunt Ronnie?
No.
How does Aunt Ronnie come when she comes down here to see about you?
When she come and talk, was talking mean, tell me to keep her name out of my business now.
All right.
Do you say, would you say Aunt Ronnie has a problem with all the males in the family?
Yeah.
She has a problem with all the males in the family. That's such a weird thing to say. And Mikey, yes, it will be an amazing meetup. I'm crashing it 100%, and it'll be very, very fun. I have a lot of fun ideas, including a live show. Teasing that out there.
Does Aunt Ronnie come down here and tell us that she's going to get us locked up and we're going to jail because she's tired of us?
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Harris?
No, sir.
All right, Ms. Rhonda Harris, any other questions for Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. This is addressed to Mr. Leroy Harris Senior, which is my father. Mr. Leroy, why is it okay? Mr. Leroy, did you try and stop the incident between little Bruce and I?
She said, did you try to stop the incident between Lil Bruce and I? What was you telling her when that happened?
Stop.
Jesus keep me. Mr. Harris, have you ever stopped any incident that has happened in your home concerning such actions as these?
She said, have you ever stopped any incident in your home concerning any actions of people getting into it inside your home?
Sure. The time when they beat up Jeff.
When
hold on, Mr. Bruce.
Brother Kenny Harris jumped on her daughter,
Mr. Bruce Harris, you can't testify. So this is what we're gonna do. We've got enough evidence. We're almost at 7:10. This is what I'm gonna do, folks. I can see here that we're talking about matters that are beyond this particular event now. And so now I think it's appropriate for us to go ahead and do a closing statement. I appreciate Mr. Leroy Harris's evidence, but now what I'm going to do is give you guys an opportunity to go ahead and surmise.
No, I don't want bail. We've already talked about it. There's an implicit agreement between me and the chat that if I get jailed, y'all are gonna bail me out. Knock on wood. Never mind. Let's just.
Why you either believe an arrest warrant should be issued or an arrest warrant should not be issued. Let me be clear as well as I go forward and we address these matters, because I see these type of matters all the time, that when someone is arrested, that in and of itself is not an indication that someone is guilty of a crime. And furthermore, arrests in and of themselves sometimes don't resolve the issue. But I always state that because depending upon the case, people are always disappointed about the outcome. All right, so Ms. Harris, I'm going to give you an opportunity. It is 7:08. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. You only need 2 minutes to tell me why Mr. Bruce Harris should be arrested for battery.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, Mr. Bruce Harris is a very violent young man. He has jumped on his father, on his uncle, and also my other brother, which means that's an addition of all three of his parent, as well as his uncle, as well as myself. He put his hands on me and he threw that solution in my face. And he also was telling me he beat bitches' asses. And that caused me to fear for my life. I have my mother with me now, due to the fact about all the things that happened at that home. So I think that this is not his first incident, or being in jail for such things. Or I really don't know. I don't be around my family like that. But from what happened to me, it could have been a solution. That it could have been acid or anything. I literally feared for my life because the way he came back in the house as though he had a gun, and the way he came from behind his back, he could have had a gun.
A water gun filled with any type of solution, like water.
All right, Mr. Bruce Harris, do you have a response here? You have 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I'm not violent, as she say. If you look at my record, I haven't been locked up for any family violence or any type of violent acts. I've only been incarcerated for.
See, unfortunately, sir, that defense completely falls apart just when you say what you just said there. I've only been incarcerated for it's a harder sell to make. But you can try. You can try.
By receiving and those type of things. I am a father. I have my daughter here with me. I'm a working man, and she is just an upset, traumatized woman. And she's making hardship for me. I don't have any concern. I don't care what she does. I have no dealings with her. I don't even want to see her. But she comes. At the moment, I'm at my grandmother's house. I'm in the process of moving. Like I say, I'm a working man. I'm in the process of moving. But when she comes around, whenever I am around, it's just all belligerent from her. She has a problem with me.
I understand. Is that it?
Yes, sir. That's all I have to say. I'm not violent, and I'm just trying to move forward my life. I'm in a place right now where I don't want to be, but I'm doing what I can do.
I got it. So the court is going to say this. Bear with me here, folks. Now, both Mr. Bruce Harris and Ms. Rhonda Harris, what's most concerning for the court particularly is this. You indicate that this incident happened on the, believe, June 4th. I do see a police report that indicates that there was an incident that happened on June 23rd. The police report, in all honesty, folks, says nothing about any throwing of water. There seems to be no allegation of any crime committed when even the police report was filed in this matter. But what's most concerning to the court is that though we've had witnesses that both seem to be present, grandfather says there was no water thrown. The cousin says there was water thrown. And what we now have is a he said, she said family dispute about water being thrown. You said it's a solution. I have no evidence to indicate otherwise. And then your witness says that it was water that was thrown. But then the father says that there was no water actually even thrown at all. And so what does the court have? The same thing that probably the officers had when they arrived. You saying one thing and another person saying another thing. And let me tell you, that does not rise to the level of probable cause to have someone incarcerated, whether it be for several hours or longer. And so as a result, folks, I understand that there are disputes here that go beyond what we are dealing with today. But because we have contradictory evidence by folks who allege to be there between family members, which oftentimes can get really, really sticky, the court is not finding any probable cause for this particular allegation, and the matter will be dismissed and move forward. So what I would tell you guys this evening is that you guys may be able to log off and move on, and I pray everything is well. And if not, try to stay.
You got the big D, our first big D, even though it's not from Big D, bond court, Big D, but that is our first dismissal. Melanie, I have a court crawl planned out for a few different courts that I literally want to go to because I'm a freaking nerd.
But that is going to be the order of the court, and I'm going to move on to the next matter in a respect for time. All right, you guys may leave. Thank you for your time. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the next matter. Thank you, Harris. Is the parties that were here. And again, I'm trying to get through as many matters as possible so that we can get to as many cases as possible, if possible. Bear with me.
Anything's possible if you can dream, Judge.
All right, that next case that we're going to hear is Beverly Lewis and Tasha Sparrow. Are those parties here, or are they in talking?
Charles Waller for the plaintiff.
I'm here.
All right.
I'm here, Your Honor, Tasha Sproul, and so is my witness, Kylan Johnson.
All right, Attorney Wardlaw, I don't see you. There we go. There goes your camera. All right, so Ms. Sparrow, I understand you don't have counsel. I understand Attorney Wardlaw is an attorney. So just be cognizant that the defendant is entitled to have a counsel, and this is still going to have to be dealt with you pursuing your case with the counsel on the, or an attorney rather, on the other side. With that being said, folks, I'm going to have all the witnesses sequestered. So can you tell me who your witness is, Ms. Sparrow?
Yes, my 13-year-old son, Kylan Johnson.
Okay, and is he on a separate screen? Oh.
Fuck off. Did that kid change? Guys, oh, that's too big. Did that remember we talked about this? They were the same person and it was not a kid before. Is it a kid again? Or has it, oh, for fuck's sakes, I just move everything constantly. Seriously, is that a kid? He was not 13. Where the fuck is Larry? God damn it. So, shit. Holy fuck. Well, I'm just gonna have to, I guess, do this for right now. Because they were both on both cameras, but he didn't look 13 before. Now he looks childish, but he didn't look childish before. I usually will be like, oh, why is there a kid in court? He didn't look, whatever, regardless. Unfortunately, buddy, your mom's too caught up in whatever beef she's got going on right now to realize that it's not really ideal to have you in court. So I will go ahead and make that call.
Okay, I see he's on a separate
he is.
team. Mr. Johnson, we're going to put you in a breakout room temporarily until it is time for you to be brought in for questioning, okay? So just hold tight and we'll put you back in. You don't worry. We're not dismissing you. We're just going to move you to another room or another screen for temporarily. And how about you, Attorney Wardlaw? What witnesses do you have?
Your Honor, that's going to be David Rowland, I believe.
Okay. Mr. Rowland, are you here on the screen?
Yes.
All right. Oh, that in the same room with Beverly Lewis. Okay.
Yeah, he'll have to leave the room.
All right, sir. If you can just leave the room, find another comfortable place in the home, and then we may yell out for you when it is time for an opportunity for you to be sworn in and had evidence taken. And so, folks, this is what we're going to do. As you've probably witnessed, if you were paying at all attention, I try to do this and give folks a relatively equal amount of time to speak because I understand the importance of being heard. And so what I would first then do is get everybody under oath that intends to testify. And then we will proceed with allowing Ms. Sparrow to go ahead and give an opening after I tell folks what we're specifically here for.
Judge.
Yes.
Just before you go forward, there's another screen with, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, Miss Sproul. There's another screen with your name on it. They're not connected to audio, so I just didn't know if that was someone else that I needed
No,
to
it's my screen because my internet is really sketchy. So
okay.
I was afraid that one of them would go out.
Absolutely a really good idea. If you're thinking that your internet is lagging, connect more devices for sure. That is going to absolutely help make that work. Jonathan, you made me search. First of all, I was like, fuck, is there another kid in there? I missed it. Man, I'm 5 days and I'm rusty. And now that is beautiful. Helen D. Child. Also, I feel like Miss Child, oh, actually, I remember. Oh my God. Oh, are we gonna have a long, long night and we're just gonna watch this whole fucking docket? Probably. But I remember what she's here for because she's at the very end of the docket. It's petty as fuck too.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure because it's not connected to audio or anything. I just wanted to make sure I didn't need to, move it around before you guys get started. Okay.
All right. Let's see here, folks.
You gotta get those watch hours up. Actually, which is something I've never worried about before, and yet people used to always ask if I do long streams because I need to get my watch hours up. No, that's not what I need to do. Mayor, I'm sorry about that. I crash everything. YouTube Daddy told me that's why they had to get rid of me too, because I'm crashing computers everywhere.
All right, Miss, and tell me how to pronounce your name, ma'am, because I'm.
Tasha is fine.
You don't just tell me your last name.
Listen, between my mom and dad, it's either Tasha or Taisha, so I answer by Tasha.
Okay, well, I tried to give you your last name, but you don't want to give it to me, so it's going to be Tasha for now.
Sproul.
Sproul?
Yes.
Sproul. All right, Miss Sproul. So, Miss Sproul, you are here dealing with the allegation that of harassing phone calls, repeated calls, the alleged offense date is for March 29th, 2023.
Your Honor, it's not just for harassing calls, it's for death threats as well and
Okay.
threats of violence.
And some of those may be felonies, and if those are felonies, those wouldn't be applicable here. What we have here this evening are harassing phone calls. You have to remember that if there are allegations of a felony, we cannot hear those this evening. All right?
Okay.
All right, so that is the allegation specifically that is being made. I am happy to hear a little bit of background evidence, but as you probably witnessed earlier, we can get really deep if we go too deep about background. We hear about the allegations that are being made. So with that, let me get you under oath as well as Ms. Lewis under oath.
Jonathan, could you timestamp me that, please? And just title it Too Deep, So Deep, please.
Witnessed earlier, we can get really deep if we go too deep about background. We hear about the allegations that are being made. So with that, let me get you under oath as well as Ms. Lewis under oath. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, under penalty and perjury of the law?
I do.
Ms.
I
Brown?
do.
All right, excellent. All right, Ms. Brown, the floor is yours. You'll have until about 7:21 to tell us about what's going on from this incident.
Okay, so just a quick background.
Okay, just before she starts, I have a real question. The witness just raised her other hand. She raised her left hand. And I get it. Like, it's not a big deal, but is it a big deal? Why do they want you to raise the right hand if it's not a big deal if you raise the left hand?
I met an individual, David Rollins, in January.
Hold on. Mayor, I told people not to use UPS to ship to my P.O. box because I knew it would do that. And somebody sent me something that the Customs and Border Patrol said is a problem.
We quickly became really close, really fast. Spent a lot of.
Oh, also, just before we continue, Melanie, you said maybe she lost her right hand. First of all, she didn't. But second of all, on KCC 1.0, there is a case where I covered a gentleman who had a stump. He had a removal. He did not have a hand, and his stump was tattooed very like a spider web, I think. Anyways, the judge didn't notice. I noticed before the judge asked him to raise his hand to swear him in, and I was like, what's she gonna say? Is she gonna ask him to do it? And then she did. And he just was like proud and quick, like stump in the air. And yeah. She seemed to just roll with it. She didn't say like, no. So I don't know what what happens with that. So
time together. He told me that he was single, but that he was still involved with his daughter's mom. But it wasn't a monogamous situation. It was not a monogamous situation.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck? It wasn't me. Hold on. I have to get the other one. It wasn't a monogamous situation. Is that what she just said? Hold on. Let's just let this audio play while I get the video.
Single, but that he was still involved with his daughter's mom. But it wasn't a monogamous situation. It was not a monogamous situation, basically on the strength of his daughter, and that he would not be even hanging around her if it wasn't for his daughter. So we proceeded.
So they proceeded, and then to point out how disorganized KCC 2.0 is because she did not have the next part ready to go. But that's okay because y'all are patient and we'll find it. I don't know, Melanie, what did you say? What happens for real if a person has no arm but only a left hand? No, so I personally think that there's like this understanding that the oath is symbolic and something that can be different for each person. I always think it's odd when somebody asks you to take an oath. A few jobs I've had, they've asked me to take oaths. But like one of the government jobs they had, they asked me to swear an oath to the government. And I was like, you what? They're like, yeah, you have to swear an oath to the government. And I was like, well, I already work here. What does the oath say? And I read it over and I was like, not sure if I actually do want to swear to this oath. I did, but then I quit that job, so I just couldn't keep my oath, honestly. I was just like, I can't live in this kind of lie anymore. Yeah, they said something like you must put the government and all government interests first ahead of your own. I was like, what? No. And Melanie, I did not sell my soul. Listen, I have more respect for um people that sell any parts of their body, soul of their shoe, soles of their feet, or their soul or their beaver, whatever. But that's hard hustle. Government work is not a hard hustle. Fucking fight me on that, bro. I'm right. F in the chat for oaths. Thank you, MB. F in the chat for oaths. Also, F in the chat will never die in this room. And again, I just always think it's hilarious. The trouble. It is important to tell the truth. And that's why in court, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask somebody to swear an oath to tell the truth. When you're working at a job, to swear an oath of like loyalty was very like feudal or like, I don't know, serfs. I was like, I'm no fucking peasant. No. I didn't have to swear the oath when I worked as a temp, but when they wanted me hired as a permanent employee, then I had to swear the oath. I crossed my fingers. I did. I actually did. Sashina, I think maybe I missed something in the chat. You've said your niece was asked at 5 years old if she would be a bone marrow donor for her brother. She was a perfect match and she did it. The only way he's still alive today. At 5 years old, I doubt she was actually able to give any sort of informed consent. So in reality, like her parents did that, but it's still very sweet. And I'm sure it's super great. Not at all like they just had her for parts. Where is this fucking thing? Sorry, guys. I am doing a poor job of bringing this up. That reminds me though of a funny insufficient permissions for fucking what? Who's giving anybody permission? YouTube Daddy and I talked about this already. Reminds me though, Sashina, of a funny story about this guy who was talking about his family in Ireland who had his brother or something needed a kidney, and so he was sent over to the Mayo Clinic to do a bunch of testing for that. And the doctors were asking him what he would feel if his brother rejected the kidney, and he said it was very funny. He was like, "I'd be fucking furious. Take it back from him."
And then after I get the calendar, I'm going to identify who is here. And then I'm going to go ahead and identify.
Okay, so this is the full document. But so we have to skip like however long that last video was. Let me just look. So you guys can just learn how we live. Well, how long have we been going to? Melanie, you worry about me not being able to go all night? I can go for a week. Yeah, we finished Tasha. Or no, are we just starting with Tasha? Yeah, he was asking for her name, right? And she wouldn't tell him her last name because she wasn't listening. Okay. Hi, funny name. It's great time for you to come in and for us to just give us a moment and us to just talk. Yeah, sorry, I'm reading the comments now. Elvis, what did you say? Gave the guys in the truck do this? Oh, I need guys in the truck. I know. I wish I had guys in the truck. I don't. I have me. Um, is it me breaking up, Allie, or is it the video? Well, there's no video playing, so is it just me?
Seeking a warrant, alleging harassment and intimidation. However, this court should strongly scrutinize the motives behind her petition before granting such a serious request. This is not truly a matter of harassment or intimidation, but rather a strategic attempt to prevent a personal secret from being unveiled and to improperly make use of this state's judicial process. The petitioner was entangled in an extramarital affair with Mrs. Lewis' lover and is not here today because she fears for her safety, as she claims, or that she ever did. Instead, she hopes to use this warrant to insulate herself from the potential repercussions of her actions, repercussions which lie not within the jurisdiction of this courtroom, but within her own marriage. Further, she seeks to use the judicial process to exact revenge, since she has apparently lost their lovers' quarrel, and the object of these two women's affection chooses to remain with Mrs. Lewis. Evidence which will be presented to this court will demonstrate that the communication between Miss Lewis.
You guys, we obviously missed something, but I'm afraid to move around because it'll get fucked up. But it's so juicy. I love this court so much. And I'm so thankful that other content creators are properly going to compile these cases for y'all to watch again later, not in this format. Did he just say there was a lover's quarrel that she lost and that's why they're here? Oh, gosh. I'm going to go get a drink while we continue to listen to this. You guys can do that too. And yeah, lover's quarrel. I love it. And she's not here because of that. Like, didn't show up, but hired a lawyer? Shit.
And the petitioner were not filled with threats or intimidation, but just a justified expression of the emotional turmoil that often results in these kind of situations. Secondly, the communication was back and forth until petitioner decided to stop it via text. And third, that after her threat to make use of the judicial process was made to my client, no substantial communication took place after that date. Additionally, we have the firsthand account of Mr. Rowlands, the lover they were quarreling over, and he's ready to testify that there was no instigation or encouragement from Ms. Lewis to harass or intimidate the petitioner. Your Honor, we respect and understand the significance of this court's authority to grant warrants when necessary. However, we urge you to consider the underlying motives and the evidence at hand This court should not be used as a shield for those attempting to hide personal indiscretions. In this case, a warrant would not serve justice, but would rather contribute to an attempt to distort it. In conclusion, we request this honorable court to consider the merits of the case, the true nature of the allegations, and the actual motivations of the petitioner before granting this warrant application. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, folks. So, Ms. Sparrow,
Yes.
I understand I saw some of your email evidence. Or do you want to start with that, or do you want to start with your witness? Now, mind you, I'm going to share this evidence.
Oh, please do.
Okay.
Do I want to start with, I didn't hear what you said. Do I want to start
Would
with?
you like to start with your witness, which I believe is the young man, or would you like to start with it is getting late? Or would you like to start?
Okay, I want to continue with the email evidence and then I'll bring my son in.
Okay. Hold tight.
Yeah.
Tight. I managed to find it. Let me just make sure I've got it. Now your timeline may not be introduced because this is really an out of court situation. I mean, it's not really. Get your text messages popped up. Hold tight.
Okay.
And counsel, I didn't see any evidence from you yet. I just wanted to make sure to see if you sent any.
Yes, Your Honor. I sent some maybe about 30 minutes ago, Your Honor.
All right. All right, clerk, if you can. I haven't seen it. All right. Sharing my screen. Now I'm going
to fucking wait, Judge. Just give me a goddamn minute. Larry didn't show up for work because, I mean, he fired me last week and then I had to fire him. Okay. We have this for right now. Also, I just want to show you guys, if you look really close at this logo that I made and drastically transformed, you'll notice Big D. I know, OSG, it really was. I have a bad habit of watching court for too long. But I love it, so I never stop. Judge Tabernacle. Judge Tabernacle is pretty good. I had to fire Larry IFN. I mean, YouTube Daddy fired me and took all my money, so I gotta fire Larry and go to OnlyFans. I mean, sometimes we gotta do what we gotta do. Hi, Harmony.
I'm going to scroll up here.
Also, don't worry too much about Larry. He's in Canada, and our strong social programs he'll be fine.
Because I don't want to. So, Miss Sparrow, we got a lot of text messages. Let me tell you something, folks. I've done a lot of these hearings where I have a third party plural type situation. Oh!
Whoa, hold on. I'm covering this up, but
part.
That just said, bitch, stinky, pussy, ass. Look at that. Look at that. You guys, I'm laughing so hard. I love these when people fucking put the fucking stupid text messages. Look they have them in their phone as bitch, first of all. Oh, Melanie, fresh sea bass on rice pilaf and a fresh veggie salad. That sounds delicious and healthy. I believe my lunch could be summed up as Ritalin.
Party is there may not be any third party, but what I want to just be clear about, I do see always a lot of back and forth text messages. I don't want to get lost in the sauce on these matters. So what I mean is, tell me what text message that may very well really be relevant to this incident.
Okay, so Your Honor, let me point out there are no back and forth text messages. There are all aggressions from her. The only response that you will see from me is a mistaken auto response.
Whoa, hold on. We got to back this up. You know what, Larry? I apologize, Larry. It is a hard job. And I think probably I underestimated how much work you put into it. And I apologize. Like, I think I'm willing to know that I was wrong a little bit. So, however, I want to see what this says. At this point, I just don't
Only
fucking this.
there are all aggressions from her. The only response that you will see from me is a mistaken. The only response that you will see from me is a.
There we go. First of all, why is bitch highlighted? It's highlighted because they did a search on their phone for all bitch, but that wouldn't make sense because the bitch above should also then be highlighted. Or they've done an absolutely horrible job at editing it. Or it's just odd. That's weird. Hi, Lisa. No problem, friend. I'm hoping you're doing well, and we are here in a little new place, but we're here. Larry is the never, like the fun beaver in all his costumes? I don't know what that means.
A mistaken.
Oh my god, I forgot to read it. Feel sick, bitch. You got played. Oh, and I'm probably pregnant after this trip. Laughing emoji.
Auto response that I hit where it says, please text me. I hit that by
Here we go again. Well, let's see if it gets better, if I can read full of these.
mistake going through her text. That's just an auto response. But everything is from her. She contacted me on WhatsApp. She contacted me from a fake number, and she contacted me from her own phone number. You will see no responses from me because there was no back and forth. I have no malice towards this woman. I just wanted her to leave me
Well, hold
alone.
on, Miss Sparrow. So hold on. Tell me what I'm looking at. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Okay, so
Judge, that is a picture of a phone, no, of a smartwatch. And I'm absolutely positive you could definitely not have retrieved those photos in a more handy way to present them as evidence other than taking pictures of them and then emailing them, it appears, into a PDF format.
I'm not sure what you're looking at. That's not from me.
Yes, Your Honor, that's our evidence.
Oh, that's your evidence. Okay.
Yeah.
Miss Sparrow, it's concerning. I only see a timeline from you. Do you have any other?
Yeah, the timeline is the text messages. It breaks down, the timeline breaks down every message that I got from her, whether it was from WhatsApp, whether it was from her phone. It also the information that I text to him. It has everything. It's all the harassment.
Just hold on. I understand, but the way you have it here, just trying.
If you go to the top, I can go from it. It's broken down from the beginning to the end.
Let me see here. We'll try to introduce this. This is the magistrate court. I'll let you at least have this introduced. Counsel, I know you haven't seen this evidence before, but nonetheless, this is what we have here. All right. I'm going to scroll to the top, ma'am.
Yeah, that's it.
So.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mic has been on the whole time, which means it's probably been backwards. This actually strikes me as somebody that works in a government office, something they might do while at work. create a very elaborate timeline about something in their personal life, utilizing their work computer and work time and skills. That tracks.
So are these the messages that you're indicating?
Oh, now we good. Now we got some juicy stuff. Okay, here we go. Okay, so Dave's baby mom, Beva, and Dave's ba. So the first one, March 9th, 10:01 a.m. So this one's at 9:25 a.m. So we'll go with that one first. So you want Dave feed you and fuck you? That's not happening. This man have a whole family with a 4-year-old child. Girl, please don't entertain him and his bullshit and lies before this gets out of control. Woman to woman, thank you. Oh, that's cute. Okay, and then the next one says, oh no, it's the same one. She spelled WhatsApp wrong.
That were sent to you.
Yes. So that's the initial, that's her first contact. So you want Dave to feed you and F you. And then that's me screenshotting it to him, asking him, the one in green next to it is the one me screenshotting it to him, I believe, asking him, what is this about? You told me that she's just your baby mom and you would not be with her otherwise. Why she contacted me?
She's just your baby mom. It's not like you stuck your dick in her to make a baby. Oh, you did that. Right.
That's on 3/9 where I sent it to her. Where I sent it to him saying, what is this about?
Okay, so she sent it to. Well, I don't know who this is from, but I think it's between the baby mama and the guy because it says, handle your shit, bro. I think she saw when the phone rang and took your number. Yeah, will do. How the fuck she see my text, though? I'm annoyed, baby mama says. Me too, he says. How did she see my texts, he says. Not. Oh, God. Ladies, let me talk to you for a second, okay? You can have babies with whoever you want. You're allowed to do that. But you don't have to be with somebody. If they don't like you or are not into it, then just say bye-bye. Do not worry. Why are you fucking texting his other lady and all that shit? No, that's a hassle. Lisa, it's hard to explain. Who is Whiskey? Again, I'm hoping that it's Whiskey Dick. That's who it is in the phone.
If you can further scroll and you can see his response, he's like, oh, get the F out of here. I think she snuck my phone.
Okay.
All right. On 5/28, that's my information.
Paragraph C, 5/28/23, late evening. Dave and I pulled out of his driveway in his vehicle. I saw a car parked in front of his house with lights on, but didn't pay it too much attention. Dave saw the car and started driving really fast. His phone kept ringing and the name Beverly kept coming up on his dashboard screen. That means he has a pretty nice car. He kept hanging up and she kept calling back nonstop. I realized then that it was Beverly, his child's mother. Oh, who was in the car in front of his house. He later admitted it was her and that she was very angry that I was with him at his house.
All right. On
While Dave was, oh, sorry, paragraph D, June 8th, 2023 to June 13th, 2023. Dave went to California. While Dave was in Cali, because, you know, these are for court. So once we've got California's just laid out. When Dave was in Cali, we talked and texted each other. I was unaware he was with Beverly and she was monitoring the exchanges between him and I. Whoa, things escalate quickly here. Paragraph E. You guys, what was that fucking hearing where the guy said E and then he said, he was trying to say what letter like E was, but he said a different word, a different letter altogether. Somebody will remember. 6/13/23. Death threats and physical violence. Phone call from Beverly. Beverly calls me. As soon as I answered hello, she yelled, "Stay the fuck out of my life." I asked, "Who is this? What's the problem?" She said, "This is Beverly. You don't know Beverly?" I said, "I don't know any Beverly." She said, "You know Dave?" I said, "Yes." She said, "I'm his wife."
5/28.
Hold on. "I'm his wife." I said, "Dave's not married." She said, "Well, I'm his woman." First of all, don't back down from that shit. If you're gonna lead with you're his wife, fucking own that you're his wife, okay? Don't be like, "Well, I'm his woman." Be like, "I'm his motherfucking wife." First mistake. Secondly, Beverly's just whatever. Okay. "Well, I'm his woman." See, she's already gone back. The negotiation power is gone here. She asked if I was the one she saw that Sunday at his house. I didn't answer. She went off on a tangent about different things and even which is the same thing. Somebody going on a tangent is different things. And even stated that he that he gave her gonorrhea, syphilis and gonorrhea. Ladies, listen to me right now. First of all, practice safe sex, get tested regularly for all types of those things and use protection. And most importantly, use common sense when you're having sex with people. But actually, syphilis is making a resurgence in North America and is treatable. So you should actually ask for that test if you're getting a regular STI screening because they don't always include it. Regardless, syphilis and gonorrhea. Now, wouldn't that mean that she has syphilis and gonorrhea as well? Just de facto, like automatic? I said to her, "If Dave is truly your man, why aren't you taking this up with him? Why are you with him?" Then we have a line here that's highlighted in a very solid red. It's just not ideal for like highlighting, but I understand probably why she did it.
These
That's
aren't,
my information.
these aren't specific text pictures.
So she said, "Why are you with him?" She immediately started threatening me, stating that she was gonna what? Share the same strain of gonorrhea as me? Like what?
Pictures, so you could have typed anything respectfully. So I'm not gonna focus on what you've typed. Okay.
Okay.
We are, Judge. So she immediately started threatening me, stating that she was gonna throw acid on me. Also, look, see, there's a yellow highlight under there. She started with the yellow, but she was like, "No, this is fucking red. I gotta put red alert on this." Throw acid on me. Okay. And actually, can somebody please make a side note to and like an alarm to ask me in like 25 minutes about a precedent-setting case in Canada regarding disease transmission, just as a separate note. Okay, so she later stated that if I didn't stop seeing him, she was going to kill me. I said, well, I'm not going to stop seeing him. I love syphilis. So I guess you're going to kill me. I told her, do not call me again. Just kill me. And hung up. Okay. Oh, Beverly called again, even though I told her not to contact me further.
But I did.
Dave's baby mom, Beverly. No. Sorry, you guys. Her phone number's up.
Show screenshots of evidence that she actually did call me. So that's just stating what was said during the call.
And you believe that's her
You
number?
can see Dave's baby mom, Beverly. You can see the initial one. If you go back up,
We're not going back up, my dear, but we are going to be reading these ones. I really did want to get a drink a moment ago, and now I'm in the middle of the tea spilling right now. Cachette is here. I'm so glad you made it, friend. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go from Beverly. Yes. Oh, what kind of voice do you think Beverly has? I have to decide how to channel Beverly here, and I'm... I love Beverly. She started out strong with being his wife. She's not his wife, so we know she's a liar to start with. That's what we know about Beverly thus far. I hit play as if I'm gonna just automatically play. No, you have to read it, Kitch. You have to fucking read it. Okay. Paragraph G, 6/13/23. When I wouldn't answer her call, Beverly began sending text messages with threats of physical violence, even though I told her not to contact me further. You are a bitch. He fucked the hell out of me in LA, you stupid bitch. You have to sneak around to see him. If I catch you, you will regret it. Go ahead. Try call him. I'm standing right here. He will...
you can see where she called me. And I talked to her for like 2 minutes and then told her to stop calling me. And then she called.
See what happens when I click everything. Why can't they just send me the evidence? This is a great time to remind everybody that this is a new channel and I appreciate all of your support in being here. I am absolutely professional at this and there's no reason that me clicking that would have caused a problem there or whatever. Seriously, actually, I did cause a problem somehow. Let's go ahead and name our strain. Over here. Oh, Beverly. Oh, another thing. Ladies. And men, but ladies mostly. If you are in a, I guess, boss battle with another woman to be the number one bitch or the number one, you either have to win that and then have a talk with your man about you being number one, you just won, and that he doesn't get to go and find another one, or don't go after her. That's not very helpful to the situation. Oh, he fucks me all the time. It's like, bitch, do you think he don't play around on you? It's cute. Also, Larry does need a goddamn job. And this dress, I'm so happy I found it. Love it so much.
me back again, and I did not pick up that call.
Mm-hmm.
When I went and answered her call, she began sending me.
Okay. We finish. Go ahead, try and call him. I'm standing right here. And he he never answer your stupid ass. You are a big old slut who don't have a man of her own. Anytime you put foot back in his house, I will fuck you up. Who the hell sneaks in a man's house that has a woman? Very bad people. I don't know who would do that. Girl, you desperate with your stink pussy ass. Oh, and oh my god, I just my window's open. The window's open. I'm yelling quite loudly right now. My neighbors are like, I think, enjoying the dramatic reading as well. Okay, I gotta finish. I'm owning it. We're just gonna finish it good. Oh, and last thing, I'm not leaving Dave. Under no circumstances. He loves me. And I love him. And his gonorrhea and his syphilis. So if you playing the waiting game, you'll be waiting a long time, creeping around, playing third fiddle. Girl, how many fiddles does this guy have? And why do you think he's so good? Just imagine let's see, I can't see what it says because of the fucking closed captioning.
Me text messages with.
You will be waiting a long time, creeping around, playing third fiddle. Just imagine we were in LA, he fucking me and eating tacos. I don't know what it says, but that works for whatever it says. Let's be real.
With threats of physical violence, even though I asked her not to contact me further. You could see her saying things, you're gonna regret it if I catch you, I'm gonna fuck you up.
She also said he was eating my pussy every night and we having a ball. And you will tell me that you are seeing him? What a disgust for me, for a woman. American black women are so dumb and weak. First of all, quotes. I'm reading. Let's see. Again, my neighbors. I gotta close this window. They're so dumb and weak. Let's see how long you can be a part-time slut for. Just don't let me catch you creeping. Which is an invitation. You just invited her. So don't get upset when she part-time sluts around your house, lady.
And, other expletives about her vagina and things like that that just makes no sense. Then she starts sending me pictures of her and him on vacation in California. She also harassed me through WhatsApp, which she deleted. You can see in the evidence that she I guess got wise.
You're breaking up, ma'am. I can't hear you now.
To what she was doing and started deleting her messaging. Okay. You will note that you see no response from me. It's all aggression. From her. You see no so there's no back and forth, Here you see where I asked him, I thought you handled your baby mom. She called me and she's threatening me to throw acid on me and things like that. And these are communications between he and I. She saw these communications and the verbiage that she used from these communications, you can see in the evidence where she's saying, bitch, he's not going to get you lipo and all this stuff is directly based on some demands that I asked.
Oh, so I fixed the mic. Sorry, I was distracted. We'll go back a minute. I can't read these. I don't know why they're so blurry on my screen. Can I change the settings? Yeah, I can. This is gonna fuck it up. Watch me do this. Watch me do this while it fucks, and it's gonna fuck it up in a moment, guys. Did they just say lipo? This is crazy. See, told ya. Sashina, I know why you hang out here though, because I mean, for character building, like we got crazy characters more than you could imagine around here. Okay, well, we actually have to give them a minute because I actually like upped the fucking. I literally said it's gonna fuck up. Don't do that, and then I pressed the button. No problem, Mayor. I hope that you have a safe drive home. Yeah, I can hear my neighbors, and they're laughing. There we go.
Of him, he had asked me to wait until
Okay, I can read them. It's really small, but give me a moment here. There are no wrenches, Cachette. You are correct. There's not a single wrench, and that is because we will be having a mod Olympiad coming up where we will be determining true champions. True champions. But honestly, I'm just not set yet to do much. But again, I'd like to point out for anybody who thinks they want to compete in our Mod Olympics, we are a lawless community, Cachette, and especially here in this chat, I don't expect normal modding behavior. There's no timing out around here, but I think we like a troll diss contest. Yes, that is a 100p happening. Yeah, Sashina, I think we could probably do it before the last week in August for sure. Beverly, you don't need a computer. You know, you guys, you can also compete in we're gonna have, I'm just gonna call it the Special Olympics as well. So we're gonna have, the Mod Olympics, but then for everybody else that just wants to hang out and do a little fun competing, we'll have some fun little typing tests and Larry Beaver pop-ups and all these fun things. I'm full of nothing but ridiculous ideas. So let me just finish reading this so that I can go get a drink, you guys. I'm seriously very thirsty. So this is from her. Hey Dave, I put some serious thought into your request for me to be easy, quote, and give you some time. For me, that's a huge ask at this point. However, I'm not wanting this relationship to end right now. Remember, you said you're my man. So my man, I have some requests myself in exchange for my concessions. Let me know when you're ready to view and respond to them. This lady's in management. She is in management at a government agency or some other like public agency, I'm gonna guess. He responds with, I'll call you back, and then she takes that opportunity to write out her response. My demand, what does that say? Oh my god, you guys, she fucking called them Dave Mans. Dave Mans, because his name is Dave. Oh wow, that's actually excellent. Okay, first of all, Taisha, sweetie, you have a lot going for you. You don't need Dave Mans, okay? Why are you doing this to yourself? Why you love Dave so much? What has Dave got? Hey? Nothing worthy of having Dave Mans, okay? I'm serious. I was like, she spelt it wrong because I'm a stickler for spelling, you know me. And I was going to call her out on that, but I was like, no, she did not spell that wrong. That was an intentional word play, correctly used. Again, this is passive aggressive business language. Like, I know how to talk. This is an absolute, like, I've dealt with managers and people like this 1,000 times over. This is, yeah, it's pretty good. My Dave Mans, but she did not quote the Dave Mans. She's just titled it Dave Mans. Number 1, vacation with or without you, booked within 3 to 5 days. It needs to include my kids. Oh, bitch, what kind of thing are you offering Dave? Other than a headache at this point. I'm being serious. Like, your Dave Mans probably needed to come before he fucking plowed you. Number 2, liposurgery, booked and paid in full. Remember that. She's personally believing that her body needs improvement to the point where she is going to, have you seen what liposurgery is? It is fucking aggressive how they do that. She wants that done. And she's not only saying, yes, I need that done, but she's saying, I am so good already that this is something you need to pay for. That's insane. That's a, wow. Okay. Okay. And let's see here. My concessions. Listen, if the man had that kind of money, if he had enough money or more, these two women would never have met. Each one of them would be on the opposite sides of the country, quite happy in their Dave time. Okay. And they'd be quite happy to not see Dave all the time. But, I'm guessing that Dave can only afford maybe one. Let's see here. So her concessions will be 1, no pressure about coming over. Bitch, you just asked for $15,000 to $20,000 worth of products. At least. Okay? You think the most annoying part about you right now is that you want him to come over so much? And again, that's not a red flag for you that your relationship is maybe not great. That you're going to be like, okay, well, I will not talk to you anymore because I know you hate me. And 2, no further discussions about baby mom. Okay, and then the last one is just a repeat of the other messages. This is fucking hilarious. Dave Mans is another thing that will continue on here forever in perpetuity. I'm just so I love court so much. You can't get this on television, right? Like, you might be able to find a group of writers who are able to come up with these types of storylines or whatever, but no, I don't think you could. Not regularly.
He calmed her down. And I said, well, if you want me to wait around for you, you're going to have to do some things for me. Calmed her down. And I said, well, if you want me to wait.
Paragraph L. Again, she lettered her paragraphs. That says something about somebody. That's a choice. That is a very weird, specific choice. But she didn't space anything out properly, which is fucked in my mind. Like, you're gonna use letter fucking paragraph breakdowns, but you fucking don't know how to properly, like, space your grammar. Okay. They think I'm riding on somebody. Well, I am, I guess, but my neighbors are like, okay. Beverly called a number listed as Zoe Campbell. Fucking Zoe. With a Y, which is a whole nother ball game. If there's a Zoes are all different, but a Zoe with a Y is a very different ball game. My son answers and she begins threatening him, stating that she will throw acid on him. She continues yelling and screaming threats and insults. I take the phone and ask her, does she realize she's talking to a 13-year-old child that I just told to answer my phone? She continues yelling insults, cursing, and screaming. I exchange some insults. What a very banal way of saying that you were rude to somebody. I exchange some insults and tell her to stop contacting me yet again. I hang up the phone. That whole sentence didn't need to exist as well.
Around for you, you're gonna have to do some things for me. One, the
Shane, welcome. This is such a worthy episode 1 for KCC 2.0. I'm hoping that everybody is having a great time. I am. And that's really all that matters in the end. But I do love you guys, so I do care if you're having a good time. I'm loving the chat too. I'm laughing at it. She has her affidavit of Dave Mans. Oh, that's really good. Oh my God. You guys. Seriously, like, this is so petty. We can't see the judge's face, but I have to imagine at this point, he already looked through this. And you have to remember, actually, no, we will be in my kitchen, Lisa, but we'll talk about that later. But, I've probably extended this video a lot longer just by doing my readings and stuff like that. So he tried to get her to gloss over this. He said, I don't want to read this. And in fact, in court and in court proceedings, lawyers know this very well. You can't present evidence that has addendums or what do they call it when there's highlighting marks on it? Regardless, somebody will know and they'll say it. But basically, one lawyer is not allowed to give the evidence to the judge and be like, oh, by the way, I highlighted the real important juicy parts for you. Like, the evidence is not allowed to be notated. Yeah, I think it's notated. It's not notated, actually. It's, no, it's not redacted either. It's, let's see here. Well, where's fucking Deborah? Deborah would know.
the vacation you promised.
Oh, hold on. I'll just finish reading that. Once I hung up the phone, she continued to call. Note! I mistakenly hit the auto response when I rejected her call, which is why it randomly says, please text me in Exhibit N. Very odd. Annotated might be it. Edited is not it. Footnoted is not it. Manipulated is not it. It is like a legal term where they're like, I think annotated might be it. But basically, Harmony, and no offense to your daughter, is your daughter a Zoe, Z-O-E, with that's it? Or does she have the 2 dots on top? Regardless, the whole point is that you're not allowed to present evidence that has those annotations on it because it's just, that's extra evidence. That in itself is a like a declaratory statement or sort of thing like that. So, you guys, I'm gonna hit play. I gotta go get a drink. Even if I'm gonna miss something, you'll tell me and I'll go back if it's that big a deal.
Promised me too. I need some thigh lipo, and she directly spoke to that. So she was monitoring his calls. I'm sorry, Your Honor, you're going so fast. It's a lot. It's a lot of
I know
contact from her.
we're trying to
A
be
lot of
respectful of time.
harassment from her. So there's a lot of evidence there. And once again, I will point out, you don't see me responding to her. It's all aggression from her. And then the worst part was when my
Melanie, are you talking about the time I talked about earlier getting that note about the other court case? Yes. Yes. We're gonna put that on the back burner for a minute because it's a whole nother story. And here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll do. Print screen, watch this. I'm taking a screen grab of this so that we can keep playing, but I'm going to be able to watch it or I'll pull it back up after I grab my drink because I don't want to stop us going further, but I do want to read these. They look really good.
my son answered the phone, and that's why he's here as a witness. He was playing video games on my phone, and she threatened to throw acid on my 13-year-old child. So at this point, it had escalated to a point where it's just out of control. Once you involve a child, you're out of control. So I have to believe that your threats are real. You're gonna tell a 13-year-old child that you're gonna throw acid on.
All right, Ms. Burrow.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have, before, and Attorney Wardlaw, I understand this is evidence and this doesn't necessarily provide an opportunity for you to cross-examine anyone at this juncture. But Ms. Burrow, so for the respective time, let's go ahead and get your witness out here. We'll get your witness out here, and then I'll allow Mr. Wardlaw to go ahead and cross-examine you and or that witness, and then he'll go ahead and have his case in chief, okay? So let's get that, clerk, if we can get that witness out here, that young man.
All right, and my apologies. There are now 2 people in the waiting room, so I just want to make sure. Is it Mr. Edwards?
No, I believe it's the
Johnson? Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, I believe it's Mr. Johnson.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm letting the right person in.
No worries. All right, Mr. Johnson, Kalen Johnson. Young man, can you unmute for me?
Yes, sir.
And how old are you, young man?
13.
All right, can you speak up a little bit for me? I can't hear you there well.
All right, I'm 13.
Sorry, little boy. I'm getting orange juice, guys. This is the best orange juice around. Happy Planet orange juice. Valencia oranges. And if you ever drink orange juice and it's like bitter at the end, this isn't. And you're like, shit, that's delicious. Best orange juice. The kid, I gotta get in front of him. Listen, boo, I am so sorry. I'm gonna tell you a little lesson. Don't take after what your mother has taught you here. She needs to respect herself a little bit more. You know what you can do if your man's whatever lady threatens to throw acid on your son and tells you to stay away? You can fucking move on. You can just never talk to them again. Never, ever, ever, ever. Oh, the precedent setting case. Okay, do you guys want me to tell you that? Well, okay, we'll do that for a minute. Hold on. So in Canada, it is an offense to knowingly transmit sexually transmitted. Was it sexual? Hold on, I'm going to pull up the details about this. So if anybody's wondering, first of all, I'm ADHD as fuck, and this is just the way these are always going to be. And nowadays, when people come in here and whine about that, all we do is just point them to the other people that make the court videos, okay? All my friends that make really good videos, the editors, you can go watch them. If you want to just hang out and have fun, we can hang out here. Because I'm not going to shut up, basically. Do you know how ridiculous it was to realize that in the end, the reason I got in trouble on YouTube is because I didn't talk enough? Me. It's odd. Okay. And then it was lawsuit? A lawsuit? Sorry. Um, there we go. Okay, here we go. So, okay, here we go. So, I apologize. I got out of the chat and wasn't even paying any attention to you guys. Sorry. Just reading this along. So this case was about a person in Canada. The case site is RVV Courier, where the defendant was charged with aggravated assault and sexual transmission of HIV under Section 268 of the Canadian Criminal Code. The Supreme Court found that the trial judge had misdirected himself and ordered a new trial on 2 counts of aggravated assault. But in May 1999, BC Attorney General, that's it. Oh, this is the case. Okay, I apologize. That wasn't the case. So the case is Johnson Aziga, who was diagnosed in 1996, but then allegedly had unprotected sex with at least 13 women. He was charged with 2 counts of murder and 11 counts of aggravated sexual assault. The prosecution claimed that he did not disclose his HIV status, and he was found guilty of the 2 counts of first-degree murder as well as the lesser counts. The current precedent in Canada stands as any person who has HIV fails to disclose the fact to their sexual partner and does not take some sort of protective measure, such as condom use, is guilty of aggravated sexual assault. Aziga was convicted of first-degree murder since under Canadian law, any death as a result of an aggravated sexual assault, and 2 of the women died as a result of their HIV infections, is an automatic first-degree murder per Section 231 of the Criminal Code. What was very interesting about this case, however, was that it was one of the first cases where they actually genotyped the strain of HIV, and they were able to determine that it was the strain that he carried. And not only that, but that the likelihood, like because of the time, early 1996, it wasn't, like they were able to say like, no, that's not the normal strain that we have here. And they were able to prove back that it was actually that strain. And that's a little, yeah. Little tidbit that I remembered about that. But I'm trying to remember why we thought about that. Oh, here we go. So several Canadian courts had ruled that people who are not informed of HIV positive cannot then give consent. And as a result, the death of their partners were automatically considered to be murder instead of the lesser charge of manslaughter. However, a Supreme Court ruling later rejected that view that consent will always be vitiated by non-disclosure of HIV positive status, substituting the rule that there will be no consent only if, in addition to the non-disclosure, there was a realistic possibility of transmission of HIV. So that tangent gone on. let's continue with the case that we have at hand where, oh yeah, because they have syphilis and gonorrhea. Folks, have safe sex, please.
All right, excellent. Can I get you under oath? Is that your right hand?
Your right hand, baby.
Oh, sorry, right here, yeah.
Oh, good. You don't know. You're not supposed to know what hand to put up. It's all right. It's all right. You swear, affirm, and tell the truth, the whole truth, under penalty and perjury of the law?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Ms. Sparrow, this is your opportunity to ask him open-ended questions. Please do not try to color the young man's testimony. Please just ask him open-ended questions.
Okay. Kylan, the day that you were in contact with Miss Lewis, can you tell me what happened?
So basically, I was playing on my mom's phone, and then a random number called, and then I answered it. And then this random lady started saying like a whole bunch of cuss words. I don't know the specifics, but I know just like spitting out. I don't even know, just like cuss words and different stuff at me, and threats and stuff.
Okay. What was your response to her cussing at you?
Because I got mad, I was saying stuff back like B word. I mean like suck my B word.
Okay, so you said some expletives to her.
Yes.
And what was her response to you?
She said I'm gonna throw acid on you.
Okay. At that point,
Listen, you have there's just basically two levels. You either have the type of life where if your child holds your phone, it's okay. No matter what happens, it's going to be okay. And then there's like my life where I can't leave my child alone with my phone, and she has her own phone. But like you're having a beef with this lady. I really do not understand why you give him the phone. And then he goes off and like Fortnite fucking he's like, "Yeah, suck my dick." Ma'am, are you not like concerned that your son answered your phone and then started saying that to somebody on the phone? I bet he was coached. Either she told him to answer the phone to see what it would be saying so that she could make her do it. Like, there's all of these, like, when we talk about fault, which is a standard, a level of standard, but there's also preventability, right? And so as a mom or as a parent, I believe that you have a preventability standard that you need to hit that's more than just the fault standard. So that means that if you know that something could happen, you have a job to prevent that from happening, not just making sure you're not at fault. So I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm getting red flags. I've only had like one sip of orange juice and already I'm like, oh, energy.
tell me what happened after that.
So basically, my mom got on the phone and said, you're talking to a child, and then she proceeded to continue start saying threats and stuff for you.
And Your Honor, I will note, I'm sorry, and that's it with Kylan. I will note that she knew that she was talking to a child.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, you can't. That's not what we do here, But hold tight. So, Kylan, now there's going to be an attorney that's get to ask you some questions. All right? So I just want to have you prepared that Attorney Wardlaw may ask you some.
And this is where you, as a mom, maybe she didn't think this through the whole way, right? She maybe thought, oh, I have my child who can testify for me in this case. It's a civil warrant application. It's just in front of the judge. And she probably didn't think that whole thought through to the cross-examination of her 13-year-old child by an attorney regarding his mother's cat fight over Dave. Like, ma'am, put some money away for your poor son to be dealing with this later. Because God forbid you didn't show up at any of his shit or didn't forgot some of his school shit because you were so busy dealing with your Dave Mans. But yet you can drag him into court. I know I'm saying a lot here and I'm being quite harsh on her, but I stand by it. I stand by it. I've learned. This might be my first video on this channel, but yeah, no, I stand by it. I got a great spidey sense for when somebody's not putting their kid first and is like, lady, fucking move on. You know who's the most important person? The kid that's underneath me right now that you didn't protect enough to not bring to court. You made that whole fucking document. How long do you think that took her to make that document? Hours. Hours.
Questions? All right. Mr. Attorney Wardlaw, do you have any questions for Mr. Jones?
I do. How you doing, Kyla?
Good.
Okay. Would it be true would it be true if I said, I'm sorry, let me back up. The lady on the phone, she never identified herself as Miss Lewis, did she?
No, sir.
And right there, the attorney has dismantled the testimony. How would he know that it's Miss Lewis? He wouldn't. Ergo, it's not even. Also, the defendant is not in court because her lawyer's here, but is the hearsay rule the same if the defendant chooses not to appear, but their counsel does appear? Because hearsay is statements made out of court for the matter of the truth asserted, but not by any parties in court. The parties in court are exempt. Those are not considered hearsay statements. So my question is, when one party chooses voluntarily not to come to court, are their statements unrefuted in terms of a hearsay objection? Or I don't understand how that would work. I mean, he's doing it right now, I guess.
And you said it was two ladies. Is that correct?
No, it was one.
It was one? And what did she say her name was?
She didn't say her name.
Do you remember the phone number
No, sir.
that the call was from?
No, sir.
And the date that this happened was 6/22, correct?
Shane, it's not going to be traumatizing for him in that way. What's going to be traumatizing is when he's about 36 years old, maybe has a kid of his own and realizes like, oh, wow, that was incredibly inappropriate for a parent to do.
Like June 22nd, 2023?
But I know it was during the summer.
Okay. And your testimony was you told her to suck your private parts.
Yes, sir.
And your testimony is that, it was a lot of going back and forth after you told her to suck your private parts. Is that?
Yes, but my mom went on the phone first, and then she started saying, "Oh, like."
And there's the issue, right? Mom took the phone first, and now his testimony should be over because him touching the phone again, speaking to her again, being involved in the conversation again is itself the traumatizing abuse that I'm talking about that will last with him. It's basically just the fact that he's not important. I'm just calling it right here. Like, how important can your kid really be if you're willing to put him on the phone with somebody that you want to get arrested?
Stuff like more threats, and then that's when we got back and forth.
Would it be a true statement that you wanted to defend your mom?
Actually, it was the other way around. My mom wanted to defend me.
Yeah. Did your mom tell you that this person was bothering you? Did you did your mom tell you the person was bothering her before you got on the phone?
No.
Oh, okay. How did you get this person's number?
We did it. It was just a random phone number, and then I answered it.
Yeah. So you answered your mom's phone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
I would ask, why did you have your mom's phone? How long before the call came in did you have your mom's phone? When it rang, did you say, "Hey, mom, your phone's ringing"?
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Sparrow, do you have any other questions for Mr. Johnson?
Not for Mr. Johnson, but I do have a few statements about that phone call.
We don't do statements. We don't do
Okay.
statements. Okay, so if that's it for Mr. Johnson, I
Yes.
appreciate you. You're free to go. It is 7:39. I don't know. It's getting time for bed, maybe. Who knows? It's summertime. All right.
Time for bed, Judge? She's letting him answer her phone and tell people to suck his dick. I'm really not thinking that 7:30 p.m. bedtime is up on the docket. But that was a cute thought.
So,
night, Beverly. Thank you so much for being here and for all your support.
If you have any.
Oh, and OSG, thank you so much for coming by and supporting. And I know the grind of court life is hard, so I know you obviously got to work, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming by. And Beverly, too, thank you for being here. Guys, if you are just arriving, we're watching petty-ass civilian warrant applications from DeKalb County, Georgia. And if you aren't just arriving, what do you think the dinner table conversation was last night in this house about this case? Because you know that happened, right? Do you think, because the way she made her document, I bet she has a cheat sheet for him. I would say. I would guess.
Any other witnesses, Miss Sparrow? We might be getting here close on time. Do you have any other witnesses?
No, I have no other witnesses, just the evidence of all the screenshots and such.
And that's what you produced to the court as far as in that timeline, is that correct?
Yes. I also have additional evidence of the recorded phone call.
Okay, did you email that to the court? Because we didn't have that.
Yes, I did.
No, darling, we don't have demands, remember? We have Dave mans.
I don't see any report.
I absolutely did. I emailed it yesterday because it said we had 24 hours. I got an email that said we had 24 hours before court to get it in. And so, yes, I emailed it yesterday morning, I believe.
Hold on. I think I see it. Hold tight. No, this is from Beverly. I don't see any. Miss Harris, where is
Hold the fucking phone. Is Beverly here? You guys, have you been sitting together the whole time? Is it that Beverly? I thought he said his client wasn't there. Is that Beverly? What are the odds that there's another Beverly? Okay, I have not been looking at her at all for this case. Beverly, you got a mouth on you, honey. Holy shit. But look at those. That's some decent pot lighting she's got in her house there. Is she on the West Coast, do you think? Or did they just travel? Oh, no, she must not be because they're doing a warrant application in Georgia. Hi, Artie. I hope you're doing well. I want to be over on my overlay in the right place, but fucking Tasha has fucked this up for me because she brought her damn kid to court and I have to stand down here. So, what the fuck is going on with Jada? Look at Jada. In the top right here, guys. Look, is there an eye problem going on up there? Is that a filter where they put the eyes really far apart? Because what the fuck? Beverly has been quite stoic, but listen, let's just think. Oh, I remember I took that screenshot to read later. Just give me one moment while I pull that up, folks. And again, if you want to catch this case without me talking, just wait because tomorrow one of my great colleagues will have this case available on their channel. Captures, it's not that, it's under pictures and screenshots. That's the magic word. Some of those are nudes. Okay, let me see here. Okay. I'm just, again, like, this woman, I'm going to be honest, she put more effort into, and it's not that I didn't put effort into what I did. I put as much effort as I could. I'm not a video editor, but she put more effort into this than I probably put into the appeal video. And I'm not saying I didn't try hard. I did. I'm just such a different, I'm just shook. Like, lady, you have so much potential going on in your brain. Why don't you like do something else instead of worry about Dave and his Dave mans? Okay. So I took this screenshot because I wanted to read it. So let's just see a little bit of what Beverly said here. You've been asked by both Dave and I to stop contacting and threatening me and mine through any form of communication. Girl, I don't have time with you. Fuck off. Dave says you are a desperate. And see, this is the thing, right? Like, Dave, where is Dave? That's who we need to be talking to right now. I would like to speak with Dave, please. Oh, Billy, tonight is a great, a great big fuck you to the algorithm and what gets views. I don't care about that anymore. And I didn't actually before, but I did care about the rules that I thought I was trying to follow, but apparently I wasn't doing that anyway, so we're just doing it in a different way. I'm so mad that I have to fucking stand here again. I'm gonna actually put somebody else here.
And Ms. Farrell, all I have here is just the timeline. So what we're going to do is allow Attorney Wardlaw to go ahead and do the cross-examination, and then we'll move into their case in chief, all right? And then we'll keep this case matters flowing. So go ahead, Mr. Attorney Wardlaw.
Okay. It's Miss how do you pronounce your last name?
Sproul.
Miss Sproul. Okay.
Sproul.
Okay. Miss Sproul, it'd be fair to say that your marriage isn't going very well.
It makes me actually more upset when I've removed myself from being the beaver buffer dam for this child and realize nobody, not one single person has asked for this child to be excused, and he's just settled back to listen to the rest of this fucking trash. And yeah, I realize we're watching it and enjoying it, but this is not what you want your child to hear. Please, ma'am, I would have so much more respect for you if you interrupted the court right now and said, Your Honor, can we please excuse my son? Is he done? It's not unrealistic, nor should it. The lawyer should ask, really. And it would make the mom look bad. If I was the lawyer, I'd say, Your Honor, I think it's slightly inappropriate for the child to remain here once their testimony is complete. Wouldn't you agree? I did think the judge tried to let him go. I'm saying I would point it out again. Oh, hold on. Cellulite yoga pants. I keep a tally when I grocery shop too, and it is always very, very accurate. I know all the prices in the grocery store. Like, I don't have to look at the price. I know what the prices of all the stuff I buy is already. I could tell you, you ask me what the product is, I'll tell you how much I pay for. And then I always know when I'm getting to the like checkout, and then I do a double check when I'm like loading everything onto the conveyor belt to double check that my estimate is accurate. And again, let's remember that I have no images in my mind. I have aphantasia, so there's nothing going on up there except for the words that I hear. And so my brain, I don't know why, it just remembers numbers like that. But I can't, yeah, it's hard to explain.
That'd be a correct statement, right?
There's no marriage. I've been separated for 8 years. We just haven't gotten divorced. We are quite amicable in raising our children together, and so it's actually going great.
Would you are still legally married?
I'm still.
Oh my God, bitch, you're fucking married? Oh my God. To who? Oh God. Dave? It's odd when you get an ex that has the same name as an ex of yours, isn't it? That's hilarious to me. Chicago is its own country. You know, I went to Chicago a while ago and I didn't comprehend the city's like dangerousness level that everyone seemed to think it had. And I like walked out at 3 a.m. to go get pizza by myself. And like, I was like, the drunk people and like talking to everybody. And it was a great time. I had a blast. And then like we went to a wedding and we're at this wedding, really fancy wedding with these rich people. And I'm like, yeah, I was grabbing pizza last night. They're like, who took you to get pizza? I was like, I went by myself. They're like, you what? They were like shook that I had gone out by myself. And then they were there the weekend we were there was like 78 murders and whatever. Fuck you, YouTube daddy.
Still legally married on paper. We have not been a couple for 8 years.
And it would be a fair statement to say that you were really infatuated with David.
It would not be a fair statement. It would be a fair statement to say that he and I got really close really quickly. We would be on the phone with each other.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. She's just fucking fallen for Dave. I would love to know, is Dave on the screen too? Have I missed Dave this whole time too? I don't think I see Dave. I don't see Dave. Guys, she's so hung up on him that he just said, you're infatuated with him. And she's like, no, I'm not. I just totally fell head over heels for him. And look at her body language even. She's just like, oh, sweetie, I'm so sorry. Tin Man, all my special tricks have disappeared in a little way and they're coming back little by little. I'm trying to learn a new overlay thing, and Larry Beaver, I had to fire, to be honest. There was cutbacks around here, as you know, with YouTube Daddy, and Larry was the first to go. Nana was on the list too, but
Other for hours at a time. We spent a lot of physical time together. He took me out all the time. I've been to his house. So no, I'm not infatuated with Dave. Sorry.
Okay. And those numbers, those phone numbers that you showed, those are different numbers.
There's a number, Zoe Campbell, that she called me from.
The 622.
It says, yeah, it says Zoe Campbell. She called me from a block number. I mean, one of those numbers where you can pretend like you're someone else. And yes, it was her. She spoke about Dave. She spoke about killing me if I continue to see him and so forth.
I mean, okay. Would you be surprised to learn that the messages you had on 622 were not with Beverly?
On 622? Hold on, let me see.
Objection, what is she referring to, Your Honor? She's on the stand.
If I said it was with her daughter, would that surprise you?
I would say this. If it is her daughter, which to me would be ridiculous. She sanctioned it. She gave her daughter my information. So it's just, she's adding other people to the harassment. And her daughter is an adult, from what
But
Dave told me.
your son did speak. You do allege that your son spoke with her.
Yes, it's the same accent, the same verbiage about throwing acid. Like, how many people say they're gonna throw acid on somebody? It's the same stuff about Dave. So if it is her daughter, she sanctioned it and told her daughter to do it.
Did you ever check the numbers to make sure they matched?
It was the
The
same
text
number.
messages.
It was the
So
same
the
number.
messages
The only
from
number that was
622
different was from Zoe Campbell, the fake number that they came up with. That's the only one that was different.
Okay. I'm looking over.
Who's she talking to? Who's muted? What the fuck's happening?
And you said
No, we're going back. She muted and then spoke, and I heard a child. Is that what happened there? We're going back. Look at the judge and watch above him. Her box lights up.
I'm looking over. And you said, when do you believe Miss Lewis learned of your affair? I just want to ask you that.
First of all, I don't know of anything about an affair. I know of a relationship that I had with Dave Rawlins that came fast and heavy.
I'm sorry, fast and heavy, Dave. Fast and heavy, Dave Mans. Bitch, hold on. Let's remember what she asked for him. A vacation with or without Dave. Don't really care if you come, Dave. Also, my lipo. In exchange, I will talk less to you. No, ask you to spend less time with me and not talk about the woman that you're married to.
The initial contact she had with me was in March, where she sent me a text. And then I asked him to please tell, and I did not respond. I asked him to please tell her not to contact me again. He said that he told her not to contact me. I shouldn't have any further problems. Then once she see me coming from his house, everything just went crazy and it escalated. In addition, when she was in California with him, and she saw that he and I were calling and contacting each other, I didn't know she was in California with him. She really went crazy then, and that's when she called and told me she was going to kill me and throw acid on me.
So it's your testimony that she contacted you in March, but didn't contact you again until June?
Believe it was, hold on, let me look at my paperwork here. She first contacted me in March. She saw me at his house in May, and then she contacted me in June.
So when
in between,
okay, you kind of answered my question. So when she saw you in May, she didn't contact you?
No, she just argued with Dave, and Dave told me about their arguments.
So, I mean, considering Mrs. Lewis' situation, do you believe her being upset was justified if they were in a relationship?
Absolutely not. Well, maybe being upset because maybe he's lying to her, and making her feel like, I don't know. I don't know their relationship. He could be lying to me too. But what's not justified is threats of violence. And what's not justified is telling a child that you're going to throw acid on him. Once you escalate to that point, you are out of control. And I believe you when you tell me that these are the things you're going to do to me. So I have to act accordingly. As a mother, I have to protect my child. As a woman, I have to protect myself. You're saying that you're going to throw acid in my face? I have to protect myself. I have to take you seriously.
When did you stop?
It's not justified in the threats. No.
Are you still communicating with David?
Yes, I just spoke to him the other day.
So you still continue to see him?
Lady, listen, I've had a Dave in my life too. I'm just gonna be honest. I am. hold on, I'm just putting up a poll here that I would love for you guys to please check out before I tell you about my guy's name was not Dave, but you know what I mean. We've all had a Dave who we just worship for some reason. Whatever the reason is, when you come to somebody at certain points in your life, and whatever, there are those people. I'm not denying that. I get that. Shit in here. But you got to wean yourself off. And lipo and vacation with or without Dave is not doing it, especially if you're talking to Dave all the time. That's the truth.
Absolutely.
And I mean, but your testimony is that you're afraid what could happen to your son?
I believe that she's out of control, and that she does not have her feelings in check, and that these threats could actually be real.
And I'm almost done. Okay. And you were upset when you found out David tells her everything that you say to him. That made you upset.
I don't know anything about Dave telling her everything I say to him. I don't know
Have you
anything
ever?
about that.
So I mean, I thought you said it earlier, and I thought this was your testimony that you told David something, and yet she knew about it, but she wasn't on the phone.
No, she was monitoring his phone.
How do you know?
He kept saying because she would respond the things that I wrote in text messages. She spoke directly to that. I had requested of him, if he wanted me to wait around while he gets her in check, that he had to do some things for me. So she responded by saying, "Oh, that's not going to happen. You and your kids, your gay ass son, he's not paying for y'all to go on a trip," which was exactly.
Did you just fucking gay shame your kid to gain favor in court? Tasha, you might actually do well just
what I
probably
asked.
like you go get a name change, move to a different state, forget about Dave, just focus on your family.
He's not paying for your lipo, which is exactly what I asked him for. In his correspondence, he says, "I don't know how she's getting in my phone." And if in the evidence, there's a text that I said, "Dave, your phone is being tapped." And he says, I told you so. So that's how she's getting the information.
No, I have no further questions for this witness. We can't hear you, Judge. You muted.
All right, Ms. Sparrow, I will let you know the court has received that 16-minute audio recording. It appears to be between you and the Dave.
16-minute audio recording between her and the Dave? Is that what you said, the Dave?
Or at least someone other than Miss. It appears to be between you and the Dave, or at least someone other than Miss person. So I'm not sure if that's going to be appropriate, considering that it's not actually with.
There's points in the call that I put in the evidence. Kylan, hush. There's points in the call. I mean, I don't know you don't want to hear the whole call between me and him, but there's points where he talks about her behavior, how he can't get her in check, how she would love to fuck me up.
He's a witness. So listen, he's a witness that could be here, and if he is here, he can testify. So we're not going to use statements that are out of court to be able to elicit his testimony, right? So, and if he didn't want to be here, that would be his prerogative as well, all right? So in this regard, we're not going to give any current consideration of that, but I have want to let you know that we did receive it in that regard. Counsel Wardlaw, I'm going to allow you to proceed now with any case in chief that you have. Can keep consideration at 7:49. Folks, I want to thank you again for your patience. But nonetheless, normally the calendar ends at 9, but I will give more time. But we at least want to get through all the cases where folks have all the parties here, and if not, also address those ex parte matters. All right, so Attorney Wardlaw, please proceed. Was your first witness or any evidence that you want to introduce?
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to call Ms. Lewis.
All right, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis, you've already been under oath. We'll go ahead and get you direct exam.
Can you state your full name for the court?
Beverly Ann Charles Lewis.
Oh, it's Beverly! Holy shit. Okay, you guys, first of all, just before we get started with this, the lady in the top left is livid at this point. Let's just go back. She is gesticulating to somebody upset about the Dave, probably wondering, why is the Dave not here? Remember the Dave Mans that were, fuck, I really wish I could put the Dave Mans up on the side of the screen right now. So the Dave Mans were a vacation purchased for her and her children within 3 to 5 days. She's not a fucking monster. 3 to 5. With or without Dave. I mean, which is hilarious. It's like with or without. So she's like willing to go on vacation with him, but like also knows he's probably not going to come on vacation. So she's like, don't get any fucking ideas. Just because you're not coming, I want this. This is a Dave Mand. And then the second Dave Mand was the liposuction fully paid for. And remember what her... I really can't think of a play on her name. Well, actually, I could. Her last name almost looks like approval, but her concessions, which weren't concessions. First of all, if somebody this lady, yeah, if somebody offers you a deal or actually says demands things from you, because she didn't offer a deal, she made demands, Dave Mans. Watch how what they think they're giving you in exchange. It'll tell you a lot. Just like her. She knows what he don't like, and he knows what he don't like. They don't like each other. It's so weird. Either... I do not know. Melanie, they'll cut your food up. Melanie, they'll do anything wherever you are. I'm sure they'll do it. Just ask nicely. Be like, I'm just having a great night. Yeah.
Lewis.
And can you state your full name for the court?
Sorry. Also, that's what I searched for. Look, Anne. Dave. Hey, the Dave. What's going on, Dev? Look, Dev. What's going on with your bitches? Are they still fighting or what? Like, what's going on? Did you go to LA with Beverly? Did you, get that syphilis and gonorrhea taken care of? The Dave? How about the Dave? No? No? Still darling. But I'm laughing so hard. I think because of the poll, you guys. No, it's not. It's because I clicked it, but I am going to get close.
Party matters. All right, so Attorney Warlaw, please proceed. Was your first witness or any evidence that you want to introduce?
So I fucked that up. Just, we have to figure that out. Can somebody just scroll back a little bit in your video and please tell me how far along the red bar was? Not Melanie. She's not ready for that right now, but like maybe Jonathan could do that. And I'm going to close the poll and then I will put the video in the right place. But I know that I fucked that up. Because I was doing a Dave impression. Oh, Ann Mintz. That's right. Ann Mintz. I was talking about that. Is that what happened? Or did you not get your vote in, Courtney?
At this time, we'd like to call Miss Lewis. Beverly
All right,
Lewis.
Ms. Lewis.
No, we were at the right place.
Ms.
Yeah.
Lewis, you've already been under oath. We'll go ahead and get you direct exam.
Can you state your full name for the court?
Beverly Ann Charles Lewis.
And Miss Lewis, could you state your relationship to the petitioner?
For David. Okay. So who? This lady?
Yeah, the petitioner.
Hold on. First of all, No, Jonathan, it's okay. I actually was fine. I didn't do it. So we're good to go. We are, I just thought we were, but in fact, I was just went back slightly, to talk about Anne. Okay, does this lady have an accent? First question. Second question, did she call him David? Does he go by the Dave in some places and then David at other times? Also, Courtney, please tell me what your vote was, and I will manually input that into the Dave poll here. Does Dave deserve either of these women? With 42% of the votes, he's got 5 more, 1 for each day of the week. And then, let's see here. No, 36%. Yes, 10%. And then Dave has a big D, 10%. Huh. Remember Beverly said Black American women have problems. That's right, MB. Also, remember Beverly, yeah, Beverly's texts do not match with Beverly's appearance. Okay? She used a lot of like like the letter U. Um, anyways, and also I think it's a little bit evil, and I know it's not on purpose, but that they're making them sit beside each other in Zoom court. Like there's some poetic justice to the fact that they have to be right beside each other the whole entire time. And do you think Dave watched this live? I have so many questions for Dave. A lot of questions for Dave.
Oh, I have no relationship with her.
How do you know of the petitioner?
Well, how I know about her is okay. I went away for 3 months. I was out of the country seeing about my sick father for 3 months. So I was out of the country December, January, February. I got back here March the 6th. On the 9th of March, I saw a text in David's phone. David is my daughter's father. We have been together for 8 years. No problems. We are in love.
Beverly, if you're gonna classify a relationship problematic or not, it's like the guy earlier who said, I have not committed any violent crimes. I've only been incarcerated for XYZ. You got drama going on. And here's the thing, and you all know that I am a very sexually liberal person and that I am not about kink shaming and I have lots of fun. And I've been in relationships before where thruples and all that kind of stuff. But the common thread of those relationships in a healthy way is the fact that everybody involved is on the same page from the beginning. And what that means is that there would be no fucking worries about all of this. That's just not how it would go. Do you know what my rule was when I was engaging in, another person joining my relationship? I have a rule where I want to be involved in every part of it, just so shit like this doesn't happen. So the rule is there's a group chat. You text in the group chat. If you text out of the group chat, bye. That's just the way that works. Again, and that was a rule that I set up with my partner ahead of time saying, hey, when we are looking for a person to have fun with, I am interested in doing that and I want to do that. But the way that I'm going to feel comfortable about that is to make sure that I don't feel in the dark about any conversations that you may have had. And the way to do that would be to make sure that I'm involved in all the conversations. And again, if you have a partner that wants to do that kind of work, then you have that. If you don't, then you don't. That's the way it goes. Kick is still around. That's funny. But also, again, like ma'am, we're gonna back it up because she said we've been together for 8 years. It's perfect. We're in love. Syphilis, gonorrhea, crazy ass fucking drama. Like, this is not my idea of fun. I have a lot of fun with many people, but not this kind of drama. Are you joking? No, I don't have time for this shit.
We have no problems whatsoever. No.
She's from Nigeria. I think I just noticed it twice and that didn't. Kick is not like OnlyFans, Jonathan. Kick is like WhatsApp. Kick is a messaging service that is able to be used from a phone and Wi-Fi, so it doesn't go on your phone bill, basically. So it's where cheaters go because they won't have it show up on their phone bill. It is, Mayor, and it's still around. And there's nothing wrong with apps for messaging. You know, people use them nefariously for their own reasons. Listen, I don't even like giving. No, Kick is not like Tinder and Bumble are apps that are meant to connect people that don't know each other already. Kick, on the other hand, you have to know the person's ID to add them, just like WhatsApp. So, now, knowing their Kick, you can get that from Craigslist, whatever, but anyways. And you can solve pictures, you can do all this. But percentages. But the whole point is that it's not it's not good to be sneaky. Anyways.
In David's phone. David is my daughter's father. We have been together for 8 years. No problems. We are in love. We have no problems whatsoever. So on the 9th, I saw a text message on his phone stating, some woman saying, feed me and F me. Excuse my language. I responded to the person and I said, I was very nice. I asked them nicely. I said, hey, this man is lying to you. He has a whole family. He has a 4-year-old daughter that we are raising. Please do not take on him and his bullshit. Woman to woman, was a nice text to whoever person, because the person number in his phone was he.
Hold on. Beverly classifies that as a nice text that she sent. Good night, Loud Elvis. Hope you're having a good night. It was probably just because of I moved the stream, you guys. But, again, when you have to text somebody in your spouse or partner's phone in order to tell them to leave him alone, that does not scream perfect relationship to me. That screams insecure issues, really. Do you know how many times I've ever asked to look in somebody's phone? Exactly 0. The exact same amount of times I would let somebody look through my phone because I'm not a child.
He saved the number as Scam Likely. It didn't even have a name on it. So that was telling how this man is likely. The person number.
Did he say come or cam likely? Hold on. What did he have her in the phone as? Because we've got bitch. I really hope it's come likely because that would be hilarious. Seriously, you guys, what do you think? Melanie's getting her food. Excellent. Scam likely. MB. Fuck. Fine. I'm still going with come likely.
Number in his phone was, he saved the number as scam likely. It didn't even.
But that's a sneaky way of disguising somebody's phone number. The other sneaky way, which I don't approve of and I'm not condoning, but if Beverly was in the phone as Brad, well, your problems are less, aren't they?
Have a name on it. So that was telling how this was, scam likely. But I text scam likely, no response. That was in March the 9th. We went about our business. I was just back, so we was doing our thing. April, May, nothing. June, he was the perfect husband, I could say, because we have 2 houses that we share. He's here sleeping every night. I'm over there sleeping. I don't have to tell him when I'm coming over. I just go over there. I have the keys to his house and I just go over. That was
To your perfect husband's house? I'm perplexed. Did I miss that? I was reading Courtney's comment. We got to go back here a little bit. Oh, because thank you, captioning. Because we have 2 houses that we share. He's here sleeping every night. I'm over there sleeping.
there. I have the keys to his
Don't have that, we share. He's here sleeping every night. I'm over there sleeping. Okay, I'll stop.
house and I just go over. That was on the 9th of that was March, April, May. And around Memorial Day, around Memorial time, I took my daughter to the birthday party. That was the 29th, which was the Sunday. When we was coming back, she said, "Mommy, let's go by daddy and sleep." I said, okay. Pulling up to his house, whoop. He just pulled out, speed out. I couldn't tell who was in his car. It's a Range Rover, it's dark. I'm driving a car. He came back, he told me, oh, it's nobody, and that. He didn't tell me who it was. There was nobody in the car. That was Memorial Sunday. We left. I did not send any text to this person, this lady, because I don't know who this person is. The person sounds like nobody. So that was March. We had a trip planned to go to California. We went to California in the 8th to the 13th. So around the 12th, I realized, when I checked his phone, I realized some woman is texting him. And when I checked the text, that's when I put 2 and 2 together that it's the same person from the 9th of March. Because the same text I sent to them 9th of March, woman to woman, could you please leave my family alone? I realized was the same person. That's how I know was this person. Still wasn't a name.
That's how I know my perfect husband was so perfect, because when I regularly check his phone and text random numbers within it, that just shows me how perfect the Dave is.
Him wasn't a name, but she was sending pictures to him, a lot of pictures.
Oh, you see the way she said pictures? Look at her face right now. She ain't happy about that. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Dave. Again, I don't like to help cheaters, but there's a fucking calculator app that can house these apps.
A lot of pictures. So I saw a face, and that's the only how I know of this lady. That was in the 13th. I contacted her when we got in the airport. I called her and we had a very good conversation. I said, hello, this is Beverly. Do you know me? And she said, I don't know you. I said, you know Dave? And she said, yes, I know him. We are seeing each other, bitch. And I even started telling her why this man is cheating on me. he gave me two because I want her to run away. So I told her he gave me two diseases, and he's still going about cheating. Each other, bitch. And I even started telling her why this man is cheating on me. He gave me two because I want her to run away. So I told her he gave me two diseases, and he's still going about cheating with other women. Why are you with him then? Why don't you just leave him alone? I said, that's not for you to say. And the conversation was not even an argument, was just a conversation. Because he was sitting there in the airport, and I told her, I said, call him then. And then she said, oh, I said, even he brought somebody to the house, because I didn't know who it was. I said, he brought someone to the house on Memorial Sunday. And you know what she said? She said, it was me, bitch. And that's when I hung up and I got on him. Yes, that's when I got on him. And that's how I know this woman is in the picture. It was not no argument. I hung up my phone, she hung up her phone, and I sat next to him. We drove home, and then I got on him. I said, hey, I'm seeing some text messages on your phone. Who is this person? Oh, that's nobody. That's a nobody. That was always his answer to
Ward, I got it. Hold on. Attorney Wardlaw, we've had quite a bit in his statement. Now, if we can ask any other questions, be
Yes, Your Honor.
specific here so we can get along. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. We can go straight to the exhibits. So she can look at the exhibits that we have here today.
Sure.
And if
Hey, pro tip for any lawyers who are at these hearings from non-lawyer, this is the time to ask for a directed judgment or a summary judgment. Don't fucking go into evidence. I know you guys love to talk and you want to present your shit. Just ask every time. I would ask every fucking time. You realize that? The second I learned that that's a thing you can have happen, I will ask every time. What are they going to say? No? Why would you not? It doesn't make any sense to me. Also, Spock. That's a pretty good tip.
if you would just explain to the court what's going on in those exhibits.
Bear with me here, folks.
Give us some context. If you can give us some context to the exhibits.
Look at the old ladies on the chat, like, what the fuck?
All right. So are these your exhibits, Attorney Wardlaw?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And Ms. Lewis,
that was the only one that I saved off of his thing, but I deleted everything because this person was not even on my mind, so I just deleted everything. But constant text messages, constant calling, constant, I'm missing you, I'm at this spot, oh, what's going on? So
I have never heard somebody be so contradictory in their statement about their relationship. Like, it's so perfect. It's awesome. We have no issues. Also, this fucking lady just keeps calling all the time to fuck him, and he just keeps fucking her. Like, it's so weird. She just thinks, am I missing something? Also, what is the ask again? The other lady, Tasha, wants a warrant application. I forgot why we're here. I was like, what are we doing? So there's for an arrest for the threats about throwing acid. I think that's actually what the main thing is.
I realized he's lying to this woman.
Okay, now here we go. Some of this language has explicit language. I mean, was the petitioner also using explicit language?
Well, when she cursed me out, she cursed me out and told me she was at the house. I was at the house, bitch, with him. F you. That's what she told. That's the last thing she told.
Yeah, so when she said that, you said
you and your feelings because Dave in love with me and will never leave me. Who the hell are you? Also, Spock, absolutely. she's on Dave's phone or on his watch while he's in the shower. She's like, every day when Dave showers, I make sure to check his phone and his watch to make sure that that our relationship is still as perfect as it is.
She said,
I
what
hung
day?
up, and then on the 13th that we got back in, that was the first time I
Ms.
made
Lewis,
contact with this lady.
your attorney trying to ask you a question, Ms. Lewis, so hold tight. So, Attorney Wardlaw?
Yeah, so you said this.
Also, Dave is either fucking the laziest cheater in the world, or he don't care. He's trying to get rid of her too. He's like, fuck, I got this other bitch, obviously, and she just won't leave. He's got 2 crazy bitches. What is fucking Dave's secret is what I want to know. I want to see Dave.
This conversation occurred on June 13th, 2023, where you called her and she told you, and what she said that was me, bitch, or
yes,
is that how the conversation?
Even the house, I didn't know who was in the car. She said was her in the car.
Okay.
Was she
All
in
right.
the house?
And when she said that to you, I guess you wasn't putting a filter on your tongue either, huh?
Well, I was angry, I was mad, and I just was sitting down next to him. So we coming from the airport now, and I'm just texting her. You know, who sneaks in a man's house? Because she's sneaking in. Because I'm there all the time. So
all right, Ms. Lewis, hold tight. Hold tight. We're just going to answer questions here. A lot of that commentary is taken away from our time here to get what we need to hear.
Okay.
So let's continue, counsel. Let's go ahead and ask some questions.
Did Miss Bro ever ask you to quit contacting her?
No, only on the 22nd when nobody was not texting her or anything. She just sent this text out of the blues. I think that's after she filed the court papers. She just texted and said, hey, don't contact me. You were asked by both myself and Dave, don't contact me, or something like that. On the 22nd, she sent a text to me. Out of the blues, which nobody was even thinking about her because Dave had already told her, it's over, leave him alone.
Hold on, have I got it backwards? Dave is married to Beverly's the one that was in LA, right? Beverly was in LA and is married to Dave. That's who's talking, Beverly. But she just said that Dave and her, I think that, and out of the blues, oh my God, Hector, I was dying laughing too. What is the attraction here, Melanie? I have no fucking clue. I'm going to tell you something. I have two theories. We haven't seen actual text threads. We've seen a presentation of certain texts from one of them. I have a funny feeling Bev is LA and is married, but not to Dave. But Bev is the one on screen. Yes, she's married to Dave. No, Bev is not married to. No, Tasha is married to somebody else from 8 years ago. Bev is the one from LA and is married to the Dave. No, Beverly's married to the Dave. Royalty Podcast. No, Bev is married to me. I wouldn't it be funny if Dave was actually a catfish? And that's why she is not here, and it's actually a fucking woman who's been catfishing both of them?
And XYZ.
Okay. And I got basically one more question. Your daughter contacted Miss Bear.
Hold on, that's Dave. Go back. I forgot. Got a picture of Dave here, folks.
And
you shut up.
I got basically one more question.
Okay, here we got Dave and XYZ. Um, First thing I notice, Dave is a very open-eyed kisser. That is extremely, extremely freaky. Okay? Even when somebody's wearing sunglasses, that is a direct open eye kiss. Very weird to me. That's just a very odd. Uh, yeah, that's the first thing we've got an issue of. Like what is he thinking in this picture? Like he's not a good kisser. This is not a great kiss, and his eyes are open, so he knows that. And she's just like in the Dave world. He is looking at his reflection, Courtney. You're fucking right on that. And then I'm trying to see as best I can. First of all, are they at either a beach club or on a vacation? Oh, they're in LA. Duh. Look at the palm trees. But they're at a pretty shitty little spot in LA, and the weather is gray. Oh my God, Billy, you wake up at 4 a.m. and he's staring at you from 2 centimeters away, unblinking. Dave loves you so much. You'll never love anybody else again. And for all the rest of your life, you'll think, what would the Dave do? I really need a wireless mouse, and I can't fucking get one that will just work. Actually, what I need is a keyboard and mouse, and trackpad in one so that I can just have one thing. Because I'm gonna what we're gonna do here, here's a little trick for you. Playback speed, slow it down, and we're gonna go back.
I got basically one more question.
Still so fast. You see how fast that went? I don't think that maybe I gotta slow it down to even slower because no, there we go. We got it. Okay, so she's got some cleaves. She's got a gold chain on. He's wearing, what the fuck is that? Like a fucking crack suit? He has detached earlobes. I think she might have attached earlobes, but she's strategically hiding them. Again, it's funny because oh, look at that. I just fucked something else up too by my fucking mouse not working. It does look like a beach, except they're not dressed for the beach. Second thing, there's no sand. It is a tracksuit. He looks like a fucking one of the stupid, like, my brain always thinks of in Scotland, like, what is Billy, what is it called? Like a soccer hooligan who runs around in a tracksuit. A wanker.
Your daughter contacted Miss Sparrow. Did that happen? Did your daughter ever contact Miss Sparrow?
Yes, she contacted her. She was just trying to help her.
Oh.
And
Hold on. God fucking, you know what? At this point, we need to just We have to just hide. Yeah. And then hide this one too, dipshit. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry you have to hear this, but I keep clicking the wrong buttons and I know I'm changing the sound back. It's at 0.5, but I did that because I wanted to catch the better clip. But let's just take a moment to go back in time as I read you the stylings of Beverly, the wife of the Dave, and their perfect marriage.
Yeah, she contacted.
Beverly says, "Oh, and last thing, Scobies." Sorry, I'm reading Billy's message. Chavs. Yes, it's a chav. Yeah, that's actually totally right. Okay. Remember, Beverly's sitting up there in her kitchen trying to look all prim and proper with her glasses on and her jacket in court, which I'll give her that. She showed up dressed for it. But Chav, C-H-A-V. But here's her words, remember. Oh, and last thing, I am not leaving Dave under no circumstances. He loves me. It's funny that she led with that. Are you sure? And I love him. Again, are you sure about that? So if you playing the waiting game, you will.
Her, she was just trying to help me.
Yeah. And
be waiting a long time. When we were in LA, he fucking me and eating my pussy every day and night, and we having a ball. Bullshit. You know why? Because if you actually were spending all of your time with your husband just getting your pussy ate and fucking and having a great time, you wouldn't be going through his phone. You wouldn't. You wouldn't even feel the need to text this lady back. You'd be too busy fucking your man. But you ain't, honey.
how did that conversation go when she was trying to help you?
Well, she contacted her and she told her, leave my mother, because I was crying, because that was when she sent all the demands to him that she wants lipo and he said to her, be easy. You need to give me some time and be easy. I have to sort my things out. I need some time away from you. And she said, however, she doesn't want this relationship to end, right? So she said, I had a long thought about it and I don't want this relationship to end. However, these are my demands because you are my man. And she said, my demands are vacation for she and with a vacation with him. She still is swing for.
Sorry, no, her Dave mans. First of all, I would have fucking hammered that home. I don't think this woman even got it. I'm sorry. I know you think you love Dave, but did you even read the Dave mans? Because you would have said Dave mans. Oh my God, I know what it is. Dave. Ugh, Dave. I bet Dave. It's not about being ugly. I bet Dave is confident as fuck and good at texting and being in charge. And sometimes that is what a woman needs. It's what my Dave has. Dave.
You with him, a vacation with you, if not with my kids, or else she wants some lipo procedure or something like that, right?
Yes. Did you ever threaten Miss Sparrow?
No, Your Honor, no lawyer. I never threatened this lady. I never threatened this lady one time.
Did you ever threaten?
Oh my God. Just look at that. Look at that photo album of trust and perfection in a marriage. You guys, there's a fucking nude. First of all, and see, this is how my Dave got me, right? I remember the first little sexy shot that I sent to him. Yeah, far left. It's not that bad and it's not going to get me flagged or anything like that, but it's absolutely a nude. And I think it's her, like, Tasha's nude that she sent it, because I don't think this is Beverly's nude, but it might be. Anyways, the reason it reminds me is because it looks like the first nude that I took from my Dave. And you know what Dave texted me back after receiving a nude photograph of me? Is that all you got? To which I was like immediately hooked on Dave and perfected my sexy shots.
And to throw acid on her son.
No, I'm not a violent person. Where am I getting the acid from? That is a lie. That is a lie.
Different, so nobody get any bad ideas. I don't have a Dave in the same way. What I mean is that the man or person in your life who, for whatever reason, makes your knees weak. Anyways, no vacation for you and those ugly ass kids. That's not nice. Don't do that. That's not nice. Also, Jonathan, 2 words. NPC OnlyFans. I guess that's 3. Okay. So no lipo for you, big elephant back bitch. Elephant back bitch. That is unique. That is, first of all, was she getting back lipo? Because if so, very interesting, weird. But more likely it's just a misspoken insult, because yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Like, women, they want breasts, they want smaller tummies, they want nose jobs, and the biggest surgery around is that elephant back lipo. You got to get your elephant back in check.
That is just something for this woman to get me out of the picture so she can come in.
And would it be safe to say that this is a really...
I have children. I have children too. I have a 4-year-old daughter that I raised. I don't have family in America.
Yeah. And it would be safe to say this was a very...
And no, sorry, Allie B. See, I'm
emotionally traumatic situation for you?
Of course, it was very emotional and traumatic, because I've just been in Trinidad for 3 months with my little baby, seeing about my dying father. And it's 5 little children he have, and I was down there. I took 3 months out of my life with my man. I was down there for 3 months, and he was having fun with this woman. It was very traumatic when I come back here to find out he's...
Okay, and very, very briefly, is there anything that I missed that you would like to share with the court? But be brief. Anything that we didn't go over that you would like to share in your defense as to this accusation?
Well, nothing. Everything is more or less, we covered everything, Mr. Charles. Covered everything. So I think that's it.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Cross-examine Ms. Sparrow for Ms. Lewis. Let's try to make it quick and
okay. Miss Lewis, you state that you never threatened me. You do realize that the the text messages that I showed on the screen directly show you saying that you're gonna fuck me up in the text messages that I put as my evidence, as well as saying if you catch
Ms.
me,
Sparrow,
I'm going
ask a
to
question.
re-read it.
It's a compound question. Let's
Okay.
ask a clear question.
Okay. Miss Lewis, so you're telling me that, are you saying that you never threatened me?
I never
with
threatened
violence?
you. I never threatened you with violence. Never. I never threatened you with violence. What I told you, if I catch you in Dave's house, because I come like I'm living there, and you're sneaking in there, because that same day that you was there, if I had not only stopped to get my daughter's McDonald's, I would have met you inside of there, because I was coming home there.
Miss Lewis, do you know that I've been at Dave's house on
Objection.
several occasions?
I have not know. That is news to me.
Listen, ladies. Honestly, it is 8:03. Let's get some direct some cross-examinations that are relevant to what's going on. I understand you asked her about the threatening language. Let's continue to ask about why we're here. I understand you had communications over several months. That's not an excuse to elongate this matter. So you can ask questions about the alleged harassment. Okay.
Okay. Are you saying that I did not, that Dave and I did not ask you to stop communicating with me?
No. Dave, you was not a thing with Dave for me. I am Dave woman. Dave never one day say anything about you. Never to me. About this woman, whatever. When I found out about you, he said, she is nothing. She is nobody. Don't worry about her. So it was not like he would come to me with anything. I am the main woman. You are the side.
I'm not a side anything. But besides the point,
Hold on. I was looking. Testing. That might work. Are you in a real timeout, Jonathan? I got a little nervous there. I was like, did I actually time somebody out? I feel so bad. This is crazy. Again, my mic was broken there for a second. That was my issue. But okay, what was happening? There's no crime going on. That's what I was saying. Oh, before I said, treat her like a queen, fuck her like a slut, cherish the little girl, and that's how you treat a woman. And that's how you treat a man too. There is no Dave. I believe that that Dave is an elaborate catfish prank. He's not like Romeo as a bit. First of all, Romeo wasn't very good with love. He sort of like fucked that up. But also, good night, Hector. And if he was a billionaire, none of these problems would be happening. If he could pay for the other bitch's lipo and vacation, do you think that the issue would have arisen? It wouldn't have.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for her. I just would like to, I guess.
Hold on. Because that would mean that you're testifying at this point without having her testimony. So just hold tight. According to word law, do you have any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay. Any other witnesses before I let you guys get to any closing remarks?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to call Mr. Ray. What's his name?
David Rollins.
David Rollins.
Yes.
The individual.
Honor,
this is all over.
Yes, Your Honor, if he testifies, can I please submit the recording where I spoke to him and he spoke to her wanting to fuck me up?
Possibly, but he's right.
I did send it. I don't know why you guys don't have it, but I did send it.
I understand. And that could be used potentially for any.
Ma'am, why don't you stop worrying about Dave a little bit and worry about your son being back in the fucking court hearing, you dumb bitch. Yeah, I'm saying that right to your face. I will say that right all the way through. If you want to come and have a talk, Tasha, we can talk. You need probably like a 3-month fucking whirlwind romance with somebody new who's going to just tell you how awesome you are in order to get over Dave. And if you're not going to find that, you're going to just be just hung up on the Dave here. Yeah. She could teach the Dave. She's like, well, I'm trying to get my kid a vacation. No, honey. If you wanted to go get your kid a vacation, go work for it. The working Dave like this is not working. Okay? Dave's not being worked. Dave's working you.
Any type of evidence for me to consider what his testimony and the weight of his testimony. But if it's not directly relevant to what she did, which is who's actually on trial here, or not trial, let me be very clear, but has their testimony.
Is that Dave? Who the fuck is that? Who's this? I missed it. And yes, Artie, we all have to face our Dave eventually. That's what I mean. Like, and not every Dave in our lives is bad. Sometimes it's somebody who is just got your number and knows all your little spots, you know? Seriously, you guys. He just said who he was going to call as a witness. First of all, has the guy been sitting there the whole time? Again, these are civilian warrant hearings, but Mr. Attorney down there, Esquire, invoke the rule.
Being considered. So let's just keep that in consideration. Now we've got Mr. What's your last name, sir?
Rollins, David Rollins.
Dave.
Oh, fucking shit, it is Dave. Oh, shit, it's Dave. Oh my God. F in the chat for Dave. F in the chat for Dave. He's already made his decision, you guys. He's sitting with Bev. There it is. Tasha, did you know that he was right beside you in the Zoom box? She's so sad. Look how sad she is. Oh, I'm still going, people in court. I don't think I'll stop. I'm just going to keep streaming continuously until I get monetized. Hi, Moonfox Studio. By the way. And this is the Dave, okay? This is the Dave. First of all, the Dave has been very off screen this whole time. I'm sure Dave could have got his own device. The child has their own device. So I don't think that it would be weird for Dave to have his own device, but yet Dave is sitting with Bev. Now, see, he might be the Dave, but perhaps Beverly is Dave's Dave. I think that's it. That's what we're realizing here. Look at him. Look at him. Dave's Dave is Beverly.
David Rollins, Mr. Rollins. You're with me here. You are the man of the hour. Let me get you under.
Fucking, that is the understatement of the year, Judge. Also, you guys, I have to be really, fuck. Now I'm mad. Really mad. Because I can't show you this, but this poor child is possibly giving. I'm going to show his face. The look he's giving right now is if he could kill Dave. He could kill fucking Dave. Look at him. F in the chat for this kid who should have been removed from this hearing a long time ago, who shouldn't be looking at Dave, who shouldn't be seeing his mom go through this. But seriously, he could kill with that look right now. All these other people are like, what the fuck is going on? I'm covering him again, but it doesn't actually take it away, right? I can help censor their identity later, but the fact that they were exposed to this, I actually find a failure on behalf of the court and all the officers of the court, which is just the one lawyer right now. But the judge and that lawyer should both have insisted upon removing this child from this hearing. And I don't care that there wasn't an opposing lawyer to do that. What I'm saying is, as people and as educated people, that's what I expect. I don't understand why nobody's fucking asked for that to happen already. Also, Dave, could you raise your hand and also let us know, is it your dick or your thumbs that get you where you're going? Because either you are a smooth talker or a good fucker.
Oath. You swear, affirm, and tell the truth, the whole truth, and the penalty and perjury of the law.
Yes, I do.
All right. Attorney Wardlaw, this is your witness.
Hey, Mr. Rollins, thank you for being here today. Could you please describe your relationship with Miss Lewis and the petitioner?
Beverly.
So remember, they're paying this lawyer. And the lawyer just asked, what's the relationship between the woman on your left and the woman on your right, sir? What a dumb question, lawyer. Once again, why would you fucking bring Dave on the stand here? I wouldn't have brought
Lois is my daughter's mother. We've been together for 8 years. Miss Sprowell, I met her earlier in this year, and we were hanging out, having fun while Miss Lewis was away.
Oh, fuck. Beverly is so mad. Okay, Beverly's hearing some of this for the first time. Dave is 1000% underplaying what happened there, and he is so cognizant that he's actually in a very dangerous situation. I'm not even lying. I believe that Beverly could absolutely freak out and will at the end of this hearing without fail. Watch her intake of breath, looking up into the ceiling when he starts talking, and look how uncomfortable he looks. He's like, I'm under oath and I gotta say what I gotta say. Ay, ay, ay.
Beverly Lewis is my daughter's mother. We've been together for 8 years. Miss Sprowell, I met her earlier in this year, and we were hanging out, having fun while Miss Lewis was away. And
Having fun?
Just hanging out, having fun.
Hanging out, having fun. Beverly is so mad. Beverly is like, I am never going away again.
Did Miss Lewis know about your affair with with the petitioner? Did she know about your relationship?
No, she saw a text message, but she didn't know who she was. Never said no name.
How did she react when she saw the text message? When she discovered you were having?
Oh, I bet she said, hey, babe, our perfect marriage has so much strength. Let's go out for lunch.
An affair.
Curse at me. And what else? I mean, typical cursing out. What else? I mean, typical cursing out. What else?
She cursed you out?
Yeah.
Did she ever make any threats regarding the accused, the petitioner? Did she ever threaten the petitioner? Did she ever
No,
threaten
she didn't know what she
harm to the
was.
petitioner?
She didn't know what she was.
Have you ever heard her threaten to do anything to the petitioner?
No, I didn't hear it.
Specifically, have you ever heard of her throwing acid or threatening to throw acid
No.
on a child?
No.
Since you are the man in effect, as the court said, what else could you add to this case? What else could you share about this situation here?
Could you let us know what your weekly rotation is, Dave? Because it sounds like it was working for a while. So do you have like a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday kind of girl situation? Or do you have it more like, split up the week? It's totally cool if you got like a Tuesday girl, as long as she knows she's a Tuesday girl and she's got to be out.
Here.
Well, Ms. Lewis, she obviously found some way into my text messages and was reading what me and Ms. Barwell were saying to each other. And at the time, I didn't know how she was getting into my messages. She was intercepting them and reading them. And I had no idea.
Screams perfect trusting marriage, by the way. Just if we're keeping a list of how we know our relationships are perfect, trusting and loving, intercepting your spouse's messages without their permission and then yelling at them about it and swearing at them about it, that's on there apparently.
Idea, and then she started reaching out to her and I didn't know. And she told.
I don't know what the fuck. I'm telling you right now, Dave has no charisma at all. Not an iota. And I know it's charisma.
Ms. Sparrow tells me that she's reaching out to her. I'm like, oh, brother. So then I heard that she called her and they were back and forth with the B word, but I didn't hear any threats. They were cursing, typical curse words and stuff like that. But
fuck, bitch, shit, asshole.
But it is your testimony that they were back and forth with the B word you
on
said.
the phone call, yeah.
Any other words that you
I was
did?
in
Any other words?
I was in another room watching TV, and I just hear all this. But I didn't know who was talking. I didn't know what. I'm watching CNN or whatever, and I just hear this yelling, and I'm like, I had no idea they were reaching out like that. I said.
Yeah, Dave. Yeah, we're very sure you spend your evenings watching CNN, not trolling Kick for new hookups.
Both of y'all, that's like.
Correction, you can't troll Kick in the same way, and I shouldn't have used it in that verbiage. What I should have said is that you're probably trolling Tinder for women that you can then talk to on Kick. There you go.
Silly. Stop it. I'm not worth all that. There's no need to be fighting.
I have a shock collar.
I told Miss Sparwell, chill out. Let me calm her down, or whatever. Then Miss Sparwell said, no, if you want me to chill, then I got some demands. I want you to send me on vacation. I want you to pay for lipo.
So your testimony is the demands were in response to the conversation they had?
Yeah, because I was like, I can't keep.
Did you relay that information did you ever share that with Miss Lewis?
Did I share what?
I mean, because she eventually found out about the liposuction request. Did you share with Ms. Lewis? That's why
she got it unbeknownst to me. Because Ms. Barwell said, your phone is tapped. She said she's called her or said it to her in a conversation about the lipo. And I'm like, how the hell? This was like real-time information being she's tapped.
Yeah, and that is actually a huge, huge red flag when, and here's what, and this is bad, but hold on, I'm coming on the screen. Oh, that sounded really dirty. That's for the OnlyFans. Shush. I gotta fix the lighting. Anyways, fuck, I literally forgot. And Melanie, that's a-okay. I understand. But what was I just talking about? What did he just say? And if somebody types it, I'll remember what I was trying to say. Um, oh, the phone hacking. That's right. OnlyFans. Already. More coming later on that. Um, the phone. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Okay. So when that Royalty podcast, I was gonna come on the screen. That's right. No. Um, here's a great indicator. If you are in your perfect marriage and as part of your perfect wife duties, you obviously snoop through your perfect husband's watch or whatever on a regular basis. What do you do when you come up with information that you can't really explain having? You either live with it, try and uncover it in a like different way, but know it and then don't say anything about it. You fucking say something about it and try and bring up the like force the point. But again, if you're forcing the point, you're gonna say, "Hey, I was snooping through your stuff and I noticed that." Melanie, me too. I have a treasure trove of things in this house. Anyways, the last thing that you can do, however, is actually not something that I would ever suggest, but it is what Beverly decided to do, which is text that person independently about their relationship with your spouse without talking to the spouse, which says all we need to know about Beverly's Dave, right? Dave is Beverly's Dave because she ain't going nowhere. She's not mad at Dave at all. She's like, I gotta get this bitch out of here. She is distracting Dave from our perfect marriage. Okay? Um, you're distracting me, Melanie. Let's just keep playing while I go get something fun.
Tapped in on my text messages.
And Wardlaw.
So I said, well, until I'm saying to myself, well, I can't text you no more. Let me just fall back all together until I figure this out. And then she sent me the text messages with the request. And I said, nah, I can't do that. I said, let me stop in my tracks right at this point. And I said,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rollins. I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, Ms. Sparrow. Please, let's be respectful and reasonable. We're in court. If you have any questions for Mr.
Yes, Mr. Rollins.
Do you love me? Tell me that you love me. Dave, please, leave her and be with me. Please? Look at her. She wants him so bad. Beverly's like, I don't fucking like Dave. I'm stuck with Dave. Okay? You understand that? I don't want my Dave, but I've got him. That's the body language there. Like, oh, I don't fucking want this man, but you are not having him.
On any occasion, have you and I discussed her threats towards me and you being unable to stop her?
We discussed what you said, she said. And I said,
okay. On any occasion,
I said,
did you have a discussion with her where she told you what she would like to do to me?
She said she'd like to grab you if she saw you in the house.
Grab me? Or is that the only words? Because I have a recording that says otherwise.
That's what I recall at the moment.
Okay, Mr. Rollins, it has been brought to the court by Ms. Lewis that according to her, I'm doing this because you have cut me off or spurned me. When is the last time we spoke?
I spoke to you last week after we got the court notice because I like, why did you file that?
How long was that conversation?
Probably a half hour.
Actually, it was 1 hour and 7 minutes. Can I ask you, did we talk about more than just the court situation?
I don't know. We talked about you going to Dallas, hanging out. I don't know what party you went to. Just casual conversation.
When we talk, Mr. Rollins, have you cut me off or have you told me that you missed me?
Objection, Your Honor. This isn't relevant to my
It is
client's
relevant because, Your Honor, it's relevant because she's saying that the reason why I brought this on is because he cut me off. When in actuality, that has never happened.
Your Honor.
He has actually.
I'm going to allow the question because it is within the vein of things that were alleged, but I'm not going to get deep in the weeds, Ms. Sparrow. Okay.
Okay, I'm trying not to get deep in the weeds, but I just want to make sure it's understood.
I'll say
that the relationship.
Ms. Sparrow, he can't answer if you're talking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'll say that when I told you I wasn't going to do the vacation or to pay for the surgery, like you said, all right, well, I need you to not contact me. And I obliged your wishes. I stopped contacting you.
Did you contact me? Dave, did you contact me after that saying that you missed me?
I said I miss my friend. I did. Because we had very friendly conversations, not just,
okay, so you did contact me.
Different various things that happen.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
Okay, so again, I just wanted to be seen that there was never him cutting me off, and that is not the reason why I brought this before the court. I brought this before the court because I don't want acid thrown in my face, and I don't want my son hurt, and that is the only reason.
Objection.
And Ms. Sparrow, listen, I understand you're testifying, but it's okay. I can see past what is not applicable here.
Right.
So,
and I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know what's. I just know that I need information.
Speaking out of turn is never good.
I apologize. I apologize.
So this is what we'll do then. Do you have any other witnesses, Attorney Wardlaw?
That concludes my case. That concludes the defense's case.
All right, excellent. So what we're going to do, Ms. Sparrow and Attorney Wardlaw, we're coming to the conclusion. It is 8:14. I'm going to give you, Ms. Sparrow, 2 minutes to indicate why you believe that harassing phone calls transpired between you and Ms. Lewis, which is the allegation. And obviously, Attorney Wardlaw will be alleging that there was no allegation. I mean, there was no harassing phone calls actually proven under Georgia law. So it is now 8:15. We'll have to 8:17.
Okay, Your Honor, I just want to state that the evidence that was presented by me as well as Ms. Lewis shows all of the aggression from her. You don't see any response from me. I think when the attorney showed it, he scrolled through it as if that was me with the text messages. All those text messages are her. And in addition, Your Honor, she perjured the court when she said that she never threatened me. The evidence that I showed you clearly states
you don't perjure the court, you perjure yourself. Also, Melanie, what song is it? Because my brain works different. I don't know. Just tell me the song and I'll tell you if I know it. But I think we're soulmates anyways, regardless.
that she said in the text message, I'm gonna fuck you up, and if I catch you, you're gonna be sorry. My son also testified about the verbiage of throwing acid in his face. I also testified about that same verbiage. I guess she has a thing about acid.
And you have a thing about verbiage. Ma'am, again, you're not a lawyer because this wouldn't be like this if you were. But you have, I'm still saying upper level government management. That's my theory. Probably in a legal field related office. That's what I would guess.
As well as her telling me that she's going to kill me. These, there are a slew of text messages. There is a slew of, there's WhatsApp messages, and then also the fake number that she called me from Zoe Campbell. I had blocked her on anything, on everything that I could block her on. In addition, I still get phone calls from weird numbers. I just stopped answering them. So I don't know if this behavior is continuing. All I'm saying is, Your Honor, it needs to be checked that she doesn't continue to do this, especially when there's a child involved. I believe her when she says that she wants to hurt me. I believe her. And the evidence has showed that she has threatened me. She perjured herself by saying that she has not threatened me. In addition, I have voice messages from Dave stating the same. Why your court doesn't have it, I don't know, but I did email it yesterday. I can email it again. It's a conversation he and I had, and he's saying she would love to fuck you up. I can't stop her. I can't control her. He's saying all of that in the recording.
I understand, and I do have the recording, but
Okay.
I've listened to it. But again, Attorney Wardlaw.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll start by saying, Your Honor, over the course of the hearing, we had the opportunity to hear the accusations leveled by the petitioner against my client, Ms. Beverly Lewis, and they lack both in substance and in motive. Ms. Lewis, as was established, did contact the petitioner following the discovery of deeply personal and emotionally charged situation. The contact, however, did not in any way consist of threats or acts of intimidation. Instead, this is a situation where the petitioner is seeking to use the judicial system in a lover's quarrel. And by allowing this warrant application, the court would be enabling her misuse of the judicial system. And we must not, and we shouldn't let the gravity of a warrant be diminished by her ulterior motives.
Are you okay, buddy? I mean, I know it's been a long hearing. We've barely got through it. Here's the reality. Like, this docket was like 5 or 6 hours, and we've been streaming for 5 hours. But that's just because I love it. But are you kidding me? You don't have a better prepared. That didn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Your closing statement, dude. Dave's making him super nervous. He's like, he must have been, well, I mean, I'm just laughing. Yeah. Oh, absolutely, misfits. You know what? Yeah, I'll finish that later. Let's just keep it going.
I would close by saying the petitioner's case is not about the pursuit of justice, but it's about an attempt to avoid and to inflict harm using the judicial system. I urge this court to uphold the true spirit of the law, the real pursuit of justice, and protect the integrity of the legal institution. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, folks. Let me just state one thing. It is not my job to address really civil lovers' quarrels. Let's just be clear. I'm here about crimes. I'm here about protecting the safety
of perfect Dave marriages. No, but seriously, Judge, you could probably call this petty. I know you remember at the beginning of this docket, that woman swore at this judge. That feels like so long ago. And yet he handled that with such grace. And now he's got Dave, acid throwing lovers quarrel. Once again, just thank you Court gods.
Of DeKalb County and the community. That's my job.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, court gods of DeKalb County.
My job is not to address lovers' quarrels. What I have heard is a clear lovers' quarrel. What I have also heard are allegations from a young man indicating that someone told him they were going to throw acid on him. But I also have heard evidence that very well that phone call could have been made by another individual. Neither of those individuals are the persons or the parties actually involved in this matter, nor your son, nor the other individual that very well is alleged to have made that call to you, Miss. What we do have and what the evidence clearly showed is, again, a lover's quarrel. A quarrel about people not being honest with each other. And now that dishonesty is here blasted on this screen. Now, I'm not so sure how you guys feel about your personal business being blasted. That's on you. But I do understand the concerns about safety. But
Sorry, Judge, you got that one wrong. Let me just help you here. That's on. I'll help.
Now, I'm not so sure how you guys feel about your personal business being blasted. That's on you.
Tube. KCC 2.0 to be exact.
But I do understand the concerns about safety. But again, the evidence did not indicate that Miss Lewis made that allegation of throwing acid. I don't see that. Now, whether or not
the text message says she gonna fuck me up, though.
Miss Pearl.
I'm sorry.
Listen, you gotta recognize if I'm talking, and I've been listening to y'all for that amount of time, give me that time. It'll be short.
I'm sorry.
It'll be brief, but it'll be informative. Okay. And all I'm just trying to express to you is that, look, I only seen a couple of text messages. I seen her say, if you step foot in my house, I'm gonna beat you up. But that's if you step foot in my house. That's what the text message said. It didn't say, as soon as I see you, I'm gonna beat you up on sight. Didn't see it. But what I'm saying to you is, folks, that even if I was to put you or her in jail, right, that would not resolve the overall issues that are really between you guys, because it may still be going on. It may still be going on. But that's not for the court to make a determination on. I'm here to determine whether or not someone, Ms. Sproul particularly, made a threat of bodily harm via communication, email, text message. Well, someone saying what they will do if you step in their home isn't going to be suffice. And all the other communications are obviously back and forth trash talk. Trash talk. And so because of that, folks, I'm not going to be issuing an arrest warrant this evening. But I will make a suggestion. If you can't get it together with who you're with, expect this to happen again. But don't expect the court to clean up your civil issues. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. But with that being said, I'm going to let you guys go. I hope you have a blessed evening, young man. I hope you get some good sleep and enjoy the rest of your summer. You guys are free.
All right. Thank you.
Poor judge was worried about the kid's sleep the whole time. You worried about his fucking sleep, Judge? Are you worried that he's gonna have nightmares tonight, remembering about Dave and his mom? Ugh, talking about stanky pussy? Like, oh my God. Denied. I was like across the room grabbing something, and all I could say was denied when that happened. Let's just let her finish saying what she's gonna say, then I will speak for a little while. I'm like, let's keep going, but really, I do have to stop. It's been over 5 hours, but we'll watch the rest of this tomorrow. But let's continue. Let's just let them finish here.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, it's 8:21. If you can understand my concerns about time that I made earlier in the day, this is why I'm stating it, but I'm going to stay on. We're going to try to finish as many cases that we can this evening. All right, so the next case that we will be hearing is going to be position five, Akilah Lloyd and Jada Fretwell.
I can't stop. I have to keep watching.
Yes.
All right, Miss Lloyd, where's Miss Fretwell?
I'm here.
All right, Jada Fretwell. Folks, Akilah, if you can take yourself off mute so we can just have a little bit of conversation here real quick.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Melanie, did you email me, by the way? Don't forget to do that because we definitely have to make some plans. And I don't know what you're making Jonathan do, but I'm okay with it, obviously. I can't stop though. Like I have to know what's happening with Jada and whatever. Is it gonna be that long? It is gonna be that long. You know it is. I know, but I still want to watch it. I know. Oh, I'm not worried if anybody else is here, guys. That's never been my problem. I'm just like, nah, let's go.
And so, ladies, as you may have witnessed, you may or may not have been paying attention. As you see, we try to have somewhat of a little bit of organization.
May or may not have been paying attention, Judge. Are you joking me right now? If you're in a Zoom meeting, 99 out of 100 times, nobody mentions syphilis, gonorrhea, the Dave, pussy, fucking throwing acid on people's faces. Like, this was an interesting Zoom call. You did not lose anybody, okay? You had everybody's attention.
Where folks can present their cases in an organized fashion to some degree. I am going to.
Spoiler alert, Tin Man. I remember now. I think they are. Fucking fuck. Nightmare.
Get you ladies under oath, but I'm going to tell you folks again what we're specifically here about. So we're not just addressing all sorts of matters. As you can see, things can quickly take a side street. And then we'll get your evidence. But first, let's get your witnesses and get them sequestered.
Actually, but first, Judge, let's just do like for a moment here because hold on, watch this. Transition to this. Oh, of course. Let's do a stretch. Everybody just stretch your arms out a little bit, do a little wiggle of your body. Can we get moving a little bit? Do I remind you of a teacher? Your annoying teacher who's like, okay, class, let's go ahead and make our body move for a minute so that we can use our minds better. But for me, I do need to move a little bit. So but we'll keep watching. Also, shit, the eyelashes on this girl. Oh my God. Look at the bottom. First of all, Helen Child, another child in the hearing, as we talked about. How do you think the other, oh my God, Kiviosia, wow, what parent did that? K-E, and I don't, one of my policies is that I do not put people's names on blast because, for many reasons. What you've done to that child, first of all, you probably made kindergarten really tough. Like, that's a lot of letters and a lot of sort of weird letters to have to spell and write out for a kid. Plus side, never gonna need a last name. Never.
So, Miss Aquila, Miss Lloyd, what witnesses do you have?
My mom.
Okay.
And like I stated, she is here. She's the one that's on Zoom. And as I stated, the other witness are the neighbors that was around or that have video footages of what I sent them.
Okay, so where's your mother? Is she in the room with you on a separate Zoom screen?
She's on Zoom. Wakithia.
Okay, Wakithia. Clerk, if we can move Wakithia to a breakout room. And then Jada Fretwell, Miss Fretwell, what witness do you have?
Jennifer Fretwell, my grandmother, and then Kivase Rose, my kid's dad.
Okay, if we can get both of those folks in a...
Kivase, is that like the hippies drink it? Like, not kombucha, but there's another one that seems just like that. All the hippies drink it, and they're just like, oh my God, it's so good. It's got probiotics.
Private breakout room until it's time for them, their testimony to be taken. We'll get them as well, okay? All right, ladies.
I don't see them. Are they on Zoom, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah, Miss Jennifer Fretwell.
Oh, I mean, okay. And the other person, is he on here too?
Yes, he holding his hand up. Kivase Rhodes.
Yeah, there he is.
Oh, okay, got it. I see him now. Thank you.
No worries, no worries. All right, folks, bear with me while I pull up this matter, okay? Hold tight.
Okay.
What does her shirt say? Does it say romance? What does her shirt say?
All right, ladies, I'm going to go over the allegation, particularly that's being made for this warrant application. And then again, that's your roadmap. All right. Just being clear.
Okay.
All right. So this is what we're dealing with this evening. We're dealing with 2 allegations of a theft by taking, as well as a battery, both of which happened on May 26th, 2023. Okay. Bear with me here. Hold tight.
Yeah, well, this is like we're doing a test or we're doing, it's like at school. This is a new class. New class, guys. That's why we did a stretch, okay? First of all, I do believe her shirt says romance, and I believe it has a red strikeout line through it. Miss Jada up here, listen, Jada, I get it. I play with my hair all the time too. But you know, I think that the problem is when you're on camera and you can see yourself on camera, you're quite conscious of what you're doing. But I think a lot of these people are using their phones for Zoom, and they don't have their own picture up and whoever's up. And so they're always like, they just think, oh, nobody's looking at me because I'm not looking at anybody. And it's like, well, no, actually, we're all looking at you still. And also just changing that to that. Okay.
All right, ladies, let me get you under oath. Can I get you to raise your right hand? You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and a penalty and perjury of the law?
I do.
All right, we're going to start with Miss Fretwell. Miss Fretwell, I'm going to give you, it's 8:25. I'm going to give you till about 8:28 or so, 8:29.
You know, Judge, I'm going to be really upfront with you. Just like as a parent, like before as a parent, you really used a great power move, being calm. Impeccable use. Honestly, one of the best I've ever seen. Your timing prompts, however, make you look like a chump. Okay? Don't say fucking to the minute times when you don't enforce any timing ever. I've never heard you be like, well, you got 1 minute left. Never. So again, why are you saying weird numbers that you either, again, I believe in you and I think you've got this, but I think you got to just either set an actual time or just don't say it like that, because everybody gets their fucking hopes up and then 12 hours later she's still talking about Dave.
To give us some background regarding the theft by taking, as well as the misdemeanor battery that occurred on May 26, 2023. All right.
All right. So on May 26th, I had just got my hair done before driving to the neighborhood.
Fabulous. Absolutely critical details. And beyond the most relevant stuff that needed to be said. Like, I'm shocked. This woman must be an attorney. She is so to the point and really like cutting to the chase here. Ma'am, you're okay.
I had just got my hair done before driving to the neighborhood. So when I drove to the neighborhood, it was pretty much because my friend Owen, he had borrowed money from me. He had borrowed $20 from me. So I was
$20 to Owen that she drove to get back. Listen, if you need to drive to get your $20 back from somebody that you lent it to, you shouldn't lend somebody $20, honey. That's a level, right? That's a level.
going back to pick it up. The next day was going to be my birthday. So he was giving me my money back. So when I walked to his house, I got out of the car and I walked to his house to get the money.
Also, Jada don't look like somebody you should fuck with. Owen be Owen, all right. Royalty podcast can make me laugh. She looks like the type who has a book, who writes down what people owe, and she knows dates. She got receipts. Is Akila related to this? Is that her name? Yeah, Akila. Is she related to this? Either you're on crack or you deal with druggies, because well, allegedly, in my opinion.
I had walked back to my car. My kids' dad and my kids were in the car. So
My family? Oh, also, nobody's kink shaming. Or, Tin Man, nobody thinks that you're kink shaming. The kink thing is just something we throw up all the time because that's the way I am. But we know you're not kink shaming or Dave shaming or anything. Well, we all Dave shamed, but you know what I mean. Also, I need to make a mental note right now to create a KCC oath that I will require you all to take. Yes.
that's when Akila and her mother seen me. Akila was driving. Her mother was in the passenger seat. So we went on about our day. Like we was driving to leave, to go home. So as we was leaving, Akila decided to follow us. We was in front of her, and all of a sudden she drives into oncoming traffic and get in front of us. Mind you, we at the front of the neighborhood. So at the entrance, that's when she blocked us in, like blocked from people from coming in and then blocking us from going out. So then when they blocked us in, that's when her mother came out the car and was saying, bitch, get out the car, bitch, get out the car. Her mother saying that. Mind you, my kids are screaming. My kids are screaming and saying that mommy girlfriend's trying to fight mommy. So I get out the car.
Again, why are you guys being such assholes and throwing your kids under this shit? Your kids didn't say that. Mommy's girlfriend's trying to beat mommy. You're as if your fucking kids said that. They didn't. If they did, that was because you were saying that. Mind you, my kids were screaming. I'm sorry, but again, what the fuck? I mean, Dave's one thing, but this is like, this is so fucking crazy. This judge must be like, how much does a judge get paid in DeKalb County, actually? Can somebody Google that, please? That must be public. I need to know a base salary for a judge, and I want to know weeks of holiday.
When I get out the car, that's when we argue. They was mainly arguing with my kid's dad. And I was like, we trying to leave. I'm like, get out the way or whatever. And I said he was not the one driving. I guess they were thinking that he drove me over there to fight her, but that wasn't the case. I went to my friend's Owen's house. So Akila, she gets a booster seat, she get a drink, and then she had an umbrella. She threw it at me and she missed. And then after she missed, I went back towards the car. And then when I went back towards the car, and then we went back and arguing again. That's when Akila grabbed me by my hair. I had a wig on. She grabbed me by my hair. She pulled me down, caused me to hit my head on the ground.
You just said you went to the hairdresser. What are you fucking talking about? You had a wig. Oh, like you just got it permanently put on? Like, sorry, when I thought wig, like, I'm confused. Also, Tin Man, if kink shaming is your kink, that's totally fine. And you can even come here, like I've just written, and partake with me in kink shaming with my consent. I only prevent kink shaming for those who might be embarrassed or less weird than me. So you can come here and do it. Although that's actually offering you quite a bit. If that's your kink, I've just basically offered you for free, which isn't very smart. But anyways.
And as she's like she's holding my head at the same time, so my head is down. So she's hitting me. She's like pushed me down on the ground. And then that's when her mom, after that, that's when her.
Also, Jonathan, hold on. Are you telling me of a new court? 14500D? Discord that to me, and I will make sure to look at it later. Discord is like my my list. Why did this fight start again? All I got was that she left the hairdressers, drove to the neighborhood to pick up $20 from Owen, who was Owen, and then 145K a year. Oh my God. I thought you were fine because you know how the TPO court is 1200D. I was like, shit, is there a secret? Oh my God. Okay, fuck. Okay, let's just think about and how many holidays? Because 145K a year is quite a bit US. Wow. Do you know how many? I have a spreadsheet that tells you exactly how many judges there are in each county in Georgia, and I believe it's in the hundreds. So that's a whole lot of money.
Her mom jumped in and was hitting me. She grabbed me by my braids. And then after she grabbed me by my braids, that's when my kid's dad pushed her mom out the way. I was trying to get Akila off me. I was punching her upward, and that's when Akila fell. Once she fell, that's when I stopped. Mind you, I had my purse over my body and it was open.
I was just about to put my $20 in it from Owen. No, I'm not saying that 145K is good for a judge, and I think that the way that most judges used to make it profitable is by being very efficient and therefore having a reduced workload as much as possible by having an efficient docket, and then therefore having pretty good quality of life. However, and there are also some pro tem judges that we've seen, who just outright say they're still practicing. So, I mean, you could do both. 145 for a year as a magistrate, but still, that's still very, very good. A lot of these types of hearings are handed at a tribunal level in many places, and they don't make that much money, I'll tell you that.
So after I stopped, once she got off me, I stopped and I started picking my stuff off the ground that fell out my purse. As I was picking my stuff up off the ground, that's when Akila got in the car. She put the car in reverse. She didn't really hit me, but she hit my face because I'm stooping down, grabbing my stuff. And she hit me slightly on my face with the car. And her mom in the passenger seat telling her, "Stop, Akila, stop, stop."
I personally believe that one time Judge Dismissal Dan said that he worked in PI, which we know is personal injury, but I personally believe that he's a private investigator during the week solving hard cases.
So then once I was able to get the other stuff, I realized that my wallet was gone. So after we left where the altercation happened, I went to my grandmother's house. I went straight to my grandmother's house. My kids got out the car first. They ran to my grandmother and said, Akilah fought mommy.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, Ms. Fredwell, it's 8:30.
Mhm.
Identified when that battery happened. And did you say about the stolen wallet? Is that what you're alleging, that your wallet got stolen?
Yes, it was stolen. And it was stolen.
All right.
Was there money in it? What do you mean it was stolen? This is so weird.
Hold tight. I'm gonna let Miss Akilah speak for about 3 minutes, 8:30, about 8:33, okay, ma'am? So Miss Lloyd.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to not speak for 3 minutes, which will be virtually impossible for me. But somebody set a timer right now. And as soon as I stop talking, start it and we'll see. He's giving her 3 minutes. That's not going to happen. But I'm not going to speak for 3 minutes. In 3, 2, 1.
Floor is yours.
Okay. So first, I have a question for you, Judge. So if a person is lying, if we're under oath, and if a person is lying, that's jail time, correct?
Not necessarily. You got to prove that they're lying.
Right. Okay, I am. So, okay, so this has been going on for like 4 years. My son is 4.
Let's focus on the 26th of May of 2023.
Okay, so the 26th of May, we were leaving out the driveway. Me and my mom, we were leaving out the driveway. We was headed to the store. So as I'm driving, you see someone running to a car. And well, you see running from behind the house. And I'm like, that's old girl. First, I'm like, why is this female running? Looking around. Then I see her truck. I said, that's old girl running. My mom's like, who? I said, Jada. She was like, it's not her. I said, yes, it is her. That's her car right there. So we get to the stop sign because where the car was sitting at the end of the street to the left. She jumped in on the passenger side, and they pulled off and everything. So I set the car to the side to try to let them go. I was like, I bet you Julio driving the car, which is Kiva said, the witness. We driving and everything. And then I did stop the car. I got out of the car and I'm talking to him. I said, why did you bring her over here knowing that we're not supposed to have no contact? I have a whole restraining order out on him. Jada, last year, she tried to take out a restraining order. The judge dropped it because she lied. So Jada, no, we wasn't supposed to have any contact. We did get into a fight. Jada know that I'm pregnant. I wasn't talking to her. Jada jumped out from instantly when we stopped the car. Jada is on the passenger side yelling out the car, talking about be this, be that, keep my kid's name out your mouth and all that. Instead of talking to Kivassier, I'm like, why did you bring her over here? Constantly saying, why you bringing her over here? The 2 houses that we was in front of, they heard me say it. That's why I'm saying the footages. So she get out the car. She walk into my personal space as I'm talking to Kivassier. And I did throw the umbrella at her. She had the cup because she was drinking. She had the cup. She threw the cup at me. She missed. She went back to her car and got her baby cup and tried to throw the cup. And then we just got the fight. The police was called. We got a police report and everything. Said it was a mutual fight. Jada know that I'm pregnant. So my understanding from the precinct and everything, they said if anybody was to take out a warrant or anything, both of us go to jail. Or if I was to do anything, she can go to jail, I can go to jail. If she was to do anything, she can go to jail, or just a lot of. So from my understanding, the police report is saying a mutual fight. And like I said, Jada know I'm pregnant. Jada walked in my personal space. She's in the neighborhood and she knows she wasn't supposed to be in the neighborhood. Ain't nobody over there named no Owen. There's no one over there on. I have the receipts and everything. I sent everything over to you all, proving that she was in our backyard, proving that she was running from off of the street, proving that she had texted me. And I have text messages of Kivassier texting me saying that he was the driver and everything. So proving that they came over there to fight. I have everything. It's no reason to lie. It's not.
All right. So folks, what I want to do now is, Ms. Fretwell, what evidence or what witnesses do you have regarding this matter here?
I have the police report made by her. I have screenshots of her posting that she beat me up on Instagram and how she did it. I have my kid's dad, who was also there.
So who do you want to? What do you want to introduce first? You got a lot of stuff.
Kivasier, to
Okay.
say what happened.
Let's get Cavassier in here. Am I pronouncing it correctly? And is this your witness or
Yeah.
This is your witness. He's testifying for
My
you.
witness.
All right, clerk, can we bring him in? Clerk, if we can get Mr. What's his last name, Miss Fred?
Grove. Rhodes.
Cavassier Rhodes. Can we bring in Mr. Rhodes?
Coming, Judge. 1 second.
No, I'm sorry. You can take it. Mr. Rhodes, can you unmute for me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you raise your right hand? I'm gonna get you under oath. You swear, affirm, and tell the truth, the whole truth, under penalty and perjury of the law?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Fretwell is going to ask you some open-ended questions, and then you're going to get cross-examined by Miss Aquila, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Fretwell.
All right. So Kibase, what were our intentions of going to that neighborhood?
Cavassier. I have so many things I want to say. At first, it was so difficult. And then I just walked away and pretended like I was just listening to regular court cases. So I was yelling. I mean, I was cheating because I was yelling here at my house. You guys couldn't hear or see me. But so I will, in a moment, I'm just going to put something in the microwave and then I'll come back and I'll go on camera and I will try and be quiet while under surveillance because I totally cheated there. I was yelling and I was laughing my fucking ass off. Again, she's pregnant. What? If the police report is not admissible, what else was I thinking? The name Cavassier. The judge not rushing the clerk. Like, okay, cool, judge. Yeah, you've got all the time in the world. And who else? There's something else. Although I will say I'm quite impressed at her brevity. Also, Miss Ann Mintz up here, classy, right? She looks like she's in her front parlor. She's in the parlor, just off the stairwell, in court, waiting.
But
My intention is you was driving there to get some money from a friend.
Also, and I'll just say this one time, it is a foyer. But that's not a foyer. That is a front entrance with the room. You see how it's right off the door? It's not I don't think that's a foyer. I think this is well, maybe that part there, but where she's sitting is not the foyer. It looks very similar to my house, my other house that is like 120 years old or whatever. They built things really funny at the time. Mince and Child are fighting over the gym. Oh, I'm going to be here all night.
okay. Also, did I run from?
No, that's not a green screen. And I'll tell you why, Artie. Nobody in their right mind would include a protection door lock bar in the green screen. And that's what Miss Mintz has up there.
Akila's backyard, and do you remember saying there that she has a Ring doorbell herself?
You did not run from. You wasn't running. You parked the car in the middle of the street. I got in the driver's seat.
Oh no, I'm a Hyundai P. 100p that she's in a real house that is quite nice and bougie. It is Atlanta after all. No, it's not. It's DeKalb County, contiguous to Atlanta or Fulton County, but not quite. It's funny to me because, for example, like my mind is like, well, there's a large window right above the bar that you have there. And if somebody was determined to get into your house so much that they would try and break it in, wouldn't they just break that window and climb right in and the bar would do nothing?
Moved it. I turned around as I was coming back up. I seen you walking down the hill and you got in the car, and I seen the white car that they was in, and they stopped at the stop sign and then they kept going.
Okay. So Akilah is claiming that we jumped.
Jonathan, please dress as Tutankhamun. I will really, that's somebody's kink too. You know it is. And I'm not just talking about like actually like people wearing tight latex or whatever. That's one thing, but I guarantee there is somebody out there who fucking gets off pretending that they are an ancient Egyptian mummy.
From her backyard. Do you remember the conversation when you talked to Akilah's sister when Akilah's sister called you?
Yes.
What did Akilah's sister say to you?
She told me that only reason she came over there because they said we came from the backyard. But I did not. No one came from the backyard.
Okay. And then did Akilah's sister also state that Akilah that we need to handle that you need to handle this situation because Akilah's gonna keep lying. She's gonna keep doing this stuff.
Yeah, she told me to do what I have to do.
Okay. And then also when we had spoke with the officer who she made the report to, what did he say?
He said Miss Lloyd said that I was coming over there to take my son away from him.
Okay. And then you also seen her police report that she made. What did it state in the police report?
Don't worry about that. I've got the police report.
Okay. And also, I was gonna ask you a question. And then with the fight,
Judge, you interrupted her Law and Order moment. She was on a fucking roll there. And he's like, nah, I'm not even. I love how he didn't explain that. He's not going to use the police report as evidence. But he said it in a way that she thinks he is.
So she stated that she waited for us to pass and then she just got in front of us and she just was arguing with you. How did that incident happen with her blocking us in?
Once you got in the car, she stopped at the stop sign and pulled off. As I'm driving behind, she goes over to the right, pull over. I go past her, I keep going. So as we get to the end of Chestnut Lake to go out, she speeds up, go over the speed bump, going like 45, 50, get in front of us and block the main entrance. She then proceeds to get out the car, yelling, bitch, get out the car, bitch, get out the car, bitch, get out the car. And then Jada eventually got out the car. They was going back and forth. I did not get out the car at the time until the car seat was thrown by Ms. Lloyd. Then I got out the car. Then they was like, oh, you brought her over here? Why would you bring her over here? Mind you, I did not drive there. She drove there. I got in the car to move the car out the street. And I'm trying to tell them I did not drive over here. But they so into whatever. And then that's when the back and forth kept going. And they got into an altercation. When they got into an altercation, I stood back as Ms. Lloyd hit the ground. Then her mother, Ms. Wakithia, tried jumping in. That's when I broke up the whole fight.
Okay. And then after
First of all, let's just absolutely say she is doing better questioning than the previous lawyer did. Okay? Miss Fretwell is on point at this point. Also, somebody sent me a lovely gift in the PP, and I would love to say thank you. I'm not going to say their full name, but I saying thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, Jonathan, I was like, I didn't see your name. I just saw like the arrows at the wave, and I was like, who the fuck is that? I've never seen that before. They don't have any name. I didn't see your name above it. It was so funny. Um, but anyways, thank you to whoever did that. I really do appreciate that. Also, this again, these situations, guys, like, can we just find people that we want to be with and not argue with the other people? If you don't go after the other women, please, or the other guys. That's not the way to do it.
The fight, after the fight happened, when I was getting my stuff, what happened after that?
Miss Lloyd then tried to back the car up, and her mother yelled, "No, Keela, don't do that." And she stopped. She slammed on brakes. And then
No, Keela, don't do that.
she spent around and went back to the house and said, "Bitch, come to the house."
Okay, but I forgot something. As the fight was going on, what was Akila's mom saying to Akila as the fight was going on?
Beat her ass, Keela, beat her ass.
Because Akila stating that she's pregnant.
Wait. Now you testify. So ask him a question.
Okay. And then after we left from the incident and we drove off, and I realized my wallet was gone, what did we do after that?
Told the police, told your grandmother. Your grandmother went back and tried looking for the items. They wasn't there. Then the police called and said that Miss Lloyd was helping him find them, and then she gave them to him.
She gave what to him?
Your IDs, your credit cards, things like that.
Okay. And then after we talked with the police that he got my wallet back from Akila, what happened after that?
Someone tried using the cards on Walmart, on Cash App, just tried making purchases.
Okay, but I'm saying before that, what happened in Conyers that happened?
I was sitting in the truck and I noticed a white car was pulling up, and I remember the car that they was in, and I told her not to come outside because I just seen them come in the neighborhood, and they drove to the end of the cul-de-sac, sat there, and then they sat there for a minute, then they came back up, and they did it twice. The second time they didn't ever come back. I guess they went to the Kroger's because she started texting her, telling her to come to the Kroger's and bring that gay ass nigga with you because he going to jail.
Okay.
All right. I think we've identified what happened on the 26th. Do you have any questions, Miss Akila, for Mr. Rose?
I do.
Okay.
All right. So, okay, you all stated that y'all came over there to pick up money from her friend house. So I sent the evidence over. If you judge, if you see where it says 6756 Fairfax, that's the house. That's the street. That's a dead end. Once you turn on that street, that's a dead end. It doesn't go anywhere. Where it's highlighted pink, that's where they were parked. So if you were going to a friend house, why you didn't go to the friend driveway?
Like I said, the car was in the middle of the road. I got in the car. I drove to the end of the cul-de-sac, turned around and came back up. When I was coming back up, I seen her coming down the hill. Like she was at the bottom of the hill and she came to the car.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, then you just say that you were in the passenger side and you jumped in the driveway when she left it in the middle of the street. So you drove. You haven't, and then also
I was in the passenger seat. She left the car in the middle of the road. I got in the driver's seat, drove to the end of the cul-de-sac, turned around, and as I was coming up, she was coming down to the car. Exactly
okay, so that still didn't answer my question on why y'all didn't park in the friend driveway who you were getting the $20 from or the birthday money. 2, did you not text my brother when he said call me? Now you lived in this same house that she came to. So like I said, the lying, don't do that. Don't do it.
Miss Akila,
So
let's ask questions about the allegation.
okay.
What the fuck? This is. If ever there was a kangaroo court, this is it. You guys, I'm laughing so hard too. No, I'm not even gonna say it. Just keep watching. I'll tell you.
Okay. All right. So did you not text my brother and say don't got nothing to do with me, but Keela and all that blocking the exit. And then you said, bruh, I don't keep doing nothing. This girl constantly talking about my kids, which is Jada kids. Not only that, Keela is grown, knew she was pregnant, and what she got.
Hold on, Miss Akila, are you reading someone's evidence? Because they're not here to testify. Asking.
I'm reading my evidence. No,
Okay,
I'm reading
you're
my
not
evidence.
reading your evidence yet. We're asking him a cross-examination question. I understand you haven't even. I don't even know what you're looking at.
She was asking the
Okay.
question. She was asking the question that did I send that message? Basically.
Okay, so yeah, did you not text my brother basically saying that in so many words that y'all came over there to fight, but Keela is grown? Okay.
No,
So
that's not what my message
okay.
was stating.
Why was she coming from behind the house?
She never went behind the house.
Why was she running off of the street to the car?
When she noticed you, she ran to the car.
How did she know it was me if she was going to her friend's house? You don't have no reason to be running if you were going to someone's house, right?
I don't
She
know.
was running to the car. Kivasia, was she not running to the car?
No.
And she
She
jumped
ran
in
to
the
get
car.
back in the car when she saw that you was coming down the hill.
But you just said that she wasn't running. You just said she wasn't running.
Folks, let's talk about the batteries and the stolen items.
Okay.
Whether or not
So
she
and
was
then
there to fight or not, until the fight happened,
Right.
there was nothing that happened. So let's
okay.
continue on.
So when we both put the car in park, I was driving and you was driving the truck. When I got out of the car, was I not talking to you, asking you, why did you bring her over there? And Jada was on the passenger
You wasn't
side
talking to me.
yelling.
You wasn't talking to me. You didn't know that I was in the car because I didn't get out until all the chaos started happening. You was talking to her.
Keep on saying.
The
Okay.
windows are tinted
So
on the truck.
Okay. So yeah, I don't have no more questions for him because I don't have no more questions, John.
More questions. Miss Fretwell, do you have any other questions for Mr. Rose?
Okay, Kivase. And once we got back to my home, what did Akila text me stating before she came over here?
That she was gonna pull up to 375.
375?
Golf Chris. Your house. You stay at.
Okay. And then also, what did she also state about the
357. I'm
kids?
tripping. My bad. I apologize.
What did she also state about the kids?
That there was them ugly ass, slow ass kids.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
All right. Again, why are you fuckers being so rude about the kids? Like, stop that. Don't be dicks. Also, would anybody doubt that Helen Child is playing on an iPad right now? I'm guessing it was a bingo game, maybe? She's a maker! Listen. It's like I got fired from a job, but I came back at night to work for free.
Ms. Fretwell for Mr. Rhodes.
And then when the police arrived to my home, what did the police tell us to do?
Answer the phone and answer the phone. They listen to her. Tell her to come to the Kroger's on 148.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Fretwell, do you have anybody else that is going to offer anything different from what Mr. Rhodes said?
My grandmother, Jennifer Fretwell.
Where was your grandmother when this incident happened?
She was the one that went back to where the altercation happened to find my belongings. And then she also spoke to the person where the altercation happened, like in the house.
Did your grandmother find your wallet or someone else?
No, the officer got it back from Akilah.
Okay, well, then I don't know if your grandmother's communication would be relevant because you're saying the officer got it not from your grandmother. Did your grandmother, hold on. Did your grandmother see anyone take it?
No, she didn't see. She had asked the
I
resident.
don't know if her testimony is going to add to anything regarding this matter. If she wasn't present when the alleged battery occurred and has no knowledge of whether or not who took anything. You understand? Mr. Rhodes was there, so it makes sense.
I mean, the officer spoke. They were supposed to meet with each other to get my wallet.
I got it. Did you get your wallet back?
Yes, my grandmother met with the officer.
Okay, and she picked your wallet up, is what you're saying?
Yes.
All right, that's fine. I don't know if we really need her though. We really want to know who took the wallet, not how she got it back. Okay, because she got it back from an officer. Anybody else?
No.
Okay. Any emailed evidence that you'd want that is relevant beyond what Mr. Rhodes has said?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it?
The transactions that was made by them.
Okay.
And then
Hold on. Mr. Rhodes, you are free to go, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right, folks, give me 1 second.
Judge, would you like me to let Ms. Fretwell in from the waiting room so you can release her if she's not needed?
Yes, I can let the grandmother go. Hold tight.
All right, I'll let her back in.
All right. All right, I'm going to share my screen. All right, Ms. Fretwell, can you see my screen here?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so tell us what this is and how it's relevant.
Okay, so this was the day after the incident, like 4:00 in the morning. I was notified that these were attempted transactions from my credit card right here. From and if you on the Cash App name, it pulls up Akilah's brother. So you have to scroll down. Okay, right here. These are attempted transactions on my USAA debit card. And if you see right here, it say Cash App attempt for little JoJo, which is Akilah's brother.
I don't know who little JoJo is. That doesn't sound like a government name.
Me neither.
Okay.
I have no clue.
All right, and Ms. Fretwell, what else would you like me to look at?
You can scroll down. That was from a past incident. Scroll down. And this is text message from Akilah. That's old. I think I sent. That's the wrong document. I sent one. Okay, right here. There it is. You go up. Keep going up.
Look for something from May 26th because I've got.
Right. Yes, I know. Well, hold on. Go up. Go up. All right, right here.
Those not even my.
Right here is text message of Akilah stating that she slammed me. Can you scroll down? I can't see all the way. And then she's detailing the fight. When she say, please stand on yours, Miss Scary got that ass slung and beat the F up. Please, we simply said, come back if you think it wasn't fair. You mad because you got caught.
Okay.
And then here goes the text message where she says she's coming to my house.
Okay. I don't see the coming to my house.
Right here. Come back. Where it say come back.
Come to 357. So you're saying that, or she's saying that?
She's saying that to me.
Oh, she's saying coming right to your house.
Yes.
Did she come to your house?
Yes, she did.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
And then if you scroll down, keep scrolling. That's her texting, saying focus on them slow kids.
That's not relevant.
Yeah, okay, right here. This what she posted on her story about me, talking about the fight. She said, and keep your ugly kids away from me. She's telling me that she beat me up.
Okay.
And this was text messages between, and this is Akila's sister texting our kid's father.
Akila's sister isn't here, the one who's the alleged party.
Right. Okay.
So.
And then keep going down. You keep going down.
Okay. And there's the transaction. So we've been through that.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? If that's it.
And then the police report, like I said, that you can see from what Akila made, what I made, and then from the police report from Dale County.
Hold on, I got it. I can see all of that. So, Miss Fretwell, I'm going to give Akila an opportunity to ask you some questions, and then she's going to have an opportunity, folks. And let me remind you, it is 8:55. We very well will get to one other case this evening. We are not going to go to 11 o'clock. That's not respectful to you or me. So we're going to hear the one other case, and that will be in, and then we'll have to reset those additional matters. I was trying to make sure everyone was informed about that at the top of the calendar, because I do this all the time. All right. So Miss Akila, do you have any cross-examination questions for Miss Fred?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Okay, so Jada, were we not supposed to have any contact from what Fulton County judge told us?
You've been contacting me. So if you know that we weren't supposed to have a contact, why did you harass me after that?
Okay, so, all right. I sent that evidence in of her texting. My next question. So you said that I was talking about posting everything about you on Instagram. Were you not making posts and saying that you beat me up, a pregnant person that you knew was pregnant? Well, you know that I'm pregnant. We're not speaking of like it's passing. You know that I'm pregnant. You did.
Let her answer the question. Let her answer the question.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
I didn't.
Okay. All right. So you didn't make no post of saying that you beat me up with a song and your fist, right?
Nope. I just posted pictures of my bruises.
Okay.
And my wig.
All right. And you said that I stole your wallet, but it hasn't, I didn't steal anything, and I don't know a little JoJo. So where do Akila name come in that of taking anything when I was at the hospital? And I uploaded my proof of being at the hospital from you hitting me.
But you in your police report, you stated that you seen
Hold on, ladies. Ask
oh,
her
no,
some
that was
questions.
my question.
No, so ask a question.
What was your question? What was your question?
So my question, you said that I stole your wallet, but it doesn't show anything that Akila stole your wallet. Your witness never said that Akila stole your wallet. And then also, so where does it come in that I stole your wallet?
Because the officer got it back from you.
That don't mean I stole your wallet.
Why did you have my wallet?
If we had a fight and your purse was on you and your purse was open.
Hold on.
That means
you're testifying. So it's just she's just her opportunity to answer questions. If you don't like what she said, you can have an opportunity to testify too if she asks you questions. But this is her opportunity to ask you, your opportunity to ask her questions. Okay.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Jada.
The officer got it back from you. So if it was on the ground like it was when my grandmother went back to get my wallet, why was it on the ground? Why did you have to take it? Instead of just leaving
I
it on
never
the ground.
Okay. I never took your wallet. Next question. So if you were going to your friend's house to get the money, so the same question that I asked Kivassier, and if you were the driver, why you didn't go to your friend's driveway?
Hold on. She was going to grandma's house, or is she going to Owen's house because Owen owed her? Also, patented, Melanie, are you talking about the cream? It's not my cream. It's a product that was made by a company I used to work for. But it is the best cream. I'll show you it later. And literally, I buy it literally by six jars at a time at $50 a jar.
And why did we see you running off of the street? And why was your
What the fuck? YouTube Daddy, I'm not selling anything. Just let me just keep doing this. No, the cream company did not sell examination tables. The cream company did sell a lot of unscrupulous products, I will say that. And let's just say they were a large company, are a large company that has many products. Most of them, I would say, are mid-range quality, if that. This product, on the other hand, I personally realized how good it was, and I could sell anybody on it. I used to sell fucking so much of that cream. Oh my God. Have I timed out a limit or something with my why is this doing this? This cream also what the what seriously, what the fuck? Well, you can get this cream in Alberta. You have been able to for a long time. All of the work that I'm talking about was done before legalization, by the way. Um, what happened, you guys? Hold on. Can someone see where that timestamp was at? It was please go right back to where it was. The thing about this cream is that it works on any sort of main issue you might have, but it's so subtle and nice and you forget about it and all of a sudden you're like, "Oh, I don't hurt anymore." Or, "Wow, my, whatever." It's just got a very lots and it's not just the THC because I've tried oodles of THC creams and the main that's not the reason. It is the combination of whatever they put it together. It's not too creamy. It's not too greasy. It's the perfect sort of consistency to be able to put on. Now they make lube as well, weed lube, but you have to be very careful when you talk about weed lube because most people don't realize this, but most lube that is made with weed is made with oils that are they will disintegrate condoms. So you have to be careful. You can't use condoms with it. You guys will make me start my own Discord. I'll finally do it. It's still spinning, by the way. I'm trying. And I like the new screen layout, but this is still a bit of a no.
I saw a female. Well, I thought it was a kid. but I saw a person running from the back of the house, which was like 2 doors away from Akila's house. They ran from from behind the house across the street and jumped in.
Why you gotta be like that? Why? Oh, actually, that's a great. I don't want to get a strike on this channel at all, you guys, but there's a really good song I want to share with you that is related to Dave. So I will look for that later and figure out a way. Maybe I'll put it on the old channel.
In the truck. And that, oh, I don't know if I need to continue to go on or what.
Okay, so was that all that you saw when we left out of the driveway?
Was that what now?
Was that everything that you saw happen when we were leaving out of the driveway?
Oh, when we were leaving, no, I mean, no, it's further. It was further, but you told me that that was her, and I was like, I didn't know who it was. I never knew who it was. So I said, pull off. And when we pulled off, we moved over to the side, and they came and they went around us speeding, and somebody made like this loud noise. And that's when we knew who it was. But she already knew. I didn't know.
Okay. Do you recall seeing who the driver was?
I didn't. Not at the time. Not at the time until we got down to the end. But common sense. She's over here. I know who's driving.
Okay. My next question, when we were at the in front of the 2 houses where the fight happened, could you tell what happened?
You was fussing at Julio at Kivasier and telling him to asking him why did he bring her over there? He was outside of the truck. She was outside of the truck. She was actually, before she got out, she was fussing and raising sand.
And where was she standing?
At first, you said what?
How was she positioned in her truck? When we parked the car, was Jada positioned?
Let's focus on the fight and the stealing of things. We're now at 9:04, folks. Let's focus on why we're here.
Okay. So when the fight happened, what happened? What do you remember happening when the fight happened?
To be honest, I know the both of you all threw something. Who threw first, I'm not for sure. But the fight happened in Tyler so fast, I'm not for sure really what all went down. But I know I was fussing.
Hold on. I had to interrupt because who else has the pet peeve when people say to be honest? Y'all, you're in court. You all are already supposed to be honest. So I hate being told to pull out too. It's never any fun. Such a Dave move. Yeah, my kinks are making money and being people's lasting memory. Like the one they think of, but can't talk about. If that's what you want to see in it, Jonathan, we don't kink shame around here. Oh, you meant about me saying I don't like being told to pull out either.
went down that I know I was fussing. I was mainly fussing at Kivasier asking him, why did he bring her over?
Okay, so you would say physical harm was due. Go ahead.
I heard you say, "Oh, junk, you going to jail." Her body ended up being over by me. I pushed her, and he pushed me.
Okay. What's my other question? So yeah, you would say physical harm was due to, we both did physical harm to each other, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Did you see me steal a wallet or pick up a wallet?
Not at all.
Okay. I think those are all my questions from my witness, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Fretwell, do you have any questions for Ms. Wakithia?
So my question is, if I jumped from your backyard, and why did you not report that to the police?
First of all, I never said you jumped from my backyard. I said I seen you coming from 2 houses down from the house. 2 houses down. But as you was coming from the back. There was no need for you to be coming from the back if your truck was in the front of you.
But at the beginning, you stated that you see me coming from your backyard.
I said 2 doors down, sweetheart.
Is the question from me or my mom?
Wait. I can see we're going. Listen, honestly, folks, ladies, whether or not she was coming from a side yard, a backyard, or front yard is irrelevant to whether or not you beat her up or stole something. Let's stay focused. Ask some questions, okay?
Okay. And Miss Lloyd, so when the altercation was happening, did you not tell Akilah to beat my ass repeatedly? And did you not also jump on me, grabbing me by my braids?
No, I did not.
Okay. So our kids' dad's just gonna automatically just push you for no reason. And if you just standing by.
I said your body, baby. I said your body came to me. I pushed you. He pushed me.
Why would I come to you, Miss Lloyd?
You got slung over there.
Who slung me?
The person who you was fighting.
So Akilah slung me.
Basically.
And who nickname is JoJo?
I don't know.
So the nickname JoJo is not your son Aiden.
My son name is Aiden.
Okay. And then when the fight,
okay. Can you go to a room with some brightness? Because right now I'm looking at a black screen.
Okay.
I'd appreciate it.
I was just trying to stay away from my grandbaby because he was pretty loud.
I get it, but let's keep some light on.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Fretwell.
Okay. And then my next question is, after the fight happened, did you all go to the person's house where the fight actually happened, asking them which direction did we go?
Did I do what now?
Did you all go back to the person's house where the altercation happened as to which direction did we go?
No, ma'am. I did not.
No.
Okay. So how did you all get my address if you all didn't know it before to come?
Sweetheart, I don't know your address.
Jada, I have your address.
Hold on, Miss Akilah.
I can't answer that. I don't know your address.
Okay.
I never said anything about I knew your address. And I never came to your house, your grandma's house, nobody's house.
Okay. So another question is, if you didn't come to where I live, why was your daughter calling me consistently to come to the Publix after you all had left from my residence?
Once again, I don't know. I stayed and I'm waiting on the police, so I don't know what transpired, sweetheart, after the fight. As a matter of fact, you all locked me out, me and my grandson out, because y'all had been flickering with the garage, because we still have a garage key. So we was locked out.
All right, last question, Miss Fretwell.
Okay. I have not been at your house for one, but two, on May 26th. So was I flickering with your lights in the garage that day?
I think so. I think so.
Okay. Again, I don't understand why that's not in a police report, but okay.
All right, and Miss Akilah Lloyd, do you have any other questions for Miss Wakithia?
No, I don't have any more questions for her. No. I do have a question. What was told to the police officer?
When? I mean,
of the fight, when the police officer came to the house.
About the mutual fight? About it being a mutual
about
fight?
the fight. So
said it was a neighborhood fight.
And what else did he say?
It was mutual. There was nothing nobody can do about it, because it was a mutual fight. Not only that, Your Honor.
Hold on. That was the question that she asked you. We just don't elicit new evidence without a question. Okay, so if you have no other questions for Miss Wakithia, is that it?
Yes, that's it.
All right, Miss Lloyd, Miss Wakithia, you are free to go. Miss Lloyd, I have looked at your text, your emails that you sent over with the text messages here. Bear with me. I do see that it doesn't have a date. This is what I'm going to do, ladies. Do any other evidence that you want to introduce, Miss Akilah Lloyd?
Do I have any other? No, I sent everything over.
Okay, this is what we're going to do, ladies. I'm going to let Miss Fretwell go ahead and give a closing for about 2 minutes till about 9:14, 9:15, and I'll do the same for you, Miss Akilah Lloyd, and we'll make a decision. And I'm going to introduce some additional things before I make my final statement. So, Miss Fretwell, please go ahead.
Your Honor, I mean, I feel like something needs to be done. Like I said, I was in fear for my life, not only for my kids, but when she came, because the neighbor who the altercation happened in front of, he stated that they had guns, and that they were coming. They were trying to figure out where we were. I just personally feel like this been going on for too long. I have made an attempt to do a restraining order against her several times, and especially with this incident. And then, like I said, I have children. My kids don't have nothing to do with this incident, but she's constantly aiming at my kids. And with that incident, yes, we both engaged in an altercation, but that altercation was for her to get her off me. And not only that, she blocked me in. So yes, I had concerns of my safety. And then yes, I believe it's lies that's being told. Because again, if I did any of those things that they both stated, why was that not in the police report? Again, I want this stuff to be resolved because it's been going on for way too long over our kid's dad, who I just got a divorce from last year.
All right, and we'll let that. And Miss Lloyd, do you have your final statements? I'll give you about 2 minutes here.
I do. It's really not much. Speaking of May 26th, I mean, as police stated, or as the report that was told to me, it was a mutual fight. Physical harm was due to both. I didn't press charges. As I stated, she do know that I'm pregnant. She knew. I mean, honestly, as long as she don't have no contact with me, Fulton County, the judge did tell her, Miss Tamika, The judge, she did tell her no contact with me. And as I sent in the evidence of her texting me saying call CPS and everything, she texted me. Coming to my residence, not one time when she even tried to do the TPO. That's why it wasn't granted. So honestly, I have nothing to say. I mean, I'm pregnant. I don't care. It was a fight. It was a fight. It was bound to happen. This has been going on for 4 years. And as I'm tired, when they're both together, they're both plotting. She even texted me about, how he wanted to kill me. So, like I said, I'm not going down the road to what has happened and everything. As long as she leave me alone, don't contact me and everything, I'm good. I don't care. I'm good.
Okay. All right. Now, ladies, let me just be clear. Fighting afraid, it's a crime. But guess
I'm going to say something funny in a second, but let's just hold on.
I don't care. I'm good.
Okay. All right. Now,
I'm good. I don't care. I'm good.
okay. All right. Now, ladies.
Yeah. Fellas, yeah. That's all I could think every time he said that.
Let me just be clear. Fighting afraid, it's a crime. But guess what? Both people can be arrested for that crime. In fact, I've signed warrants where I've let both people go to jail. Fighting is a crime, especially in a public street, right? And I understand you're saying, well, she started it, you took it too far, she took it too far. But we got to fight. And then we got a stolen wallet. Well, I'm looking at this police report here. Bear with me. And the police report is supposed to be pretty clear. And the police report that I provide doesn't seem to.
Hold on. Did he just say the police report is really cool? Did I mishear that? I'm reading the conversation in the chat is really important right now. Partly I am hoping beyond hope that I turned the right settings on so that the live chat replay will be available. And then also like, well, whatever. Did he say it was cool?
And the police report is supposed to be pretty clear. And the police report that I provide doesn't seem to indicate that any officer that we have proof of confirmed that the wallet was given by Miss Lloyd. In fact, it says Miss Fretwell says she was advised not to delete any messages. Miss Fretwell reported that after her wallet went missing, an unknown DeKalb officer retrieved the wallet from Miss Lloyd's home and stated the transaction was attempted by. But we don't have an officer's name. We don't have an officer's identification. And guess what? It doesn't say that it was committed by Miss Lloyd, but apparently an alleged little brother, but we still don't have confirmation that's who that is. Now, ladies, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like fighting. I know that can very well be a justification to be arrested. And I definitely don't like stealing and theft. But what we don't have is confirmation that Akilah came up and committed a battery against you that was where she's the primary aggressor. That's not what we necessarily find in these evidence. And what we also don't find is that she's the one who stole from you. At least that's not what the probable cause would suffice, not based upon what the police report would say. So what do we have? We have, and from my understanding, you guys may share a young man, and I've heard almost 3 cases this evening where violence between women have occurred because of the sharing of one man. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Maybe there's something I need to know, because apparently there's something that makes women fight, but maybe I really don't want that.
Yes, Judge. Sorry, I'm so thankful you've asked. I literally, my light hold on. I do want to answer your question. I'm just going to back you up for a sec, say that again, and then I'm right there with you.
Don't find is that she's the one who stole from you. At least that's not what the probable cause would suffice, not based upon what the police report would say. So what do we have? We have, and from my understanding, you guys may share a young man, and I've heard almost 3 cases this evening where violence between women have occurred because of the sharing of one man. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Maybe there's something I need to know, because apparently there's something that makes women fight, but maybe I really don't want that for me. but you shouldn't want that for yourselves. But I'm not going to be giving any arrest warrants this evening. And ladies, if you can't be around each other, I believe you said that there's already a TPO. Please don't be around each other if you can. But if it gets out of hand, we are happy to arrest you, but we won't be arresting you this evening. And so you ladies are free to go, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. And this is the officer name, Angie.
Miss Lloyd.
Ma'am, read the room, lady. Seriously, that is hilarious. Also, Judge, I think the judge is a bit of a sadist. I'm gonna be honest, right? Because look how dark that is. It's too dark. But this is gonna be too bright. Yeah, that's fucked up too. Anyways, yeah. The judge could have said this line 6.5 hours ago. YouTube daddy. You guys, YouTube daddy's my Dave. I just realized. Like, he was like, go away. Yeah, I told you you were going to get all this money, but I took it. And I told all your friends about it. So yeah, just don't come back. And I'm like, I'm going to come back. Can I come back? Are you sure? Can I come back? I like phoned his mom basically and was like, is it okay if I come back? You're sure it's okay? And then I show up back up with this new channel. And then I'm here for 6.5 hours waiting outside for YouTube daddy to show up. Also, Tin Man, you're like done. You're like, yeah, no. Also, you can still try and shock me if you want. Aw, she's a maker. Yes, I will post a link for that. The PayPal is linked up at the top, and I will grab the buy me a coffee. It's the one on the other channel. And thank you. The beginning of this stream was so stumbly and like uncomfortable. I just didn't know how to address it because it's like usually I talk to you guys every day. Honestly, that's the reality. Part of it's like I usually talk to y'all every day, and I had like 5 days worth of fucking crazy shit that didn't even make any sense. You know? Okay.
Miss Lloyd, don't waste the course time. All right, you're free to go.
Thank you. Have a great night.
All right, Attorney Stempner, we're finally able to get. Do you have any announcements, sir, for this matter that's going to be position 7?
Good evening, Your Honor. I spoke with Ms. Child. I don't really have any announcement. The only thing that all
MB, you rock. Thank you for your comments. Also, was that you that sent the PP? If it was, I thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If it wasn't, I still thank you so much because you're awesome. But if it was you, thank you so much. Reading all of your guys' comments when I made that video the last time, I did make it. They fucking convinced me I wasn't editing them. Just because I was doing such a shitty job at editing them, they convinced me I wasn't doing it. I fucking did. But anyways, I love you guys all, and all your comments mean so much. So I just thank you.
I'll say that she shared with me, which threw me for a loop, that she wasn't the one that completed these warrant applications and they weren't accurate. And I told her that I'd have to share that with the court. And that's all the announcement that I have, for this situation.
No worries. Ms. Child, just to confirm here before we go, before we get started, remind you there are 2 cases. I have a Jimmy Phillips and I'm Ann Mintz. I'm going to try to get to you as well. Again, folks, as you can see, these matters can take some time, obviously, with everybody wanting to talk about matters that have no relevance to the current issue. So if you can be brief but be clear, we can be able to get to both matters. But in that case, counsel, I'm going to get to yours and then we'll get to Jimmy Phillips, hopefully, and Ms. Mintz. And then we'll have to conclude. Ladies and folks here that had cases where the
See, if I was an editor, what I would do is compile every time Judge Davis says ladies like that and sync it to that. Whose song is that? Is it Wyclef Jean? Like what song is that? Ladies, yeah, fellas, yeah. That song. I would do that. I can't. I don't have the skills. I mean, I have the thought, but I don't have the skills to do it.
The defendant did not appear. Let me remind you, it is now 9:19. I now have 2 other cases still to get to through.
Also, the judge's kink is time, reminding people about time. And also, Melanie, no worries if you pass out, but it is only 11:15 where I am on the West Coast as well, and I'm a night owl. But it has been a very long stream, so if anybody does need to dip out, I do not feel bad, though I will absolutely know when Larry and I review the session later.
Hearings. The likelihood of us getting to your matter this evening is very unlikely, respectfully, due to time constraints. And so again, if you do not want to remain on this Zoom, that is your prerogative. But does not mean that the case will be dismissed. We will get to your matter in due time, okay? Just keep that in mind. All right. And so let's go ahead, Attorney David Schnipper and Ms. Child, we'll get you guys off mute here. Please, what do you have any witnesses for William Rogers?
No, Your Honor, I do have evidence that was emailed yesterday, but no witnesses.
Okay. And Ms. Child, do you have any witnesses?
No, I have no witnesses.
Okay.
Just evidence that's been emailed to the court.
All right. Well, let me get the folks that are in this matter under oath. And so I don't know if you'll intend to have your client testify, Mr. Rob, but I'll get you under oath just in case, and Ms. Child as well, okay? Let's raise our right hand, okay? And I think that's your right hand, Ms. Child. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth? I don't think that's your swear to tell the truth.
I'm sorry. Yes, you're.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth under penalty and perjury of the law?
I do.
All right. Mr. Rogers?
Mr. Rogers? Actually, oh my God, yeah, this is, oh, fuck. I think I fixed the lighting, by the way. Ish. I fixed it ish. Harmony, you may not speak for everyone, but you speak for yourself when you say you really look forward to the videos and the time spent with the chat a lot. I do too. I also want to point out that I made a whole part of the fucking video about that when I talked to YouTube Daddy, and I explained to him how important the chat was. And like, do you know how hard it is to try and in an appeal video under whatever when you don't know how to edit? And I was like, by the way, I've been making videos for 4 months. Does anybody want to congratulate me on that? Let's start there. But no, okay. Let's just, fucking get you in trouble. But anyway, so I was trying to convey how important the chat was as a community to me and how engaging y'all are and how valuable this is and how it's absolutely ridiculous to consider this reusing content. Also, I do record all of the fucking content to begin with, and this is public access, fair use. But anyways, actually, do you guys want to, afterwards, I'll play you the appeal. It's only like 3.5 minutes. I'll play you the audio from the appeal video that I made, because I think you guys would, if you could vote together, you'd say, yeah, we would appeal. We would give you that. We would give you your channel back. Because I mean, you know me, I do a great selling point. I thought I had it. I really thought I had it on the audio alone. And again, because it's me, that's what I worked on first. And then afterwards I was like, oh, I guess I gotta edit this into a video.
So yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay, yeah, gotta hear verbally. It's all right. Put it on the record. All right, Ms. Child, today, it's 9:21. I'm going to give you about 2 or 3 minutes here for you to be able to get to your matter.
He's like YouTube Daddy, except YouTube Daddy fucking means it when he says you can absolutely take no more than 2 minutes. I'm going to play the appeal audio for you now because I want to. Because I fucking want to. But I don't want to play the video because that I don't have that part. Hi there. Welcome to Kitchen Court Cases, where we watch court in my... Okay, also, I just need to say, the feedback I got from my review people that helped me with this, and first of all, I want to say firstly to anybody that did help me, I thank you very much for that. Anybody that gave me any input, I don't want any critiques or like, I'm not watching this to think, oh, I should have done this or I could have done this better and it would have been different. I personally just wanted to share it with you guys because I think it's actually how I feel about the channel. But again, and it's all the editing. That was the problem, is that I can't edit videos and they don't like. I think, but I was using my very super audiobook voice. That's what I was going to say. My kitchen. I'm making this appeal video because I recently received a demonetization notice for reused content. My YouTube URL is shown here on the screen, as well as in my account. And I'm showing you again that I was accused of reused content. I'm excited to be able to show you that my channel is not reusing content and is instead a commentary and reaction channel with a focus on various different levels of court hearings and therefore should be remonetized. It also includes cooking in my kitchen on stream and sharing those recipes with my viewers and inviting them into my kitchen. Another thing that makes my channel unique is the style I choose to present myself and edit in. I try and embed myself into Zoom hearings as seamlessly as possible, to the point where people often ask, why is there a woman dancing in her kitchen in court? Not understanding that it is in fact me. I've included a few pictures here for you so you can understand what I mean. And other than that, live show and editing that I do mostly on the fly using Streamlabs streaming software, I know you're also interested to see what my editing process is, and I'm happy to share that with you now. I create content in my kitchen because hold on. So again, I don't have a very good editing process because what I do is curate court live and then figure out what snippets of court to use so that I don't have to edit. That's literally been my method up until now, which is what got me in trouble. So, anyways, the end part is really good. And I thought I had a great closing line. That's where I am most of the time, using my laptop computer connected to a large television and a Blue Yeti mic, along with a Logitech webcam for streaming. I also have a tripod and lighting that have frankly taken over my kitchen, and now it resembles a bit of a studio. After having some coffee in the morning, I begin with my case selection and episode planning process, which is quite extensive, and there can be many, many, many hours of court reviewed that never makes the cut, either because it's not of interest, it's just plain boring, many other factors. Knowing that, I work extensively to curate and transform the content that I create into something worthwhile to be shown. There are a number of steps that I use, find court hearings via many different media avenues, and also to keep up with ongoing hearings and judges that are of interest. I have a calendar reminder system that has follow-up hearings and also access to source videos to ensure that I create the best for my viewers. I use Streamlabs editing software to create my videos as shown here and have spent many, many hours looking over source data to find the great court content my viewers have grown to love from me. You can see here on the screen that it allows me to edit videos and make my comments and additions in fun ways. I've had custom graphics made for the channel specifically to use, and I'm growing each day in my abilities to edit. This brings me to my next major element about my channel, which I think is important to point out, and that is the level of engagement from my viewers during lives and also via comments and likes. I've created a custom games that correspond with different courts that we watch that people look forward to each week. We have members who've shared what they learned, how they've grown, and how it's helped them in their lives. And also, people often comment that they're being shown a gateway to the justice system that a lot of people wouldn't otherwise find. I think you'll agree with me that my channel does not reuse content. It in fact transforms it via commentary and reaction into something totally different for my viewers. I'd like to thank you very much for your time in watching this appeal for kitchen court cases. Denied, denied, denied. Also, that was the first and only take I did of that audio. And it's another thing that works against me because I'm fucking good and I only need to do things one time and I don't need to cut it up 57 times to make it fit. They penalize me. I'm sorry that I fucking rock.
Okay, my matter is that Mr. Rogers has been harassing me for quite a few years.
Okay.
In that he's
and forgive me.
And forgive me too, Judge, before we get to fucking Mr. Rogers' neighborhood here and what the fuck's going on down there. I apologize. I shouldn't get all upset about that. Nobody turned me in, Harmony. It's not what it was. And not only nobody turned me in, but there was not a specific video or even like timeline where they said, these are what the problem is. It's an AI bot, and I believe it's looking for literally like markers in the video or like edits going into it. And the reason I'm comfortable starting this channel and playing the same court that I was accused of reusing before, and I'm confident that this channel won't fall victim to the same thing, is because my lives are unequivocally transformative. There's no question there. And if I leave it at that, then I won't have any issue. It's the short videos that I was making from source court content because I was trying to get into the algorithm, but because I wasn't heavy editing them, that's what ended up flagging the system. So it wasn't anybody or any channel, not at all. And not only that, but like I spoke with like YouTube creator support because I was already monetized, which perplexed me. I was like, okay, so before my editing was so bad that it was okay, but now it's just like it was very confusing. Anyways, like I said, it's really just the way it's going to be. But I felt very much like I was doing a homework assignment when I had to do that appeal video, y'all. Like it was right back to the 10th grade. And Mrs. Boss was asking where my fucking science project was. And I knew that if I didn't turn this science project in on Monday, I'm going to be screwed. And so Sunday night comes along and I'm like, oh God, I got to boss this out. And then I boss out as much as you can. You do it. One take for me. And then that's it. Rejected. Okay, well, I failed science, Mrs. Boss. Great.
Me, Miss Child, I did one thing incorrect. I apologize. I did not state specifically why you're here. Let me open your matter so that we don't get lost in the sauce, as they say, with dealing with all the allegations. So, all right. So we're here regarding.
Artie, I hear you. The problem is I don't enjoy editing. Editing is by nature a repetitive review of a video over and over again to perfect it and make it that perfect thing. My enjoyment comes from making jokes on the fly and making people laugh over a long period of time and not going back and watching this again, not having watched it first time and not watching it again later. And that is because I'm an entertainer, not an editor. And that's okay. Again, I just need to be focused on where my channel is going to go. And the good news is that the part that got me in trouble is the part I didn't like doing. So it's great that I get to cut that out for now. And then I will, just do the lives. And the other part about that is I can stop worrying about all the court, like worrying about the reused content because the court, like the lives are not even a thing. For me, again, it's the creating the videos, that content part wasn't as enjoyable. I really love curating court for you guys with you guys, but of the 50 timestamps that Jonathan has sent me for amazing hearings that we've watched live, I've made probably 10 videos. So yeah, Artie, I probably should get a partner that likes to edit, right? I could probably hire an editor one day, but again, right now, like I say that like I'm some big shot YouTuber where I have, you know, well, I do have the confidence of a big YouTuber. No, but seriously, because I thought about it, I was like, all these people on YouTube, what the fuck is going on? They can't all be good at editing. And I'm like, oh, of course not, because they're fucking doing videos of themselves. It's all original content. And that part, it is in the lives, it's just not in the videos. Because people kept telling me in the videos, if you shut up, you'll get more views. And I'm like, well, I'm fucking aware of that. I've been told that my whole life. But so Harmony, I'm going to continue live streaming on this channel for forever. And the other channel, we'll see what happens. Part of me wants to just use it as an absolute copy strike garbage pile for us to go watch things that YouTube Daddy doesn't want us to watch.
Two matters of criminal trespass, one occurring on May 22nd, 2023, and another occurring on May 10th, 2023, for criminal trespass.
No. That's not why I'm here.
What? Can you imagine if you sat through this and you weren't supposed to be in it? I mean, that is actually technically the position all of us are in, but you are all meant to be here because you're with family and friends. But you know what I mean? Like watching a court hearing that you have nothing to do with. Could you imagine? I mean, yeah, we can all imagine. But also, did they have Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood in the States? Do you guys have that as a children's show? I know she's a maker and I enjoy it. The lives weren't anything that got me in trouble. Like nothing I've ever said, like none of my risque comments, none of my whatever is a problem. No swearing, fuck, cunt, cunt. Doesn't matter. That's not what they're paying attention to. They're really not. It's so again, it's and also I'm just gonna tell you. I enjoy the live streaming. Court is great because it's something we can sort of like focus in on once in a while, but the chat and the live streaming, and ideally I'm going to get the game going back up again. Okay, so you did have Mr. Rogers, Daniel the Tiger. Okay. Billy, that's a good idea. We should write that idea down and then we should have somebody do that for me. Also, I wasn't even lying about being in the kitchen either. The reason my channel started in the kitchen is because that's where I'm always watching court. Okay, we gotta keep going.
And then we got criminal trespass.
Criminal.
Damage less than 500. Also on 5/10/2023 and 5/23/2023. And you're telling me that's not why you're here?
No, and I put that in the warrant that I am complaining about Mr. Rogers' harassment and the police reports. These papers were filled out from the police report by somebody I don't know who did that.
Hold on, Miss Child. So
okay,
we're here, and I'm going through this police report just to confirm because there's one from 5/19, and then there's well as one from 5/22, and both of them refer to a criminal trespass. It very well may be criminal trespass damage, but the allegation is criminal trespass. And then we've got another report here for the allegation of criminal trespass damage as well. So if you're referring to an harassment allegation, this may not be the appropriate complaint. Your
Well,
Honor.
I've tried to get it straightened out. I mailed a letter to email to, I think it was Judge Thompson, on the advice from Sammy, I think is a clerk at the court, and that I wanted to straighten out these papers, and that it is not these particular things that I'm concerned about. It's the harassment from Mr. Rogers.
Okay, so let me ask you, the evidence that you've submitted, are they regarding criminal trespass damage or harassment?
Well, I would say harassment. I don't know. One of the questions
Let's see what comes from. I mean, if you're not alleging criminal damage, then that's not what we need to do. We got to reassess this matter and have it realleged, because we're here about criminal damage and criminal trespass. And I'm happy to hear that, but that's what we hear. Now, if you're saying harassment is there within this matter, I just got to know when it is, because the defendant is not going to be aware or prepared about that allegation, because we don't know what they are. If you're going to be talking about harassment and the person isn't aware that that's what they're being charged with or alleged has happened, they won't be properly prepared. So just so you can tell the court, when has this alleged harassment occurred? And I just want to see if they're just the same. Maybe in your mind it's harassment, but on the judge's mind it was criminal trespass. I want to see if that's the issue.
On May 10th, as it states in one of these forms that was mailed to me, Mr. Rogers did throw a piece of concrete onto my property and damaged a sign. So that is one of the allegations that I consider harassment, but it is just one. So if you can look at the video that would demonstrate him doing that, then you could decide if that's criminal trespass or harassment, or how you want to label it.
So we're not dealing with harassment. Obviously, the court can consider if other crimes are committed to issue warrants against those as well. And so I just will be clear that what we're here about, if you choose to proceed, will be about criminal trespass and criminal damage to property. You understand, Ms. Child? If you're seeking to have another alleged or allegation against Mr. Rogers, then we would have to have that specifically set out. But we're here based upon the notices on the criminal damage and criminal trespass.
Okay, well, then could I ask you, how do I communicate that I wanted?
Okay, so first tell me this. Do you want to move forward on the current charges and allegations, or would you prefer?
Let's move forward on the May 5th.
Well, it's not May 5th, it's May 10th and May 23rd.
I'm sorry, May 10th, pardon me.
Okay. See, folks, we got limited time here. We just
I apologize.
Trying to figure out whether or not you're going to actually pursue or not.
Your Honor, can I chime in for 2 seconds?
Sure.
And thanks for the opportunity. We were on this call 2 weeks ago with Ms. Child. Now today she told me in the breakout room that she did not complete these warrant applications. And if she did not complete these warrant applications, and she's here today trying to allege anything else but for what's on these warrant applications, I would respectfully ask the court to dismiss these warrant applications. She is free to file other warrant applications on the alleged matter that she's discussing. For any petitioner to sort of do a incorrect, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but throwing darts like a witch hunt, that's not what this hearing's about. She's alleged, but she's told me, and obviously as an officer of the court, I'm telling the truth, that she didn't even complete these, and she's not even aware about. She wants to move forward on a harassment claim. There's nothing about harassment on any of these, not one but 2 cases. She was on here 2 weeks ago. It was, I forget the judge that was on. It was continued because we didn't get one of the cases, and now she's telling me she didn't even complete these and she wants a harassment. I would ask the court respectfully that we're not prepared for anything about harassment. I've met with my client about this, that if there's anything about harassment claim, that needs to be filed separately.
I understand that's what she's saying. She's not seeking to, again, Ms. Child, the
Yes.
main thing that we have to understand, and again, I don't want to spend any more time on this. It's going to be either we're proceeding under the allegations that have been made in your initial report for trespass and criminal trespass. But if it's something else that you're seeking, something else entirely, right? Then we would have to reset that matter so that can be corrected so people can have the appropriate notice.
The warrant application I filled out said, "What is this person doing?" And I said, "He is harassing me."
Okay. I
That's what I
understand.
filled out. This
And-
is what arrived in the mail.
That's what I figured. So counsel, that's again, her telling the party that's been interpreting what she said and identifying what the potential alleged crime is. You have to understand that many people obviously are not familiar with all the particular laws outside of the fact that they're alleging that there was a crime committed against them. All right.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to move forward because it's 9:30 and I want to get to Ms. Mintz and I want to get to Ms. Phillips. We're not going to have any more delays. So
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Child, we're here about the criminal trespass. Don't be confused about that. Tell me what happened. Okay, it's essentially 9:30. You got 3 minutes.
Okay, I can say it in about a sentence. Mr. Rogers took a cement block out of a large container in his driveway and walked over to the property line, and he threw it onto my no trespassing sign and damaged it. I have it on video. The video has been sent to you and it should be there.
And what day was this?
May 10th.
Okay. Any other allegations that have been made about or alleged crimes that Mr. Rogers committed against you on the 23rd or 10th?
On the 23rd of May?
That's what the dates are in the complaints.
It's May 22nd.
Okay.
May 23rd.
Okay, well, what happened on the 22nd? And clerk, I don't see
He
it.
reached through my fence and he disconnected a bungee cord on my fence. So his hand was into my property, touched my property, and loosened some of the things in my yard, and it fell on the ground.
Okay. Clerk, is there any emails from either of these parties? I don't have any for position 7.
Give me 1 second. There was some, like you said, we were here a couple of weeks ago, so I think they all got sent to Judge Neal, but give me one moment. I will get them sent to you.
All right.
I set mine yesterday, Judge, early afternoon.
I don't have any of them at the moment.
I sent
Okay.
it to the whatever the magistrate warrant, whatever the email was on the form.
I have sent 6 emails on July 6th, 7th.
All right. Counsel, why don't we do this while we wait? Tell me, you got 3 minutes. Tell me the background. What's going on here?
Your Honor, I'm a big ID channel fan. There's like a show that called like Fear Minded. These are 2 neighbors who just don't get along. Okay. And it all started way back. There was a dispute on the property line. My client put up a fence. She got all upset about the fences on her property line. He actually got a survey and showed it was on the property. It was on his property, and it all started from there. She's been on his property numerous times.
Okay. Troyalty Podcast said this dude reminds me of Judge Manning when he tries to take control. I agree a little bit. He's got a bit of that sass. Regarding the joint custody of Larry, imagine like class pet-esque, you know what I mean? But the perfect situation would be as if everybody that became who took Larry home got to keep their Larry. So there wasn't physically actually any shifting of Larry. Just when you became the co-parent, you got a Larry sent to you in the mail, and then that was yours to keep as part of the experience. But via the app, it would appear that we were exchanging Larry all the time because you'd be taking pictures of him, making sure that he goes to his appointments, making sure he's on time for my lives, etc. And then also, there was another aspect of it. I can't remember what it was. No offense, but the reality about the demographics of the channel is that it's a selling feature to explain that the majority of these people would be older, and therefore it's a great way to reach a market that might actually be needing to use the thing, like grandparents or parents. And then what was the other thing? Oh, and they can use it in marketing, right? So they could be like, this is Larry Beaver, blah, 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 blah. Because how do you like pitch your child custody app without it being fucking super depressing? Like, hey, wow, we prevented an unaliving. Like, no.
She's called code enforcement so many times that they flagged her that they don't even pay attention anymore. She's moved stuff off of his property. A lot of antagonizing things back and forth. I'm not saying that Mr. Rogers has handled himself appropriately and been nice to her about it, but it's
Travel Journal, except by de facto Troyalty Podcast, the app is itself a historical record. And one of the features, in fact, that they like to point out about Our Family Wizard, which is different than competing apps that are also available on the market, is the ability for third-party monitoring of the conversations. So that's something that we can mention every time because that's a unique feature to the app and something that we use.
two neighbors that
You see, I like making people money.
sort of just or tit for tat and tat for tit. And basically, Mr. Rod or and been nice to her about it, but it's two neighbors that sort of just or tit for tat and tat for tit. And
Tat for tit. On that note, Melanie, you're going. I will talk to you tomorrow. Please shoot me an email. This lawyer, has he been off the screen most of this time? Probably billing, but not actually listening. Yeah, have a good sleep, Melanie. It's I don't know what the weather's going to be like tomorrow. So, but West Coast, bye.
And basically, Mr. Rogers did get like frustrated one day and just tossed a rock. He didn't mean to hit her sign. The sign wasn't even damaged because she took the sign and he watched her. She put it right back up. So the sign was like a $5 sign, wasn't even damaged. About the bungee cord protruded on his property. He asked her numerous times to remove it. She ignored him, ignored him. So he did remove the bungee cord. And that's basically it. I've spoken to both of them, and me being, I just turned 50 and although they both look 35, they're both older, more experienced than me. Can't we all just get along? There was no crime committed here, respectfully. The criminal trespass statute, a person commits the offense, criminal trespass, he or she intentionally damages any property. There was no intentional damage by Mr. Rogers at all. It's sort of like he just tossed a rock. He wasn't throwing the rock at her. She was me. He just threw it over the fence. It hit her sign. He didn't mean to hit the sign. It's almost like a pitcher. He hit the strike zone. It hit the sign, but the sign's like a little minuscule sign. And
I thought you were doing really well when you're talking about somebody being accidentally throwing a rock. You probably don't want to compare them to a pitcher whose job it is to throw things.
she put the sign right back up. And the reason he moved the bungee cord and or if it damaged the bungee cord is because it protruded onto his property. And he had asked her many times to, it got to the point where, it was getting a little tedious and if you're going to act this way, he's going to act this way. I've explained to both of them, life's too short for this nonsense. Like, get along. You don't have to be buddies.
Okay, this guy's not a lawyer. This guy's a life coach or somebody they found on Craigslist. Because, I'm sorry, this is the weirdest lawyer soliloquy or whatever they call it. Whatever. Lawyer talk.
Call it a truce and let's move on. But there was absolutely no crime that's committed by Mr. Rogers. He's been dealing with this. He's been living there for 22 years. He's a lifelong Georgia resident. I think Miss Childs moved in the last decade. He's always gotten along with every neighbor. There's no pattern of bad behavior with any of the neighbors. They just don't get along for some reason, and it is what it is. And I think this is with all due respect, is very, very tedious, and it just it doesn't need to happen. And so I just think that there was no crime committed.
All right. So you don't have any witnesses, ma'am, Miss Child, but you said you have video here.
Lots of video.
Okay. So and so we don't have time to watch every single video. Show me a video or tell me which video is relevant, because I'm looking at some videos and it's just you looking over a fence. So help the court here, not delay, by telling us which video is relevant for you that shows the rock and or the other allegations that you're making.
May 10th.
I understand. Was there a specific email that may have had that in there?
It was in the first email I sent on, let me see, it was on July 6th.
Is it a video?
9:05.
Is it a video or is it a photograph?
It's a video. There's 5 videos on that email.
And is there a video with him showing him throwing something? Is that what you're saying?
There's a video showing him throwing something. There's a video of him leaning over the fence and spraying Roundup on my garden. There's a video of him kicking my chain link fence and cursing.
F in the chat for the fence. F in the chat for the fence. Ladies and gentlemen, that is probably the most egregious crime we've heard tonight. F in the chat for the fence, please. If you're still here. If you're not, or think F in your head, that's fine. Oh, Jonathan, I have, yes, many constant live stream ideas. But also, I've been looking for the Buy Me a Coffee link and I can't find it, but it's on my old profile. I just don't want to go there because I don't even like talking about it right now. YouTube daddy.
There's a video of him kicking the chain link fence and threatening to spray more Roundup in my yard. And there's the last video is of him disconnecting the bungee cord, and he will not talk to me. And I have a video of that. All he does is curse at me. There have been no conversation.
Listen here, you fucking bitch. I was trying to think of how to say only curse words. I don't think you can. Once a bungee cord, Billy Elliot. Hold on, I'll show you one. I have one right here.
Let me see if I can find these videos. Hold tight.
Yeah, that's the first email has those videos on it, and there's many more.
Okay, I'm trying to look and see which videos what.
I had to go get it from my neighbor's yard.
Bear with me. All right, I'm sorry, miss. Just trying to find the video.
For the record, I called him one time on code.
Mm-hmm.
Not many times. I am not flagged.
Bear with me. I'm trying to find this particular photograph. I mean, this particular.
I got it, Judge.
Since
It's right
there's
here.
no witnesses, I mean, there are no other witnesses. Counsel, would you like to cross-examine Miss Child, as I look here for any photograph video here? I'm not sure. The video would speak for itself.
Sure. If you'd like me to, sir.
I'm just trying to find this video that was alleged in
I haven't seen any videos. So I don't,
No, I understand. I'm trying to find it myself.
whatever you'd like me to do, John.
It's not labeled, so it's difficult to.
The Irish word for this, Billy, would be a stretchy hook. A stretchy hook. Do you have any stretchy hooks? I left mine at the neighbor. I can't do the rest. I'm sorry.
Let's see which one is which. Okay. Oh, wow. All right, let's start with this video. Hold on.
Oh, Jonathan, I know. You wouldn't believe. Well, one day you might. Maybe you'll sign up for the OnlyFans and then you'll see. Shameless.
Can you guys hear me? See my screen?
I can see the screen. Yes, sir.
All right. We're playing this. There's somebody coming out and just knock something up. Miss Child, who?
Eat your fish and chips, hen. All right. It's minging. Absolutely minging. Can't believe you done that. Laughing. Buffing. I'm trying to think of all the weird words that my dad says. Pure shite.
Who is this person you're alleging, and what's going on?
Well, this video, I believe, is from about 3 years ago. Maybe
Oh, God, you really tricked me because I thought you had relevant evidence that you sent to me. Which video?
Also, I watched that video. There was nothing in that video. Also, I enjoyed meeting Merida when I was in Disneyland last time. I'm gonna go to Disney World when I'm in Florida. Elasticated bungee tail cord. Is that really what they call it in Ireland, She's a Maker? See, that's interesting. Anyways, remember that I'm not only Scottish but Glaswegian. I grew up with Glaswegian family, so I can understand it, but speak it a little bit. But I can understand like a pure broad Scottish accent very well.
So is from May 10th or May 22nd or 23rd?
It's the first video sent on email. The first email I sent on.
Like I stop it every 10 minutes. See YouTube, or every 10 seconds, YouTube Daddy. But listen, we're going to do we're going to try and get me to be quiet for 3 minutes. But did this bitch just say that she has a video of nothing from 3 years ago that she submitted to the court? I almost couldn't find this video today that we got 2 days ago. That's insane to me. How much does she hate this guy that she's like, oh, my day is gonna come and one day I will send this ring video in?
July 6th at 9:05 a.m. There are five videos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The first video on that email shows him throwing the cement block into my yard.
See, July 7th. Let's see, July 4th. I mean 6th.
July 6th.
No, I got it. I misstated. Sorry. All right, first video, July 6th. Let's see. Drum roll.
Yeah, July 6th isn't on the warrant, though.
No, she's saying that's the date that she sent it over.
Oh, my apologies.
All right, hold tight. I'm gonna show this video. All right. Please tell me this is from the date and not for 3 years ago.
No, this was in,
How about this? Is this it?
no, that's
That's the first video on July 6th. Okay, that you sent us with the.
I sent two emails on July 6th.
Got it.
One was mailed at 3:57 in the afternoon, and it has videos 12 through 15 from 2022.
We can see that's the problem, Ms. Child. You put a lot of videos from that dates of
Nobody,
That's the problem. Videos 12 through 15, ma'am. What are these people? What? Somebody needs to find out the website for the civilian warrant application process, because as a former public servant, I can just tell you that there is a way to make the process more difficult so you can stop some of this.
nobody, I was complaining about harassment, and I sent in all the evidence. Now,
Your Honor, none of these videos are time-stamped with a date or time.
I understand.
I would ask that these videos not be included unless they're for the dates on the warrant, which is 5/10, 5/22, 5/23, and that's it.
Okay, let's see. Is this it, Miss Child? This is the first video from a July 6th. Or is this from several years ago as well?
no, this is 2023.
And who is
I think so. I think.
Can somebody tell Mikey that it was not garbage day?
I sent so many in, I can't remember exactly the date on that particular one.
And that's the line every lawyer uses. Oh, I sent so many in, I'm not sure which one. Can you just, let's say, call it?
You see how you're playing the court by not knowing and sending multiple videos.
Well, I was not told how to proceed. Okay. I was told send in the videos that showed he's harassing you, and I did that. Nobody said keep it to 3. Nobody said anything else.
There's one other one from July 6th. Let's see if this is it. Hold tight.
Email. It's an email from July 6th.
No, I know.
Who thinks even the most, if she got all the videos in, that we would see anything?
That's it. All right.
Share. SHARE.
We'll try it again. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is that a weight bar there, or is that, what is that at the bottom left corner, guys? Is Granny pumping iron in her carport?
I'll play it for you again because I think it was a little shy.
Lucy, I'm afraid if I stop, they will never let me start again, so I think I just have to keep going forever. Not really. I just can't stop. I missed it. And also, thank you so much for your lovely comments. I missed ya. What's a link, Jonathan?
All right. All right.
Oh, the
Counsel,
link
do you
she's
wanna
sending in because they
cross-examine this
can't.
child?
Sure, Your Honor. Ms. Charles, what was the date and time of that video, ma'am?
Date and time of that one where you threw the last one we looked at?
Yes, ma'am. The one that the judge just found of the alleged incident. What was the date and time of that video?
May 10th at 3 p.m.
Okay, is there anywhere on that video that says it was May 10th at 3 p.m.? Because I didn't see a date and time stamp on the video. If I missed that, then my apologies, but I certainly didn't see that on the video.
Well, when I keep a video off of my Nest feed.
What is a Nest feed?
Well, it's a Nest camera, and I have a constant feed from that, and I can take out what I want as far as video. I do clips. And when I email that, it should show that the date on it, but I can certainly show the date and time on my computer.
Okay, I'm just saying we're in a court today. I know that you and I were on here 2 weeks ago, so you've known about this hearing. How does anybody, myself, the judge, Mr. Rogers, or anybody, to know the date and time of that video?
Well, when I mail it, when I email it, it shows the date and time. When it gets to the judge, there's no date and time on it. I'm not sure how I could do a screenshot of the Nest video clip, and that would show the date and time.
So it's your testimony today that this video that you showed does not have a date and time that we can see tonight, correct?
I can text it to you. I can text.
Ma'am, if you could just please answer my question. The video we just saw, it's true that it doesn't have a specific date and time on it, correct?
Well, you'll have to ask the judge what.
I'm asking you, man. We all saw the video. I can't answer for you. I'm saying that the video we just saw, that we forget about. I'm not asking about the email or about your what's on your setup at home. I'm asking the video we just saw. Is it true there's not a specific date and time on that video?
Could we see it again, Judge?
There is, and I've already looked.
So, ma'am, I'm asking you a question again, and isn't it true there's not a specific date and time on that said video, ma'am?
I guess there isn't from the
okay.
What the judge
And
received.
isn't it true that you sent multiple videos? I think you even testified that one of them's 3 years old, correct?
That's true.
So we don't know which videos from what date and what time, since there's so many multiple videos that were sent and even seen tonight. For all we know, that video that we just saw could have been whatever, 306, it could be out of 12 months a year, any day or any time, because we don't know, correct?
I don't think so. I don't think it could be construed that way.
Okay, but we don't know. But I don't know, and the judge doesn't know what date and time the video is, correct?
I know what date and time it was.
So we can move on from that question she's already asked and stated. I already have the evidence there in front of me. So
okay, and what that was a sign, ma'am, that we saw that was the allegedly the rock kid. It was a sign, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, where'd you purchase the sign?
I didn't pay anything for it.
Okay, and what was the damage done to the sign?
It wrinkled it in half.
Okay, and isn't it true that
wrinkles are very serious, my dude, but I'm just a little sticking point. Is that really damage if it's wrinkled?
did the sign get knocked down or just kind of wrinkled?
Knocked down.
And
the video that we saw is not a good video of what happened.
Ma'am, if you can just answer my questions respectfully. You took that sign and you used that's the same sign that you didn't have to throw the sign away. You put the sign back in the ground, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. So the alleged offense is called in your warrant that you claim that you didn't even fill out.
That's not true, sir.
Okay, well, you did.
That is an incorrect statement.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Here we go. Criminal trespass damage less than 500.
Yeah.
So the damage was the sign was crinkled.
I told you it was wrinkled.
Okay, but you still used the sign again, correct?
Counsel,
I did. Yes.
Counsel, I'm not trying to impede here, but as you know, it's 9:48.
I understand, Your Honor.
The evidence, let me tell you what the evidence currently shows is a video of someone throwing something and hitting a sign. That seems to be uncontroverted. The
Right.
date is another issue, but
right. You shared with me, Miss Child, in the breakout room tonight that you didn't even
counsel. Those are private breakout rooms, or maybe even considered mediations. I don't know if it'd be appropriate. Well, I guess it'd be.
I mean, she's saying she didn't complete these applications. I think that is.
You can question about the plea.
Miss Child, is it true that you told me that you didn't complete these warrant applications?
I completed one warrant application.
Okay. And which one of those did you complete? Because there's two, correct?
Yes, there's two, but I didn't write any of this information. This is not in the warrant application I put in. None of this information was in that.
And excuse me, counsel.
And is that not a big problem that you swore an affidavit that contains things that you didn't write and now you're denying? Like, that's, again, all of this is a bit of a, what we would call in Canada, a clusterfuck, an absolute clusterfuck. Also, Jonathan, you sent me that link. I read it. What I would really love to point out is the warrant application process. It's a PDF giant or PDF document. And obviously, like, what have we been listening to this whole time? Testimony from our esteemed participants. But if you look at this warrant application brochure, the majority of it, I mean, it's like 2 full like PDF pages. That's 2 full ones. And the part that I don't know why my eye gets drawn to these things, but first it goes, once the judge hears the evidence, and this is a bullet line, once the judge hears the evidence, the judge will deny or grant the warrant. Like, that's one bullet point that we've just spent 5 hours on. One bullet point.
When you say, because I want to be clear about this, are you saying the allegation, the crime, or the facts?
I'm saying both. If she didn't complete the warrant application, then
Returning to what I'm saying, and I just want to make sure that she understands, because this is important. Because what we do here internally, I want to make sure that that's not a source of confusion. When people call in, the facts identify a crime. That crime may not be succinctly exactly what people think it is, but it's an alleged crime.
I
So
understand.
she may have thought it as harassment. If the court interprets it clearly as criminal damage, that's another thing. And so what I'm saying is, that's what I want to be clear about. Is she saying the actual facts are incorrect, which doesn't seem to be the case because we got video, or is she saying the alleged crime is incorrect?
Okay, I can move on from that. That's fine. In terms of the bungee cord, isn't there a dispute between what you think is the property line of your of the property line between you and Mr. Rogers? Isn't there a dispute? You think it's one thing and he thinks it's another thing?
On about an inch of the wooden fence, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Isn't it true that it could be that the bungee cord could have been on his property?
No, it couldn't be on his property.
Okay, but there's a dispute. You say that it's on one. You say it's one thing, and he says it's the other. Correct?
There's no dispute about where the chain link fence is.
The dispute between you and he is what I'm saying.
There's no dispute between Mr. Rogers and me about where the chain link fence is.
Okay.
His property lines.
Didn't you bring him a survey that you had done? And I do have it as evidence.
And counsel, I'm just respectfully, we're getting out of the facts of what we got going on. Criminal damage to property. and criminal trespass.
Well, what I'm trying to allege, Your Honor, is Mr. Rogers is claiming that the bungee cord was on his property. That's why he moved it. She is claiming it's not. And she has a survey that she did, and he has one that he did. And I was just alleging that didn't she get a survey and he got a survey, and there's a dispute saying that what's the exact property line. And that's what I'm trying to get. And that's why he removed the bungee cord.
Well, the dispute is where the wooden fence is, not where the chain link fence is. There was a dispute as to where the chain link fence was.
Okay.
And the bungee cord was hooked to the chain link fence. It had nothing to do with the disputed part of the fence.
And what was the damage done to the bungee cord, ma'am?
He disconnected it. He reached through the fence and touched my property. I guess you'd call that trespassing.
What was the damage done to the
There was
bungee?
no damage.
There's no damage. Okay, that's all the questions I have for this witness, Your Honor.
Miss Child, do you have anything else? We've seen the videos here. Do you have anything else?
Well, I'm confused as how I'm supposed to make my case when somebody else fills this in and it does not reflect what I am trying to communicate.
So this is what I've been asking this whole time, and maybe counsel. So the part you're saying, because
please reflect the police report, what the police wrote in their reports.
Hold on.
That's not what I put in my warrant application.
So you're saying that you didn't say that he threw because this is what it says. Said accused intentionally damaged criminal trespass sign of Helen Chow without her consent and damaged it, fired little and started throwing a rock at her criminal trespass sign. Said accused intentionally damaged bungee cord by Helen Chow without her consent and damages $500 by cutting her bungee cord. Are you saying those are not allegations that you made?
I called.
Hold on, $500? How many bungee cords do I have around here? What the fuck? Did I not know about the cost of bungee cords or something like that? You guys, I'm so happy that we're here together. Whoever's here still. You don't even need to type in the chat if you don't want to, but I just want to let you know. I intended to stream for an hour today, and I should have carefully pondered that goal when I round out the 8th hour here shortly.
Called the police on those allegations, but my warrant application was harassment.
Did you tell every?
I wish I knew.
I wish you understood. What I'm saying is, it sounds like, did you tell an officer of the court that someone hit your sign and cut your bungee cord?
Yes, that I did not cut my bungee.
That is harassment.
That's harassment.
Do you?
Yes.
You understand, counsel, what I'm saying? You understand the issue?
Yes, sir.
All right. If Ms. Child, if you have nothing else, I understand what has been done. And so we can proceed. Do you have anything else?
Me?
Yes.
A lot of videos that I wish you would look through.
I have looked at the videos, but this is probable cause. This is not to determine whether or not someone's guilty.
Okay.
So if you don't have anything else, because the court has seen your videos, there are countless of them, and we're not going to spend hours and hours going through each one.
It's not hours and hours, sir.
I understand, but we're not going to do that this evening.
Okay,
But you have an understanding, particularly about the one with the bungee cord and the one allegation about you throwing a rock. We have seen that. So if we've seen those, we've seen the appropriate videos. What we need to know now is, counsel, do you have any evidence that you'd like to introduce in regards to defense of this matter?
Very quickly, Your Honor, I know it's time. I do. If we can just go over it real quick, I can, I did email this yesterday. I'll share my screen.
Please don't. Please tell me if you don't have it sent to me, then I don't have
I know, I sent it to you. I sent it to you.
All right. So we don't let other people share their screen.
I apologize. I sent it to you.
No.
I sent it to you. I sent it to the email yesterday, the MAG CT warrant app at DeKalbCountyGA.gov.
With me, William Rogers evidence.
Actually, you know what, Your Honor, I'm going to do the court a service. I don't have any evidence, Your Honor.
Well, I am looking at, just tell you, so the court is, I do see a no trespassing. I see the photographs here. And
1 through 14
bear
exhibits.
with me, because listen, folks, it's 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap this
Everybody,
up.
but you understand that I'm trying to give everybody an opportunity to be heard, but that takes time. So I'm scrolling through the evidence. I do see these fence pictures here, things on the ground.
Yes. If you can go to number 1, and I'll go real quick, Your Honor, like super quick. I know everybody wants to get out of here. That's number 2. Number 1. If you can just scroll down, this is just the I can continue.
Mm-hmm.
This, if you go to number 1, that's the survey. These are 2 surveys. If you get a 1, get.
I'm sorry again, Lucy. This is actually a civilian warrant application. So these crimes, quote unquote crimes, don't even cross the threshold half the time. But these people have more receipts than I've seen in some murder cases. Seriously.
Go up to 1 real quick. This is a survey from the city that shows, if you see, do you see my little mouse here?
No.
You can't see.
Your little what? Don't be mean to yourself. It's okay.
Do you see my little mouse here?
No.
You can't see my mouse here. Are you able to see that or not?
No, it's my screen, so I won't be able to
Okay, so it's hard for me. You see there's an arrow right there. You see you see where it says, you see the word 97 in the middle?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, you see those little X's right there?
Oh, lawyer boy, did you just hear the judge say it's 10 o'clock at night? Did you just literally ask for an affirmative action response from the judge? My dude? Again, read the room, right? Read the room.
Right there.
Mm-hmm. That's a fifth.
Okay, that's where Mr. Rogers' sign is. And if you can see this sign is a little past the property line. So there's a dispute about that. This all started with Miss Child, like being all over him that she's on his property. This is Miss Child's, and keep going down to 3. Go to 3. It says, even her says the wood fence is at or near the property line, which is correct. And I keep going, just keep going down. Here's where the bungee cord stuff happened. Where he disconnected it. This is, allegedly on his property. So that's why the bungee cord was coming through his property. Keep going down. That's the sign that was taken, a picture of the sign that was taken, that he threw the rock at, that was taken afterwards, and she used the same side. It wasn't damaged. This is stuff that's just leaning against his fence, that's waterlogging his fence. Go to the very last one, and I'll show you. And so what it is petty. You see that right there? Saw that waterlog stuff? Mm-hmm. She has wood against there that's waterlogging his fence. It upsets him. He's asked her not to do that. But this is just typical petty stuff. That's her private property sign. That's an eyesore that she put up there to antagonize him. But again, listen, I don't want to call this a lover's quarrel like before, but it's like a neighbor's quarrel. But at the end of the day, I don't feel that a crime has been committed here.
A Davers quarrel, if you will.
I think it's 2 people that just don't get along, that need to put their brushes aside and be happy.
All right. So I'm going to give folks then, did you want to have any testimony taken then, counsel?
I'm sorry, sir.
Do you want to introduce any witnesses?
No, sir, I don't have any witnesses.
All right. I'm going to let Ms. Child try to come clear. Ms. Child, just so you understand, the allegations that were made based upon the statements that you provided that these were the alleged crimes that occurred. Whether or not you completely understand the law in regards to that, that's another matter, but that's why it may look the way it looks. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to tell me why an arrest warrant should be issued. Should he be arrested? Is that what you want?
What I want to know is if what he has done is against the law. And the only way that I can know that is for somebody to tell me if what he has done is against the law. Is it against the law to kick my fence? Is it against the law to lean over my fence and dump cement onto my property? Is it against the law for him to climb up a 6-foot fence and throw herbicide on my vegetable plants? Is that against the law? Is it against the law? I need to know that, because that is what he has been doing to me for about 7 years. And it escalated in May and June. If you look at the videos, which I'm beginning to doubt they won't ever be looked at, it shows clearly his hostility, his fury, his anger, his hostility towards me. And he hasn't, and I do not retaliate. I do not retaliate or do anything. And that chain link fence, by the way, is on my property. There's no doubt about that. So him calling there's dispute on that fence is not accurate. And there's so many inaccuracies that the lawyer has said today. So I don't know how to proceed. You're right. I'm very ignorant about all this.
Okay.
The warrant clearly said harassment.
I got it. All right. Counsel?
Your Honor, both the things on the warrant alleged about the bungee cord, she testified today that the bungee cord was not damaged. So I think that speaks for itself, that it does not fall in the line of the criminal 161721A with the criminal trespass damage to property. In terms of the throwing the rock at the sign, she said the sign was crinkled. She testified that the sign was used again. There's a picture of the sign used again. So I would argue that she said she didn't even pay for the sign. I know that doesn't matter, but in terms of damage, there wasn't damage to the sign to where it would fall under 16721A. She also alleged that she didn't even fill these out. Talking about harassment, there's nothing about harassment on any of these warrants. Nothing was even discussed about case number PP055285, criminal trespass on 522-510. The video that was seen most notably is not time stamped. She did admit there was videos from 3 years ago. And again, this is a situation where crimes have not been committed, but both parties have not handled themselves appropriately and antagonized. She's gone on his property, taken things.
I have not.
Said things.
I'm sorry when somebody.
No. Just because you're frustrated doesn't give you a right to talk.
I apologize.
This all started that she had asked him for some rocks that were leaning against the fence. He had told her respectfully no, and she went and took them. He then took them back. There's a dispute about the property line on the fence. That is a fact. There's two surveys, one by her, one by him. He's done everything he's could to be nice to Miss Child. She does not want to play nice, but in fairness to both parties, that he hasn't been nice to her in return, and it's a neighbor squirrel. And I would ask that both of them respectfully grow up and be nice to each other and move on. Life's too short. But at the end of the day, what she alleges these warrants, respectfully, a crime is committed, and I'd ask for these cases to be dismissed. Thanks for your time.
All right. Ms. Child, you get that opportunity to speak. So this is the concern. I understand, counsel, you're saying that she didn't sign these warrants, but that's not what I'm gathering. What it sounds as if she's just unfamiliar how the process goes and thought it was harassment. But counsel, I'm a little concerned because part of the videos that I've seen could potentially amount to harassment. Let's just be honest. I've seen several videos that have indicated that have been over several years between kicking, moving, throwing things on her property. That hasn't been disputed. Whether or not you're saying they're appropriate or associated rather with this particular criminal warrant application, the totality of the evidence is clear that this individual that you represent has thrown rocks, has knocked things down. At least that's what the probable cause evidence has shown. Obviously, this is not a beyond a reasonable doubt hearing. You understand? Yes, and so as a result, the evidence that has been presented to the court would suffice that a criminal trespass at least has occurred when it came to the damage of the sign. Obviously, damage does not require a significant amount, but damage to some, right? And if it's wrinkled, that would be damage. But more importantly, the court has also seen evidence where he's knocked things down, not just associated with the bungee, but done a whole host of additional things. Now, to Ms. Child's statement, are those crimes? Those could be alleged to be criminal trespasses. Do those rise to the level of making an arrest to Mr. Rogers? That could be a different issue altogether. Because as I said before, whether or not this is sufficient to rise to an arrest warrant is another thing. The other issue that the court is met with is that you guys are neighbors. There is an allegation that you guys have constantly made these back and forth issues. However, there's been no evidence, defense counsel, that there has been any tit for tat, but rather there's just confusion about the property line. But that does not have anything to do with throwing rocks at a sign.
Yes, sir.
And so then the court is pressed, do we issue an arrest warrant? And if we issue an arrest warrant, will I provide special conditions of a no contact? Sure. But at the same time, the issue is you guys are neighbors, and I'm not so sure that that's going to not only further perpetuate and cause this issue to be major. So, Ms. Child, the court is met with this position. If we issue an arrest warrant against Mr. Rogers, though an arrest warrant will be issued, does not necessarily mean that he would be found guilty on any of those allegations. And it won't stop him from being your neighbor. He's going to still be your neighbor. And so the question is, if you're still comfortable with pursuing the case and having him arrested, I want to make sure that that's what you want to continue to do.
If he has broken the law, then yes, I want him arrested.
Counsel, this is my concern. Can I see your client?
Yes, sir. He's right here.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Rogers. In normal, and I'll be honest with you, in normal circumstances, if this was just a normal tit for tat situation, but I've got countless videos of tit for tat. And I don't have any videos or evidence from you of any retaliation. And that was up to you and the evidence that you chose to put up to the court. Because then I would argue, just like anybody else, it's an affray. You guys are back and forth, tit for tat. I don't have that here. I don't have any defense made otherwise, other than there's a dispute about the property line. And so this is what we're going to do. All right. Because it never makes the court happy to sending anyone to jail or having them, but you're not going to be going to jail. But this is what's going to happen. You're going to turn yourself in. You're going to get about 10 days to do so. They're just going to book you. You're not going to have to pay any money. And I'm going to do a special condition that there's a stay away from Ms. Child. That's how I think we're going to have to do this. There will be a stay away. Now, it won't be a TPO. It'll be as long as this case is going forward. I will tell you as well, defense counsel, just because we issue these warrants does not mean that the solicitor will pick up the case and continue to pursue it. I can't guarantee that. That's not up to me. I'm just determining whether or not there's sufficient probable cause for an arrest warrant to be issued.
Your Honor, can I chime in? I would ask Your Honor that is there any way to have just a stay away without having turned himself in? He's a 63-year-old man. He's never been in trouble.
And honestly, and counsel, I've thought about that. That is not, believe me, but I don't have any other way of establishing a stay. You guys could have agreed to a TPO. You guys didn't come to any agreement. That's why we asked folks to do that. But I'm remiss when I have video that shows what I have, and we've seen in open court, and that isn't an issue of property line dispute. You understand? There was no, oops, I flipped out of my hand. At least that's not what the video that was allegedly shown. Now, whether issue of property line dispute. You understand? There was no, oops.
I did it again. I played with your heart. Lost it.
And at least that's not what the video that was allegedly shown. Now, whether or not the evidence comes out, if this case is pursued and that's something else comes out, then that's a different situation. But for the probable cause purposes, this is how we're going to pursue. So I can give him time so he can set up my job. My goal is not to super inconvenience people. That's not my goal. My goal is to protect the community and the sanctity of this DeKalb County. So today is the 24th. I will give him, and there'll be instructions sent. It is the 24th. Bear with me. I could give him all the way into the 4th of August to turn himself in. But when he turns himself in, Ms. Child, you're going to have to go down beforehand to sign special conditions for him to stay away. Now, again, you guys are neighbors. And so as I understand, this is going to make things very prickly. But that is for you as grown people to deal with. But I cannot stand back and see you guys present to me countless videos and not do something. And so you're a council, I don't have a way to establish any type of special conditions without issuing an arrest warrant.
Well, is there any way that I could ask Ms. Childs that instead of turning himself in, that he'll 100% stay away, that we could sign that she can get a TPO, but to have him turn himself in over this, Your Honor, I just think, this is very petty, and I don't agree with
Listen, it'd be petty if it was one thing, but this ain't what it is. It ain't one thing.
I understand. And he hasn't, I agree that he hasn't, he could have handled himself better, but I'd ask to.
This lawyer did not think this through properly. He unfortunately believed that brevity and common sense abilities would hit him and the judge banging through this hearing pretty quick. Yeah, judge, they're petty neighbors, but it's okay. But in reality, I believe that Judge Davis is pretty by the book, and when your lawyer admits that you were throwing shit over the fence like a pitcher, it probably doesn't help. And yes, I've been wearing these heels the entire time. I just remember. Do you see the difference? Look how different it is. Oh, not wearing heels? Wearing heels. Not wearing heels? Wearing. Another one of my ideas is that Fitbit should have an adaptation setting for when you're wearing high heels and how many inches the heels are, and change your caloric output based upon the heels. My feet are fine. These are really comfy shoes because they're wedges, so they're flat all the way. They're not just feet. They're not just stilettos.
Please, to give him a chance.
It's what I tell people, and I'm just respectful. I don't have any, I can only issue an arrest warrant or not issue an arrest warrant. I cannot do all of those special things. This is not what this is. So all I can do is issue an arrest warrant or not. If Ms. Childs wants to agree to a TPO, that would be up to her. That's why, again, I give folks an opportunity to speak before they come for me for a hearing, because I understand that those things can happen. But it is now 10:11. I want to get to one more case respectfully. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give Mr. Rogers until the 4th of August. My clerk is going to email you with the appropriate instructions. Ms. Child, you're going to have until this coming Thursday to sign the appropriate special conditions. And again, my goal is to maintain the civility between two neighbors, because it's obvious gotten past just bickering and gotten to physicality, at least throwing things. And that's where we don't want things to get out of hand. Okay. I don't have any other recourse, counsel. I don't have any other recourse. And so,
so what is Mr. Rogers to do now? So we're very aware.
Turn himself in before August 4th, dude.
It's actually more simple than you would think. We're going to send you instructions, but he will basically be taking himself down to the Memorial Drive jail. He'll be going first to one section to get fingerprinted. Then he will go through processing. It'll be relatively, it won't be more than a day. I promise you that. It'll be less than that. And then following him being processed, because he already would have signed the special conditions, he would be released. It's a UJR. There is no financial response.
Reminder, UJR stands for an unsecured judicial release. Unsecured judicial release in the state of Georgia, which means that there is no monetary value that is assigned to your release, but it is authorized by the judiciary as being unsecured. as opposed to a monetary bond or a any other type. Because, like I said at the beginning, guys, while this is a very unique type of hearing because it's a civil person bringing forth this case without the police doing that part for them, it results in criminal charges, which is why anybody that's a defendant in these hearings has the right to be represented by an attorney. We always recommend that. And then furthermore, when they're arrested, they are automatically entitled to a bond, the lowest, like least restrictive bond based on the conditions, based on the Ayala factors in Georgia.
Responsibility at all. He's just going to sign those special conditions to acknowledge the fact that he's going to stay away from Miss Child.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I don't agree with your ruling, but yes, sir.
Many people don't, but that's
listen. I got to tell you, there's a
But
lot
we don't
of
have to say anything else. I appreciate your time, counsel. My clerk will get you an email with the information. Ms. Child, we will get you the information as well as for signing the special conditions, and we will let you folks go. All right.
Thank you very much.
Do I need to
Thank
stay
you.
on, Your Honor, or can we sign off?
Nope, my clerk's going to email you the information. We already got your email.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
folks. Thank you. You're free to go, Ms. Child. Ms. Mintz and Mr. Phillips, I appreciate you guys waiting. Folks, and let me just be clear. I've been trying to be as respectful as possible with time today, but we had a lot of cases on the calendar. We normally only have 4 to 6. We had 8. So everyone else that is not going to be here for Jim Phillips and Ann Mintz, let me let you go because we're
I sort of feel like he's talking to us, but I'm not going at this point. It can't, oh, that's right. I was like, it can't possibly be another 2 hours. And it's not. The end of it is dead air. So yes, we're going to finish it.
you're going to have to reschedule your case. So you're going to either be scheduled to August 14th or August 21st. Please look out in your email as well as your home address for us to provide you with those particular notices. But folks, as I mentioned to you at the call of this calendar, you may not be able to get to because of the length of time.
Oh, last thing I'm also going to say is that I also almost started a video game channel this week as well because I forgot. I'm like, I like games. I totally forgot about that part. I'm a fucking gamer.
Time here. Again, it's 10:14, folks. If you think we're going to go to midnight, it's not going to happen. All right. But we will get you reset respectfully, and we understand. Ms. Williams, you had a question?
Yes. So I know you're not going to be able to speak with me tonight with the case. With this case being a little serious and I tried to take like the lenient route to do it with a misdemeanor, how can I escalate this to trial?
And so it's not.
Sweetheart, this is not like a fucking customer service line. How can I escalate this to like the felony trial? I read about misdemeanors and I really don't think that's what it is here. It was like super serious. So, do we need a manager?
Like that. This isn't a civil case. I tell everybody, folks, call the police. If there is an allegation of some type of criminal activity, assumingly you may have already contacted the police and the police may not have felt that there was probable cause sufficiently to issue an arrest warrant then. Remember that. In most of these cases, police were already called and they failed to issue an arrest warrant at the time. And so we're only taking more information that maybe the police didn't have at the time, assuming. So if there's something else happened, our county is going to try to do its best to keep you safe, but you got to call us, right? So call the police if there's something that happened. This does not prevent you from using the services of DeKalb County if there's threats of harm made against you.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if we read the paperwork about the civilian warrant applications and in the little fine print, it was like, please note, upon application of a civilian warrant application, you forego your rights to utilize the public safety services of DeKalb County. You will no longer be able to call 911. You will no longer be able to access fire rescue service. Like what? Duh. These people are the people that called the police. The police came out and said, don't, Karen, go home. And for some reason you were like, hey, Karen, I hope they charge a lot. That's what I hope. I usually don't like exorbitant fees, but I believe in this case, this should be high fee that should be reimbursed if you're successful in your claim. If you're successful in your claim, then you should get your fee reimbursed. But until that point, you should have to pay $500.
You understand?
Yeah.
All right. So those folks that are not associated with Jim Phillips and Miss Mintz, we will get those
Your Honor.
notices to you.
Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor.
I'm
Sometimes just the like mundane shit is so funny to me. Maybe it's because it's been 8 hours, or maybe it's just because the chaos like this is what my life thrives on. But how many times do you think she's going to say Your Honor? And also, how, again, if I was a great editor, I would take that, her saying that, and you know that meme right now where the guy's knocking on the window on TikTok? I would fucking make Your Honor, Your Honor, Your Honor into that. See, I know what to do. I just can't do it.
Your Honor.
yes, ma'am.
Your Honor.
I'm listening to you. I'm
Hi,
listening.
this is Miss Houston. I wanted to see if I could get my court date for August.
When it was like pulling it really high there, like a drive-through does, I was just like really hoping she was going to ask for some food.
The 14th, due to the extreme violence that has happened between myself and the person that is on the case.
And if there's extreme violence, ma'am, I would tell you to contact the police. Because again, this is an allegation of a misdemeanor. If there's extreme violence that's been occurring, that would be a felony, right? Other than
yeah, it's on my paperwork. That's what I was trying to get to. It's on my paperwork, but he has violated.
Listen, respectfully, folks, everybody wants to be heard tonight. I would love to hear everybody. But it is now 10:16. And technically, I was supposed to conclude at 9 o'clock.
I'm sorry about that, Your Honor.
No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. You didn't make the calendar. I'm just trying to be respectful and acknowledge you so that you know the court cares. But that doesn't mean that we can always get to you immediately. All right. So I'm going to let you go.
Listen, lighting is tough. I hate lighting issues. It plagues me all the time. And I'm calling her Richilly Houston up here in the top right. Could she not have come in from outside in the dark? Like, I don't understand why she's appearing like she's in a basement.
So we will get you a reset for August 14th, and you guys
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Phillips, Miss Mintz, do you guys have any witnesses?
I don't know why that's making my butt look like that, but that's not what I'm.
And he's not a witness to the specific date and time that that's reflected in the magistrate court's order, but he is a witness to many of the circumstances that led up to this day.
You anticipate him testifying?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, then we'll have him.
Lucy, is that for real? We got to get this Discord going, but yeah, we will be there. Some of these people, I think more about their court dates than I do about my family's birthdays.
Go to another room. Mr. Phillips, do you have any witnesses here with you?
I don't have any witnesses or any special questions before we start.
Okay, and no, did you submit any evidence?
Yes, I did via email.
Okay, and your positions, bear with me. Clerk, if you can provide me the position 6 evidence here, we'll go ahead and get started, folks. As I mentioned,
now.
All right, we'll try to be done here as soon as possible. Let me get you guys under oath, all right? You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and a penalty and perjury of the law.
I do.
Mr. Phillips?
I do.
Excellent. All right, so folks, we're here about the following.
So are you asking me to start?
Nope, not yet.
Oh, okay.
All right, so here on two particular allegations of battery and simple.
Oh my God. First of all, that sounded like the beginning of the most awkward threesome. Like, are you asking me to start? God, I'm a dirty bitch.
Assault fear, both of which occurred on May 28th, 2023. Let's see here. Got the report. So folks, let's just try to stay focused on that 28th day. I do have the police report, and I'm going to go ahead and allow Miss Mintz to start with her opening statement. It's at 10:18. I'll give you till 10:21, okay?
Yes, I'm here this evening because I would like to return to Mason Mill Park and use the trails without being fearful of being assaulted and worse on that trail. And it seems like this is the only way I can do that. On the date in question, there was a whole series of like threats that were made to me verbally, but on the date in question was a physical
No,
assault.
ma'am. Okay, and here's the thing, right? These people have been waiting for hours, just like we have. I forgot about my neighbors. Remember them, the judgy neighbors? Still there, haven't closed the window. But now they're outside again. I can hear them. She's been waiting a while. I get it. Both of these guys are anxious to come into the game. You know, it's like they've been sitting on the bench the whole time. Coach is finally like, okay, all right, Anne, it's your turn. You're up, okay? And she's like, okay, I've got my move that I've been practicing for the last whatever. And but she's sort of stumbling through it here. It's late. Her blood sugar's a bit low. She's tired. Um, there's many things working against her here. I can actually understand why they scheduled these in the evening time, just a whole nother reason why people won't do it. And the reason that they do schedule them in the evening time is probably the opposite, to claim that they give more access to like the average person who works. But in reality, I think you'll find that people take off days for court just fine. So this is probably to try and achieve the opposite.
And that prompted me to call the police. And as a result, I have not been back to the park because I'm afraid for my safety.
Oh, that's the other thing I was going to say. If you're at the park and you're totally unsafe because something's so crazy that you have to come and get an arrest warrant, again, this process, while available, is not the ideal one. The ideal one would be to call the police. Seriously, I thought you guys had like overzealous police in the States. Like this lady, you're telling me that this lady can't call the police?
Okay. All right. Let's hear from Mr. Phillips.
I never made any threat against her. I never physically assaulted her. On the day that the call went in, she engineered a situation where after she passed me, I would have to pass her.
Okay, they are both crazy. Nobody engineers situations at the park. Is this an elaborate fucking foreplay for them? If you look, Jim might actually be in the basement of the same house. You see the built-ins behind him and sort of the nice fireplace behind there. Wouldn't it be fucking hilarious if this is how they get off? They're like, my God, ever since we got that divorce that one time and got back together, we just can't top that sex. So we just go through fake court cases, civilian warrant applications, which have like no real impact in the world. And my God, it's the best night of the month.
to get over the bridge that goes over the railroad track. And after I passed her without incident, she came after me with her arms in my face and with what was, I guess, supposed to be pepper spray, started spraying it on my arms and toward my face. I don't know.
Sir, if you get sprayed in the arm with pepper spray, you're going to know it's pepper spray. That's not a sort of situation. If somebody has pepper spray, you know it, if they've sprayed you. Also, what the fuck? Listen, I live in the like in a rainforest. There's outdoors. Everybody uses the outdoors. People use the outdoors all the time. So you don't have any claim to it. What the fuck? Like, I'm baffled by these people who like if there was pepper spray deployed and police called and he had been making serious like advances towards her or whatever, either he is the most convincing. I mean, that's pretty. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Let's just listen because I don't like what I'm hearing. But what I'm hearing thus far sounds like Karen maybe got a little tipsy, like afternoon drunk, plus a few Xanax, and then went out for a walk and was like, I don't know, following this. It was a solution. A solution, right? Who else is like thinking the judge is sitting there going, I should never have let Beverly and Tasha fight over Dave that long?
What kind of pepper spray it was, but I didn't feel any effects from it. And eventually,
Humble brag. I didn't feel any effects from the pepper spray. I don't know if it was just really cheap and shitty, or perhaps it's a pepper that I am immune to.
I just pushed her away, and then she said, I'm going to call the
My dude, just admitted to pushing her. And I know you said that she pepper sprayed you first, but you also said that nothing happened when she pepper sprayed you. So now it seems like you've just pushed her after she maybe like sneezed.
police, and I'm headed on back to the car, to the parking lot where my car was.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. I did have pepper spray with me on that day.
We haven't got.
Again, oh, this is why lawyer, like she's about to admit to something she doesn't need to admit to, and he already anyway, okay. Judge is just like, I hate my job. I make so much money. That's what he's thinking right now. What is he thinking? He's probably thinking, what is he thinking? I don't know what he would be thinking. Like, why do they keep scheduling these like this? When is my next vacation? How many years until I retire?
Okay, I didn't realize that you were going to get into that. Let's start here. Since you guys have both made your opening statements, what evidence that you have to support the fact that he, grabbed you here and committed these assault and batteries?
Well, there was no witness.
Well, and see, as a good lawyer or respondent, what you should say right now is, well, Your Honor, he just said that he did. He literally just said he pushed me. Don't talk about anything else, ma'am. Just say, yeah, he just said he pushed me. End of story.
That I know of on that particular day when he attacked me.
Yes.
I did have pepper spray. I had purchased pepper spray because he had been verbally assaulting me for months, beginning in March.
Okay, weird. What? What are these? Okay, maybe they were dogging in the.
I sent you some evidence that a transcript of correspondence with the park ranger beginning in March over this behavior. And so the only way I felt safe on the trail was to carry some pepper spray with me, but at that point I had not been physically assaulted.
Lucy, I think it depends on your town. In my town, at this time of night, it's McDonald's only. Wendy's is not available. And there's not going to be any ice cream available at the McDonald's, but it would be McDonald's. And I like a McDouble with no mustard, no pickles, and a large Coke, please.
Well, hold on.
And the
Hold
day,
on.
mhm. And the
Because
day,
now we're wait. What evidence would you like me to look at to support everything that you're saying?
And yet again, she really is making the situation silly because again, people go to the park at the same time all the time. It's crazy. Oh, Lucy, damn it! I was like, shit, Lucy's out and about heading home from work. But that is a good thought. I think he's at home. I believe that he's operating remotely. I have very little belief that the court would be operating in person at 10 o'clock at night. The very least, for doing this docket, you should get to do it from home and get to sleep in the next day.
I emailed a one pager that is like my husband created a PDF out of exchanges with the park ranger over this situation.
But this would be with a park ranger that's not here.
Not tonight, no.
And I'm looking at that now, okay, before I introduce that, because this would just be something you created. It wouldn't be solid evidence. You understand? So, but I have taken this in consideration. I am looking at it, okay? Anything else outside of this timeline that you provided?
Well, from
Come on,
March
Judge, show us.
until the day of the physical assault, that's what I have. And the verbal threats were ongoing since March. Over what, I don't know. I mean, I don't know this man. All I ever know of him is that he also walks on that trail.
Verbalize the threat, ma'am. Did he literally walk by you going, threat, 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 threat? Like, if somebody had been harassing me at a park since March, you can bet your fucking ass I would know what they were saying. I'd be like, this fucking weirdo at the park was like, can I lick your feet? And I was like, no, dude, you gotta pay for that. Like, that was how that story would go. I don't understand.
But then when it escalated to a physical assault, yes, I had pepper spray. I bought it because I was afraid of this guy. And I would have liked to have used the pepper spray, but I couldn't get it to discharge. So if he's saying that I used pepper spray, I did not use it on him, no.
What did you discharge on him then, ma'am? Also, that's a hilarious sort of metaphor of a little bit of a two chump pump, if you will. Also, if anybody here has any sort of issues where they think, oh, I should probably carry pepper spray because of a stalker, et cetera, you also probably need to just make sure that you don't say that you bought it specifically because of a person, but rather, like in Canada, you can't carry pepper spray, but you can carry dog spray. So if you're afraid of dogs, but you can't be like, I carry dog spray so I can spray Jim in the face. I bought it specifically when I think of Jim. I went to the store and was like, hey, do you have Jim brand dog? Like, no. Also, listen, I know that I sound a little stupid, but you can't tell me there's not another park. How can they possibly be running in? I don't run into people that much at the park. and I go to the same park a lot at the same time. Like, this is crazy to me. Again, I think maybe they're both like, what if they're former lovers?
All right. I just looked at your timeline. Was there anything other than the timeline?
I would have liked there to be something other than the timeline, but I did not have a physical witness that was on the trail on the day that I was assaulted. No,
Do you have any pictures of bruising or anything of that nature?
no.
And your husband that is there, is he able to testify at all about what happened that day?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, well, we'll bring him in. We'll get him to under oath and see what he has to say.
And this is my favorite part. When they go, my witness is right here. And the judge says, okay, go and get them. Because the judge rather, I don't know, naively has hopefully assumed that the person is out of earshot. And then the person on the camera inevitably looks up and like it's apparent that the person is right there in front of them. And they're like, oh, okay, here we go. Like, this was all they were talking. I mean, it's all we've been talking about tonight, but imagine if you don't watch court normally and you had to sit through those 2 or 3 hearings that we just sat through. That would be fucking hilarious to me. Like, we are used to the sort of craziness of court and the craziness that people go to, but a lot of these people aren't probably used to that kind of stuff. They were sequestered if they were on Zoom, but he's been in the room with her. In the foyer. They're in the foyer.
How you doing, sir? I'm going to get you under oath, and Ms. Mintz is going to ask you a couple of questions, okay? You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, under penalty and perjury of the law?
I do.
All right. Ms. Mintz, you can ask him some questions, open-ended. Let's not prolong it here.
On May 28th, the date of the assault, do you recall having heard from me from the park?
Yeah, you called me and you were shaken up and you said you were assaulted. And
Sorry, this is going to be important because it'll be very obvious to tell if this is a decided after phone call or if this actually happened. And if he says that she called and said, I was just assaulted at the park or something like that, I'm feeling a little funny on it. If you have your phone available to call him, why didn't you whip it out? I mean, normally I don't tell people to whip things out in the park, but. And you guys, we've seen, again, remember though, oftentimes the cases that we're talking about are protective order hearings, which are a different standard of proof than a criminal hearing. A protective order hearing has a preponderance of the evidence in Georgia where the standard is more likely than not, as opposed to in a criminal hearing like this, it is it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the one in between, basically probable cause to issue the arrest warrant. So they're different standards and different requirements needed in order to issue the orders. So while a TPO hearing might sound crazy, like, oh, they shot into the ground, this, that, the other, that the crime of the shooting into the ground is not what's being handled in the TPO hearing. And so that's not what was actually at evidence there. And whereas this is a little bit different.
you just described kind of what you said that I can go into more detail of what you told me, which is he grabbed your wrists, your wrists were like this. He grabbed your wrist and he was shaking.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to give you all a little tip here. If somebody grabs you like this and they're grabbing both of your arms, that means that their fucking balls are really ripe and open for you to kick them or knee them. You know, either or. You can really get a knee up And if you manage to do that, the next move I suggest is actually an elbow right in there.
Can you describe previous encounters with this gentleman?
My encounters are yours.
Well, yours, I mean.
Because I've only seen him a couple of times. Once we passed him while we were walking in the park, and he I guess we were walking, and he didn't really make eye contact, but when he got close enough to us while he was passing, he said something kind of bizarre. He said blah 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 blah, and I knew it was to us because there was nobody else around.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, these people are obviously living in a world that they are the centers of. Because how many times do you think I've been walking around talking to y'all or court or just talking out loud, and people like this seem to think that it's like you've never seen the man before. He did not make eye contact with you. There was nobody else around, and you heard him saying blah, 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 and you knew that he was speaking to you. Like, people say that I'm quite full of myself, but seriously, that's a new level.
And he only did it when he passed us.
Oh, the last thing I want to say is that I would be good at MMA, and I definitely would do a fight if I needed to. Oh, that would be a funny. Whoa, we could do Law 2 boxing. No, but oh my God, fuck, I would totally box a judge, 100%. But when I was in high school, I was given a self-defense class through the school, and they told us, actually, this is quite graphic, so I'll give you a pre-warning right now, but this was the specific instruction that I remember to this day, because it was not what I was expecting to hear. You know, I was expecting to hear more of like elbows or run this way or do that. Which judge would I box if given my choice? Okay, there's two different reasons. So if the winning, or if boxing with them also got you dinner to hang out, oh fuck. Oh, I'd probably take Judge Manning, even though I don't know if I could fucking beat Judge Manning in a fight. I think I could give her a run for her money, but I think she might be able to take. I don't know. I don't know what she's got. Let's just say that. But if I could have dinner with her first, I would go for it. I'd just be willing to possibly lose. I think virtually every other judge out there, I think I could probably take. But Judge Manning's, you know, she's devious like us. She knows how we think. So she was a cop, I know, and she was in the army and stuff. But I'm not saying that no other judges are like physically more able, but I just think, I don't know. Anyways, oh, I know. Listen, I've definitely creeped on Judge Manning so much that I'm not going to actually mention it so that I don't get a TPO. Oh, the self-defense class. Okay, so keep in mind that while I am all about like being open and upfront about sex education for kids, I think there's a time and a place for everything like that. And this was such a weird situation. So, a girls only gym class, and the lesson was about if you are being assaulted. And again, you're like immediately thinking, okay, they're going to teach us some moves, right? But the move, and this is what I remember, I was like, are you sure? Anyway, so she goes, The lady, the teacher. I don't know. She was not a teacher. She was brought in. And she was like, and see, I still feel weird about this because I don't know if it's how I'd react, but I do get it. She's like, so if somebody is trying to assault you or they've gotten you into a position, what you need to do is go along with what they say to begin with. And they'll likely try and get you to suck their penis. And what you're going to do at that point is take your hands and go to the balls and cup each ball in one hand. And then you're going to twist and pull them apart. And then run. And that was literally the lesson. She's like, don't bite their penis though, because of the risk of bodily transmissions. I was like, okay, this is such a very odd lesson. I think the actual best lesson I can teach somebody to make sure that they don't possibly get in that situation is actually, if you can, just don't drink. That's probably your number one thing. Because I'll tell you, it's random violence like that is very rare unless you are in a sort of out scenario, like out at a club or whatever, or out on a walking trail, I guess, by yourself. But and see, now I'm victim blaming. Don't victim blame. Don't. I'm just saying, if you don't drink, you got your wits about you a lot more. Or just get a friend like me. I don't mind not drinking and I'll fucking watch everybody. And I'm like a fucking hawk. Okay? I'll be like, Claire, come here. Did you just call Jeremy? Because we talked and you're not supposed to be calling Jeremy. Hey, Katie? Katie. Okay, you guys, Katie is going with some guys right now. We need to get moving. Okay?
I guess another time, I noticed I saw him in the parking lot, his tail light was out. And that was before this encounter. The first encounter before I knew about any of this. I saw him at his car and I mentioned that his tail light was out and he didn't respond. And I repeated it because I thought he didn't hear me. He didn't respond. And I thought, well, he just, didn't want to respond. So I let it go. But those are the only times I encountered.
So if you've seen what I've sent you, the transcript that, when the unpleasantness first started, I tried to at least limit the encounters I had with this person. I made sure that I took a picture of his license tag.
Hold on, because you're testifying again. And I just want to give Mr. Phillips an opportunity to ask you guys some questions.
Okay.
You're done with, if your husband, if you're done with his questions, I'm going to let Mr. Phillips ask him some questions if he has any. Do you have any questions for Mr. Mintz?
I don't have any questions. When she
if you don't have any questions for him, then we can let him go.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for Miss Mintz?
I have my narrative of what happened on the day that she called the police, and it doesn't resemble hers at all.
Well, do you have any questions for her?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, if you don't have any questions for her, Miss Mintz, do you have anything else? Is that your only witness?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Phillips, did you provide me any evidence or anything like that?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
Did you email any evidence or anything like that? Did you email the court any evidence?
No, I did not.
Do you have any witnesses with you?
No.
So you're not.
Stormy. He should say blah, blah, blah. Oh, if he did, do you know how good that would be? I would probably fucking die. And also, Jonathan, that is true. Honey P. But the problem is that if the ladies you walk up to are drunk, they are not able to always get it. That's why you have to have a sober person in the group, because that sober girl like me, I'll be keeping an eye out, and if she runs up and I see it, we got it. We take care. We take care. Plus, my move when I go out dancing at a club, which is about 7 times in my entire life, and I don't usually drink, but I'll be like dancing and I'll be like, oh my fucking God, my fucking heart rate. And then I try and show how impressed I am that my heart rate is so high.
Miss Mintz would be able to cross-examine you if you have nothing else. Is that okay? So, Miss Mintz, do you have any questions for Mr. Phillips?
Yes, I'm kind of wondering, what is this about? What is this, like verbal assaults and then physical assaults? What is that about?
I did not verbally assault you or physically assault you. The original cause of irritation was, this is a nature trail where people go to walk and enjoy nature. And every time I passed Miss Mintz, she was playing some kind of podcast or something on her phone. And that
Okay. Jim's the Karen. Jim's a Karen. Jim, just blah, blah, blah and walk away. Oh my gosh. The Troyalty podcast. Do you know that the odds of them having listened to your podcast is about the same as you winning the Powerball last week? And I don't mean to be offensive, but just seriously. Only because they're not cool enough for the Troyalty podcast.
she was playing some kind of podcast or something on her phone. And that's what prompted my first comments. I said, oh, there goes the broadcast your podcast lady. Because nobody else I've encountered on a nature trail insists on broadcasting their noise out to everybody passing by. So it's a little bit irritating.
If it was so loud, what was it?
I didn't listen in to the words of what they were saying because I really, really didn't care. What I was concerned about was the noise.
And to your knowledge, is that against the code of DeKalb County for Parks and Recreation?
Oh, wow. Okay, sir. You're following a hearing where we had what I can only describe as a masterful application of a Dave Mand. Okay? Broadcast your podcast is sort of lazy. And why are you yelling at people in nature because they're being too loud? Just fucking walk away. Go to a different park.
Sorry, I couldn't understand.
You know, there are certain codes that, you know, of behavior that is acceptable and not acceptable in DeKalb County's parks. To your knowledge, is that something?
No, I don't, but you're the only person
Just answer the question. Is it
I
in the
said, no,
code or
I
not in the
don't.
code?
Is that not an answer?
What was your answer?
His answer was no. You guys are fucking hilarious. Please, you know what? They're probably brother and sister. They refuse to acknowledge it now, but they are brother and sister. That's the only explanation here at this point. How can you let another person agitate you so much about their walking? I mean, honestly, and he's like, well, who would do that? I fucking do that. You know why, dude? Because first of all, as a woman, you can't wear headphones both covering your head safely. Secondly, I forget mine all the time. So yeah, I listen to court all the time, loudly. In the grocery store. The other day, what was I watching? And I was walking through the store, and then it was in Kay's room, I think. And then it popped up, and they were like, it was some nutty testimony, and people were like looking at me, and I'm like, oh, my meeting's almost done.
You're the only person I've ever encountered in that park.
No. What
Will you give me a chance to finish my statement? I said, you are the only person I have ever encountered in that park who insists on broadcasting audio out to all passersby And it's irritating. People come there to enjoy nature, not to hear your podcast.
Well, unfortunately, you weren't listening because my podcast is in fact nature sounds that I stream all the time. I don't know why that voice. Seriously, this is ridiculous. I might issue arrest warrants for both of them. And then dip off the Zoom call as if it like ended by accident and just let them both fucking deal with that for a while.
So this was very irritating to you, apparently, right?
Honestly, this is probably one of the most heated exchanges I've seen between two adults in court before.
Ever encountered in that part who insists on broadcasting audio out to all passersby, and it's irritating. People come there to enjoy nature, not to hear your podcast.
So this was very irritating to you, apparently, right?
It's irritating, yes.
Is she gonna cry? Her husband looks so sad. He's like, oh my God, I had a quiet afternoon. I've been encouraging her to go to the fucking park and listen to this podcast because I will agree that podcast is annoying. But I'm sorry, my dude. Nature is not working for you. That is not how you're supposed to react in nature. Even if somebody walks in with a fucking boombox, okay? That's not how it goes.
I see.
Judge, do I have a chance to give my account of what happened on the day she claimed there was an assault?
I thought you were doing that when your opening statement, but I'll give you another opportunity in your closing statement to kind of surmise what's going on. If you don't have any evidence to submit outside.
Well, I don't have any evidence of what happened that day, and neither does she, other than our verbal accounts.
I'm not saying that or one or the other. I'm just saying if you had no other evidence, you were able to talk in the beginning, you're able to talk in the evening. At the end, she's able to ask you some questions, and then we'll figure out what's going on with the evidence submitted. So do you have any other questions, Ms. Mintz?
No, not at the present time.
Okay. All right. So this is what we're going to.
There's no other time, Miss Minsk. This is the time. The judge sounds so tired. He's like, I really should not shown up late for the day when we all got our jobs.
We're going to do. Ms. Mintz, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to tell me why you believe an arrest warrant should be issued.
I believe an arrest warrant should be issued because this person, it seems to want to verbally or physically.
So here's her closing argument that she should make. She should take a deep breath and say, Your Honor, I believe an arrest warrant should be issued because Mr. Phillips admitted that he pushed me in the park. I am fearful for my safety going forward because he pushed me once before, and I'm not sure that I'm safe if he's going to do it again. Once again, as he said, he pushed me in the park, and that is why I need the arrest warrant.
Physically assault me on the trail of Mason Mill Park. And I feel like I have a right to use the parks and the trails just as well as anyone else. And under the present circumstance, I can't because I'm too afraid to go.
Okay.
Listen, if he touched her in the park, then a disservice has been done because I don't give a fuck what you're listening to in the park. And if somebody's bothering you, you don't get to touch them. You don't get to push them. You don't get to do that. Okay? You can raise your voice at them, but you can't assault her. That's an assault or a battery. And so, no, it's an assault because the battery would be the fear of having the assault. She had the assault. There was connection made. So again, what baffles me is that obviously by the time the police arrived, they were so bickering that they weren't able to determine what's going on. She should have removed herself from the situation, ran home, and called the police. That's what you should do in this situation, because he riles her up. You think I should be a lawyer? A barrister. She never verbalized the contact. I know, Stormy Gal. He did admit to hitting her. He said he pushed her. He pushed her. And it was after he said she sprayed him with something that didn't affect him. Again, there's a whole lot missing from that story. What were you carrying the spray in? Are you guys hunting through the park looking for each other to piss each other off? Like, there's many more questions that could be asked, but I think by default, if she had really stuck with, Your Honor, he's admitted that he put his hands on me when I did not want him to, I think she would get it.
Mr. Phillips, do you have any statement of why you believe the arrest warrant should not be issued? This is a great opportunity for you to tell your account if you so choose.
I have stated I never physically assaulted Ms. Mitz. I walked past her on the day in question, and she came at me from behind with what she claims was pepper spray that she couldn't operate. So I'm the one who was attacked, and all I did was try to fend her off, with my hands like this.
She tried to attack you unsuccessfully with a spraying item from behind. But your defense mechanism is to turn and fend her off. Again, that doesn't actually, if he doesn't have the fear that like if it was pepper spray, like I said, he would know it immediately. And if he knew that it immediately wasn't pepper spray, he just, like, a random thing spraying on you in the park is not a reason to push somebody like that. It's very, this is very troubling. Can you imagine, like, the park rangers having to deal with this situation? They're like, well, guys, we're going to have a staff meeting here because we're having altercations in the parks lately. Actually, in our neighborhood, there's a real big issue with pickleball lately. Real big issue.
I never came at her. I never pursued her in any way. And she prepared all of this, especially because she had already passed me on the trail. She went up the trail to where it crosses the railroad tracks, and she sat there and waited for me to pass by. I passed by her without word or without incident. And after I passed by her, she came after me with this pepper spray and came at me and grabbed my arms. The only reason I grabbed her arms is she was grabbing mine. I was trying to keep her out of my face and away from my head. That's it.
So
after she gave up, I walked away.
Started screaming at me.
Ask questions. So folks, I'm going to give my decision. Okay? So folks, let me just be clear here.
Hold on. Just before you do, Judge, because I want to be on screen when that happens, I'd like to see this little outburst here. These two, if they are not related, / have dated in the past, like, there is something going on here. You can't be this pissed off and triggered by somebody you don't know, that you only see in a park. It's just not possible. Right? Oh, her husband is like, yeah. I mean, that's why they have the protection thing on the door. Because of Jim. No, her husband looks like he's in for a penny, in for a pound.
That's it.
So
after she gave up, I walked away.
Started screaming at me.
Ask questions. So folks, I'm going to give my decision. Okay? So folks, let me just be clear here. This case is a he said, she said. That's what it is. He's saying he did not physically assault you. You're saying he did physically assault you. You're saying you had pepper spray, I guess, for your defense. He's saying that you at least were coming at him with pepper spray. And guess what we don't have? We don't have any video. We don't have any evidence that was greater than what the evidence had.
Sorry, Judge. Again, only because of their bickering. Had she come into this hearing very differently, it could have gone differently for her. She is being too triggered by this all. So I'm assuming this is going to be denied, but let's see.
When the police officer arrived. And that means that if there was no arrest warrant made when the officer who had the most fresh information didn't make an arrest warrant, I don't believe I have any additional information that would warrant me to ever issue one either. Because I don't have any video, don't have any evidence. I have statements made by the other party. And because of that, I don't have sufficient probable cause to issue an arrest warrant in this case. Obviously, again, my job is to maintain the health and safety of DeKalb County. But without something more, I cannot usurp someone else's rights just because you said it happened. I have to have something tangible or at least something there to essentially afford probable cause. I don't have that. And as a result, that'll be the reason why I won't be issuing an arrest warrant this evening. All right. So you guys are free to go. I do appreciate your time in presenting your evidence this evening. And I want you guys to have a blessed evening. All right.
Just one statement. I continue to walk in that park almost every day, but I'll walk in a different section.
Mr. Phillips, we're done. I will let you guys go. And you guys have a good evening. With that, clerk, that'll be the conclusion of the July 24th, 2023.
Mr. Phillips literally just being like, by the way, I'm still going to be at that park because I fucking love the park. Don't come to the park with your podcast anymore, bitch. You guys. I didn't mean to, but it's been 9 hours. I really gotta go. But I love you so much. I will be back tomorrow. There'll be lots more to go. She's a maker. Thank you so much. I just saw the coffees that you got me, and I so appreciate that. I, again, want to thank you guys for sticking with me here. Things will be a little bit different as we go forward, but also get better and better as we go. I am excited to be able to channel my energy into the fun and exciting part of the channel that I love and that I think you guys enjoy while screwing YouTube daddy whenever we can. I'm just joking. Anyways, guys, I love you so much. See you tomorrow, tonight, later, soon. Remember, I'm proud of you and I love you. And I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Wait, bye. Hey, Dave. Dave? Dave? Can I talk to you for a minute, Dave? Dave? Good night, Dave.